All right, everybody, welcome back to OTW News, the Grand Rising Show number 17. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to everybody is here. It is 6:37 a.m. here in Montreal, Canada, Eastern Time, and it is the 27th of April, and we are rocking. Everybody, I hope you got your doobies ready and your coffee all nice and warm, ready to drink. Mine's actually, I finished my first coffee. I have to go make another one. So you guys, please bear with me. Stick around. I'll be back in a couple of seconds. And meanwhile, I'll just play a little beginning warm-up song here. Oh, no, you know what? I'm going to bring you guys a little bit of Wes Watson to start off our day with a bang, man. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to go off to Mr. What's his name? Wait a minute. What happened? I already lost that. Come on, man. I had already. Oh, there it is. Okay. I thought I already lost it. Hey, welcome to everybody who's here right now, man. Much love. Please stick around. We got a great show lined up for you today. It's going to be another epic like yesterday. Yesterday was absolutely phenomenal. We had Paul and Slave here for a couple of hours during right about the end of the show. It was just great. It was absolute mayhem, but I loved it. I hope you guys enjoyed it too. So I'm going to get you guys going here with Mr. Wes Watson for a moment while I go make myself my coffee, and I'm going to be listening in. This is a small video, not too long. It's great to inspire you when you begin your morning. Have this guy yell at you. I mean, this is the stuff here, ladies and gentlemen. So enjoy, Mr. Wes Watson, ladies and gentlemen.
Now.
Wait a minute. Whoa. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start our day off with a bang.
Stop it. Stop it now. Stop censoring yourself. You guys do it all day long by lying to each other. Do you know how many people I came across this morning who expected this guy, the guy who comes on YouTube and says you're a fucking bitch, you soft motherfucker, the guy who they've watched like this day after day for so long, they wanted him to talk to them different because the shoe fucking fit them. I will not. I don't give a fuck who you are. You need the truth. Like I said, love ain't lies, you dumb motherfucker. They're going to try to get you to deliver it to them the way they want it. The way they want it. This is the way you get it, motherfucker. If I see the flaw in you, I'm going to call you on it. One of these dipshits right now from the event I was at this week, some top-level guy supposedly comes through my funnel. And I answer all quick. Hey, what's up? Hell yeah. He asked me something. I answer back all quick. Hell yeah. And then, well, hey, I got these things to do. I'll get back to you. Nah, you got me on the phone right now. Yes or no? Fuck you mean? You hit me up. I'm ready. You're asking for my help. Why are you not ready? I didn't hit you up. I didn't even know you were hitting me up. But I'm ready. You guys, do not be like that man. Be ready. Stay ready. Already know your move. Already have it played. Okay? And if not, if you really have to go think about it or talk more, then realize you're not fucking ready. So it's a no. That's it. Whenever someone tells me, oh, Wes, let me go consult my wife about the program. I'm like, why? Do you want to be in her position? And they usually laugh. I'm like, no, I'm dead serious. Do you want to be in her position? No, obviously. I mean, I'm the breadwinner. Okay, well, why are you going to go ask her for her advice if you don't want to be in her position? Why? For what reason? This is what people don't get. You guys don't get it. You should be consulting me and asking me because you want to be in my position. And you need to just start trusting people that you can obviously recreate anything anyone else has done. If I've done it, recreate it 1% fast. Some of my guys will make $3,000 the first month, $3,000 the second month, $50,000 the third, $50,000 the fourth. Some people will come in, make $400,000 the first month. Look at why they did that. Look at why. I mean, I keep posting my numbers of how much I make a day on my Instagram, and people keep going, how? How do you do it? As if they can just figure out how and have it happen right away. It's not how, motherfucker. It's who can do this. Who, not how. Who can do it? I can. Why can I? Why? Because I have been on so many platforms and knocked the ball in the fucking park. Every time they put me on stage, on a podcast, on content, I knock it out the fucking park. I'm going to teach you how to be the who. I'm going to teach you to be who you need to be to knock it out the park, who you need to be to look a certain way, who you need to be to weather the storms of entrepreneurship, weather the storms of life. Do you get it now? It's not how. The how is very simple. The how is a very simple blueprint. If I just gave it to you, you wouldn't be able to do it because you're not the person who can apply it. You're not the person who can do it. We need to make you the man that can do it. You can't be after the result. Self-mastery is your true aim, not the result. We can know the result. We can have the blueprint to get the result. We have to create a man that can apply the blueprint without fail for eternity. Everything you're after that's a real pursuit, you should be in it for life. That's it, from the gate. And then you'll win for sure. But you guys aren't because you're about the money and the timeline. You're like, well, if it doesn't work in this amount of time, then it's not financially correct. No, you didn't come in 100%. So it took longer. You came in at 60 because you're an iffy bitch. And you're like, what if this? What if that? What if this? What if that? When I'm just moving with complete 100% forward motion, all offense towards the goal, so I get there quicker. Because there's no plan fucking B. Fuck a plan B. If you guys don't see what's wrong with you when you have this type of mindset, then you don't understand shit. There's no way on earth I would write any of my mentors and they would write me back and I would tell them, hold up, let me hit them back later. I wrote them. I would never. I'm in or out. That's it. And if I wrote them, I'm a fucking idiot. Come across right in the right circles. Be someone who's a pleasure to work with. I did an event with Bedros. We had to wire a lot of money for the event. I wired it right away. It went through. We had to put up our card for the ads. I gave my card. It never bounced. When we waited for the event, we had a bunch of content pieces to make. I always made my content piece. When we got to the event, it was 2 days of speaking. I killed it every day. After the event, it took some months to get paid, and I didn't say anything. At the very end, he said, you were a complete pleasure to work with. And he went through all those things I just said and said how most people do not act that way. They get told to wire the money and they take forever. They put up their card for the ads and it bounces a bunch. They get told them the content pieces and they don't make them on time. They ask a billion questions about how the events can be da-da-da-da. This is going to do that. They have no trust in him, which I had complete trust because he's Bedros. He's a monster. And you trust that man because he's had nothing but results. And then the time to get paid, they're just hounding. Where's my portion? Where's my portion? Where's my portion? I have money, so I don't need to be like that. I got work to do. I just went back to work. When I got it, I got it. You guys, be a pleasure to work with, and people will open doors for you. If you're not a pleasure to work with, they will tell the other people, this guy's a fucking idiot. Do not let him near you. He is a liability. He will drain all your energy. Otherwise, if you kill it and you're a great person to work with, they'll say, well, that dude's an asset. He made it very pleasurable. We killed it. Done. What the fuck is the matter with most of you guys? Wake the fuck up. Let's go.
Another inspiring speech, ladies and gentlemen, by Mr. Wes Watson himself. He graces us with his presence here every day and give us a motivational speech to inspire us on our navigation through this wonderful, beautiful, foggy morning. It is presently 6:47 a.m. here, Montreal time, Montreal, Canada, Eastern time, and it's -1 degree Celsius, super foggy. It's like that Stephen King movie, The Mist, or the fog or whatever it's called. And I'd like to welcome everybody today. I'm gonna scroll down, chat. Got to get this speech impediment thing worked out. All right, so let's see who's here today. We got cult member number 6. Well, he's on panel with us. So we also have uh, You Tell Me is in the house. We got Mark Basket, ladies and gentlemen. We also have let me see who's Flow State's in the house. Welcome to the stream, sir. We got cult slave master number 007. So I guess he's like a secret agent for the Enslavia team. Okay, so we got also you guys all have cult in front of your names. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Jesus Christ. Okay. Cult slave master. Okay, we have cult member. Let me see. Okay, so it's all the same person. All right. Okay. Welcome, Mr. Number 6 Black. I didn't want to reveal your identity today.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Yeah, I mean the whole code thing. I mean, just imagine some outsider coming into the chat and just seeing a chat full of cult member number ... You know, it's just the optics of it from my eyes. I think it's just hilarious, and I don't get why people are getting so uptight about it.
You know what? I would do it if it wasn't for the fact that I have to go over to the Google. I'm lazy, man. You know, I have to
You
go to
only
my
got one
Google
email
account.
that you use?
Yeah, I gotta go to your Google account. Then you gotta change the name of your fucking channel and everything. It's like a blink of holy crap, man. What kind of fucking adventure am I gonna have to go? Then I have to go reset it back again, back to the. That's gonna fuck up a bunch of things. Plus, my channel is just like really taking off right now, so I'm trying to really stick to. If I start putting this cult thing, then it's gonna mix everybody up. I don't know. I guess I'm insecure, Rob. I don't know. It's not that I don't want it. I fucking participate in them. Like yesterday, I went up on Paul's channel and I just said a comment and boom, I was fucking. I was like, yeah, I was shot down, man. Like I was a stray dog, man. It's like
Yeah, what he said
OTW.
about that was funny. He's like, I don't care if I just got done restreaming you.
Yeah, we're like love a buddy, hug a buddy, and I would just pop in. Is like, no, you're my fucking AK-47, the motherfucker. You're not getting through the gates, motherfucker.
Yeah, and I just want to clear something up from yesterday as well, because I was watching back, and I was watching the live chat, and I saw cult metaphysician saying he was calling me a hypocrite basically because I was drinking on the stream, and I can, and by the way, show me a human, I'll show you a hypocrite, but and I can understand why he would say that and have that perspective. However, the difference being from my beingness, me being drunk or a little buzz, it doesn't affect my presentment in a way that it does with most other individuals. And that's the difference. And this is nothing against cult metaphysician, but if you can't really distinguish that that difference with how I am and how other people act, it's
Yeah, I understand that there, Rob, because the way I see it is, if you can hold your shit together and you're not speaking another language where every word that you use has sh in front of it. I mean, you're good. If you're not that, then past that threshold where you're starting to talk. She left my keys in the car.
Yeah, and it's not like I'm not belligerent either. I'm not stepping all over everybody trying to talk. It's still the same me. I was just a little more outspoken. But
Here's a great example of somebody who has something to drink and then like flips his shit. Okay, and much love to Voynich. He's all right, but when he has a couple of drinks too many, he tends to go off the deep end, which is that's that, man. But there you go. As long as you don't go off the deep end, all depending on what your goals are when you're here on YouTube, right? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's his thing. Maybe he gets drunk and then fucking starts I don't know, man. It's just if you can hold your shit together, you know, as long as you know how to deal with your own fucking ineptness, all right, then it's not a problem. It's when you start fucking everybody else's well-being and fucking their lives up and fucking starting shit and going off fucking like anything when you're like you drink too much, anything can fucking trigger you, man. Anything. It's like you can look at somebody sideways and he's like, what the fuck are you looking at me that way for? It's like, you really get aggressive on alcohol. I mean, I've been smoking weed for a long time, and I've never fucking uh, been out of place because I smoked too much weed. I think the worst that ever happened to me is I fell asleep in the bar, at a table while the fucking music was all fucking like boom, 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 and but I mean, I think that's the worst that ever happened to me. But besides that, I've never done anything radical to the point where start a fight or. But I have been in fights after I've gotten drunk, though. That's one thing. So I mean, I do
Yeah,
understand. Like, yeah, go ahead.
go ahead.
Yeah, well, I do
No, go.
understand that.
I got a card coming.
All right. So anyway, I do understand one thing about when you're drinking is sometimes you reach a place that you're no longer in control. It's like you are no longer the person that is in control. It's some other entity, as if you were under some kind of demonic spell where you've been possessed by some sort of fucking weird ass demon. And notice that people that drink a lot have the same type of characteristics. Like they all act in the same way. They all they all end up a little it's just like the characteristic traits are so similar between every individual that has too much to drink. It's as if it was the same demon or entity that was entering these people. And I've done a little bit of research where I think that they had came up with alcohol as a potion back in the day to I don't know, maybe to fucking dumb down the people. I mean, look at what they did to the Indians over here in Canada. I mean, they gave them a bunch of alcohol and everything, and it's like they're always drunk. It's just like, I guess it's a good way to get people to fucking um, fight amongst each other instead of and it alcohol doesn't make you smarter, obviously. I mean, more you drink it, more you, I guess, the dumber you get. I don't, your cognitive abilities are completely gone. Your reasoning is not even accurate. You're completely in a fucking fog. Guys, I am gonna buy a lighter today. I swear. I'm using candles for the past week. It shows you how poor I am. I guess can't even buy a lighter. God, thank goodness that people are there to help me out and give us donations. I mean, yeah, I was thinking of going down the list of all the people that donated this week. Maybe I'll do that a little bit later on. Oh, it's pretty awesome. I had a great week. So thank you everybody who donated. Much love, much respect to
Yeah,
everyone.
yeah, and just one last thing I wanted to say about the whole alcohol thing. In regards to me, when I get when I get past that point, it's not. I'm not even one of those like belligerent types. I get emotional, and then I make a fool of myself, like I did on Brian O'Shea's stream a few weeks ago or a month ago, however long ago that was.
Right.
I yield.
I think I drink once every 2 years or something. I don't even remember. The last time I got drunk was like maybe 2 years ago. I'm not at all, not even a social drinker. So I don't even have a beer once in a while. That's how bad it is. And it's like I really don't drink. It's not. I don't even like the taste. First of all, I hate the taste of
That's good.
alcohol. It's just I don't understand how people could put that down their throat in their mouth. It's beyond me. I do understand after 3 or 4 shots, you don't even feel whatever's going in down your throat anymore. So it's like you could drink a beer and it's like drinking a glass of water. You don't. You're so numb, and as soon as you start getting that numbness, I think that's what people get addicted to, is that the numbing part where that you don't feel your body anymore. Especially people that are in pain. I think that those are that's the I know because there was one time where I had hurt my arm really badly, and I was in a car accident, and but I many years passed after the accident, right? And I had my shoulder was dislocated, nearly ripped right out of its socket, and I got a scar about that long going all the way through my shoulder. So, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, many years later, I go and I play baseball with one of my buddies and his kids and everything. So we go to the park, we play baseball, and I'm the pitcher, and I throw a ball, man. But the whiplash was so devastating that I fell on my knees, and the pain was so horrible because of like what the operation that they had made. They fucking did something here, I don't know what. But anyway, so it was really bad. This pain was like a nerve pain. It wasn't a like a muscle pain or a bone pain or something. It was like as if a nerve was fucking like stretched or something. It was a really bad pain. So I started drinking like a couple of bottles of wine. I started drinking some wine and a little bit of beer, and then I drink till that pain would numb, right? So then when I didn't feel the pain anymore, I was like, yeah, man, this is it. So then for like 3 weeks, I actually drank consecutively for 3 weeks. But and even the girlfriend I had at the time, she was like, you're turning into an alcoholic. What are you doing? You're drinking every day now. And telling her, no, you just, I'm gonna quit there. I just need to the pain. I need to. The pain is just driving me crazy, and Tylenols didn't work. Fucking Advils didn't work. None of those conventional fucking pills, painkillers, just didn't work, man. So the alcohol worked. So after 3 weeks, when the pain started going away, stop drinking. It was that easy. I wasn't even addicted to it or nothing. It just, as soon as the pain went, no more alcohol. Absolutely not.
Well, then, not like a lot of other individuals who would keep on going with that. So, for you for that.
Well, you know what? If there's something that I can offer to the public as a human being, is that I have a lot of willpower. So if that can help people, it's all about how powerful your will to do something is. This is it. I mean, and I believe that I've had a very strong willpower all my life because I've always, when I put my head to something, I'm determined and I want to be successful in the endeavors that I invest in. So I'm always trying to push harder, further, and there are parts of me that are difficult to correct, like my laziness, procrastination, stuff like that. But they're in different areas in my life. Like I'm not a procrastinator when it comes to like working hard and go do a job. And like when I was a roofer for fucking 20 years, worked in restaurants, parallel, and I did all kinds of stuff, man. But now I want to be a full-time broadcaster. That's the thing. This is what I'm tripping on, and I really love this. This is the kind of thing I do, probably until my retirement. So hopefully YouTube will still be around by that time. But anyway, so much love to everybody. Thanks, Rob, for being the first one. Oh God, first one on the panel today. We got 12 people watching right now, so it's starting out slow, but we're gonna get some traction. Make sure to hit that like button, share this out, everybody, and click the bell, sub if you're not subbed, and I'll be dropping the link in the chat for anybody who wants to join us here on OTW News, the Grand Rising Show number 17. This is going great. The concept of the show is actually people are appreciating it, and I'm getting some good feedback. So we will continue, and thank you everybody, because this wouldn't be possible without you guys, right? So much love to everybody. Thank you for being here. And we got new people rolling in right now. We got Never Take the Jab, who's just walked in. We got cult member number 72. We also have who else? You tell me. Did I say him? We got 6079 Smith W, who has walked in.
Oh,
All right, so the link is out there. What was this? Oh God, there.
I don't really mean it like that. Like it's like
it came out very naturally there.
It did. But
it was like
it's not like a guy
reaction.
I don't have anything against him personally. It's more. I guess it's just more of the presentment for me. I don't know. Other than that, it's nothing else.
So
I do like his knowledge, the gematria that he just spews off. Just like bam, 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 bam. I appreciate that. I know a lot of people don't, but you kind of sort of have to know where to fit that stuff in.
Well, it's you got to know where to be when you want to talk about that kind of thing. That's what I this is what I realized because look, I'll tell you the truth, Rob. I'm really into that Mandela effect. I'm really into flat Earth, and I'm really into the this reality, this hologram, all this stuff. All right, I'm really into that stuff. But you got to know which crowd to be in when you're talking about these kinds of conversations, right? You can't just go onto a platform where they're talking about laws, legislations, and all kinds of and come and spew out the Mandela effect. I mean, these people are living in a certain reality where the Mandela effect is a fucking joke. It's to them it's some kind of fucking psyop, right? So you got to know. I don't believe that it's a good idea to go into a place where you could get fucking rocks thrown at you. I mean, you
Or at least just kind of tease it. You kind of have to ease it in there. You can't just. Well, I mean, I guess you can, but if you want to do it like effectively, I think it's more effective to just kind of ease in and just kind of
well, you can't.
do
No,
little
no.
trinkets every now
I'm
and
not
then.
sure if you can actually transition into a certain conversation unless if you're already talking about mystical stuff or supernatural things, ghosts, the paranormal. I don't know, Bigfoot. If you're talking about all kinds of, if you're into the realm of conspiracy theories and then I guess that you can pop in the subject into the conversation, no problem, no problem. But when you're going into a serious place, let's say I'll give you an example. Let's say Lauren was a very popular lawyer and she was getting, and she's getting thousands of views and there was getting like, popular lawyers going on to her live stream and everything like that. And then boom, somebody shows up on the stream and starts talking about the Mandela effect. Whoever's on that stream right there is going to say, excuse me, sir, does that have anything to do with that court case that we were talking about 2 minutes ago? It's like, this is the thing. If you can't read the room and you can't read the place that you're in, you can't, it's like, it's stupid. It's like me saying, going to church. I've done this. I know what I'm talking about. I had a spiritual awakening and I understood the Bible all of a sudden, started reading it with spiritual eyes and start understanding the Bible in the sense that it was meant to be, taught to us, and not the fucking way that they indoctrinated us with it. So then I decided to go to church. Okay. Great idea I had. And I started going to tell the people in church that they were wrong. They were wrong, and they literally chased me out there, people standing up in the church, running me out of the church, chasing me out nearly with pitchforks and sticks and torches and whatnot. It was just crazy. If I felt like I was in the 1800s and I was a witch and I was being chased by witch hunters. It was just crazy, man. So no, man, I think you got to know when to hold them and you got to know when to fold them. I mean, yes, and I am lighting my joint up with a candle. Yes. All right, so let's go another round for the chat. We got Sly Shy 53, I think, or 58, or I don't see very well. We have Mr. Miyagi, and we also have somebody else. Oh, yeah, Salty Sirens in the house. All right, welcome to everybody. So I just dropped a link in chat, guys. If anybody wants to join in on the fun with me and Rob here, come and chop it up, talk about anything, everything, nothing. We could just sit around and make jokes. Doesn't really matter as long as people are enjoying themselves and you're having fun here on the Grand Rising Show number 17. So I believe that yesterday was a freaking crazy stream, guys. Talking about Jack. It was just like Jack was the talk of the hour. I believe today may have died down a little bit. Jack went live yesterday and had a couple of people up there. Didn't watch it too long. It seemed to be, I think he had who was up there? I can't remember too much. Hold on a sec. There was Freedom, I believe. Yeah, Freedom was there. And who else was there? Jeez, I can't really remember. Well, anyway, we got some people rolling in. Rob, what are we gonna do with these people? Let's have them do something. Like besides listen to us, let's like have them do jumping jacks or something.
Well, somebody come up to the fucking panel. I mean, shit. Stop watching and participate. Because I noticed that there are a lot of people that like sort of chirp, but they'll never like come up and take the show in a direction to where they would like to see it go. You know, that's how you want to. If you want to talk about something, then come up here and talk about it. Don't be chirping down in the chat like a secretary or a stenographer.
Well, you know, it does take a certain amount of courage to go and click that link. And I do understand sometimes people are just like, even if there's not that many people watching, sometimes people are uncomfortable in front of an audience, you know. But that's the thing is like when you click the link, you have to forget that there's an audience. You have to, you know, understand that you're there to participate with the people that are on the panel and creating, you know, the content. And I understand the stage fright because every time I go to click on the link, I mean, even with Bro Sanchez yesterday, he was talking about the subjects that I really resonate with, and he was keep dropping that link, man. And I was like, man, I don't know. Do I click the link? You got like fucking 800 people watching, man. What am I gonna do? Fuck, am I gonna look like a dick today? I got all these things going through my mind, you know, like, and
Yeah, I understand that too because I sort of had that as well. But when you, at least for me, when you see other people make a complete fool of themselves and are just totally unaware, it should give some other people a little bit of confidence that you're not completely as inept as that bozo that you saw before.
well, like, you know, I don't want to be mean, but like Jack, right? I mean, he's absolutely uncoherent.
There you go.
Okay, he's not. You know, there is no coherency whatsoever, in my opinion, to you know, Jack's philosophy. Okay, the person seems like a great guy. I'm just saying that his philosophy has a bunch of flaws in it. All right, so I mean, and I've just. It's like I'm not making any accusations because I was thinking about making a compilation of Jack and of everything that he says because he always repeats the same thing. So I was thinking of making a compilation of him like repeating that same phrase, you know, between the six last months. How many times? I don't know, maybe 45 times. I want to literally count them and show a clip of every time he says it, you know, on all these different clothes and different panels and all this. Dude, I was, you know, because I do a lot of video editing, so it's not something that's hard for me to do. So I was thinking of doing that. So that way, he wouldn't be able to say, well, these erroneous accusations that he always says that we're making. Because he always comes back to saying that, right? It's like, oh, you're making these accusations. No. Okay, this is fucking fact. I got the proof there. Watch the video. This is what you say, and this is what you do. Okay, so now it's in your face. You see the video. You've seen the example. You're hearing your own words. You know, if that I believe is the only way to wake him up. You understand that he sees it literally.
He says he doesn't. He says he doesn't really watch the shows back, and the one time that he did mention something about that, he sort of admitted that like he totally read the room wrong. Things were going completely over his head. I mean, the dude is just fucking inept, man. There's really no other way to put it from my perspective, and I yield.
Well, you know, poor guy. OTW, I'm going to be gone. What does that mean? Sly Shy says she's going to be gone. All right. Well, see you later. Next time. You can always click the link next time. You're always welcome here. Everybody's welcome here, you know. And when we talk about other people, it's just gossiping. I mean, you can gossip. You do anything here on OTW News because the information flows here, ladies and gentlemen. When we get into that flow state and we talk about a subject, whether it be a person, place, or thing, we are always passionate about the information that we bring to our audience. All right. So she wants me to drop the link. All right. I'm going for it. Dropping the link right away. You know what I was thinking is like creating another kingdom within the kingdom, and go ahead and ask all the OTW followers to put OTW in front of all of their in front of their names. So we get all over the place. You get like kind of two cults, right? You get like the OTW News cult, and you get the Unslavia cult. That'd be pretty cool. So you got like a bunch of people running around from panel to panel with their names written either cult in front of it or OTW. That'd be awesome. Hey, welcome to the stream /58. Cult
Damn it,
numbers
I gotta beg to be a
611.
cult member. I gotta beg to get up on the damn Rob talking about people in the chat typing like secretaries. I begged, I put in there 9 times, drop the link. What
I
the
never
hell?
saw that. What are you talking
I
about?
know,
The link,
I
the
know,
link is in chat. I
I
drop
know
it
you never.
periodically.
I know you never saw it. You was just sitting up there running your news, OTW. Good morning, good morning, good morning.
God, hey, forgive me
Morning,
for running a
Sly.
broadcast, Shy.
No. I'm just only reason I'm saying this is because Rob was just spewing. People sitting in the chat says being secretary. They come on up on the panel. So as soon as I heard that, I said, "Well, drop the link." Then you went on to a whole 9-hour like spiel about I don't know what. Oh no,
I was
no,
speaking
I
in
know.
general, Shy.
It's
I know
called
what it
filling
was.
the
I'm
chat.
not even reading the chat.
You was talking about
Right.
Jack. I'm sorry. Please take it back to Jack. I forgot you was talking about Jack. So
Yes, can we
I
make this
didn't mean
about
to
Jack,
interrupt
please?
you. Huh?
Joking. I said, can we make this about Jack, please?
Yes. I mean, cause like, for the past 2 weeks, everything has been about Jack. No, I'm sorry. I
The past
apologize.
6 months, you mean?
For the past 7 months. No, it's been longer than that. For the past 7 months, it's been about Jack. How are you fellas doing this morning? Good morning, chat.
Grand rising to you. Welcome to the
Thank you.
show.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm always watching. I'm always checking you guys out. There was a broadcast that I really, really enjoyed. There was no fighting, no arguing. There was a lot of information put out. So I like it.
What's wrong with my volume? Is it too loud?
Well, maybe mine is too loud. Am I talking too loud for the chat?
It sounds good on my end. I don't know.
Hold on for a second. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Good idea. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna mute you. All right. What does it say? Can't unmute. Oh, damn it! Fucking StreamYard sends me messages for nothing. All right. So okay. Great day, you Sly. You got that from you. Tell me. You're muted, Sly.
No, someone came to visit just now. So my dogs, when they knocked on the door, it's like my dogs are the alarm. So I had to mute so you wouldn't hear all that
I got
noise.
one of them alarms here, but the bark is a little bit more intimidating than the bark of your dogs. It's like your dogs wouldn't scare shit. No one scare anybody. They are an alarm, but they won't alarm the person that's trying to come and do something, right? Let's say a robber, right? Like a robber comes in, and you have these little chihuahuas barking at the robber, and all he has to do is throw a piece of steak at them, and
they're good.
No, but think about a big dog. Like I've got a Great Dane, right? So when he barks, the whole house shakes,
Right. I believe that too. I believe that. My first dog, I believe, was a Great Dane.
The guy that comes and wants to rob the place will think twice when he starts to hear a really big dog bark, and it sounds and the windows are shaking when he barks. So it's like the guy will go, okay, I'm gonna, do the next house. I'll do the neighbors
out.
this place.
Bow out. I understand. Listen,
Because
one time somebody was coming in my window.
Is not going to be scared to walk into a house, even if the chihuahuas are barking, right?
Right.
Guy's not going to be scared of those. But if he
Look,
hears a big dog
foot.
barking, he's going to think twice before going into the house. He doesn't know what's going to happen there.
Right. Look, with the little dogs, he just take his foot and kick him out the way.
He's gonna boot that motherfucker like a field goal.
Wow. I used to say that about my dog, my female dog, when I first got her, right? She used to lunge at people and bark at people. I said, girl, listen, you better cut that shit out before you end up a field goal over somebody's damn fence, barking at people and lunging at people. Shit, I wasn't carrying at the time. I couldn't shoot nobody. The fuck?
The problem with little dogs is they think they're really big.
Yeah, they got all bark and no fucking bite. That's what they do. Somebody tried coming in my window. I think Graham laid on the bottom of the bed and watched them. He didn't even bark until I woke up. Then when I woke up, he gonna act like he on guard. Fuck out of here, nigga. You was supposed to bark when you heard that first click. And you heard that first click, you was supposed to say, "Rah, rah, 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 rah." That
You hear
nigga
that,
sat
dog?
there and looked.
She's calling you out, dog. She's calling you out here on OTW News, man.
Yes, I am. That little motherfucker right there.
Oh, he's answering you out. Wow, man, that's awesome. He's actually talking back to you.
He talking back to you. He said, "Yeah, I hear her talking shit about me." Look, he hit the Talcott. She being real disrespectful right now.
This is awesome. You see, I knew it was going to be an epic stream today. Every time I go
So,
live,
Rob, could you help me understand why am I begging? Why am I begging to be a damn cult member?
I don't think you're begging.
Nobody's
I think
begging.
it's a participation thing. Honestly, I don't see anything wrong with it. Honestly, like I said before, I would really do it, but it's just because of like the changing the Google name and all that stuff. That kind of like makes me insecure.
You don't even have to do it. Do you have like a third channel? Because I know you got your OTW News. I know you got your OTW News too. Do you have another Gmail?
You're right. I do have another channel that I could use for that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, you just click your little icon and you just change your handle. You can change it twice within 14 days.
Oh, that's what scares me, is not being able to bring it back to its old to the original name.
Yeah, you can change it twice within 14 days. Sorry, Sly, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Rob. I don't have another account. But when we did the Talcott thing, I changed it on there. But when I went other places, people was like, "Well, who is this Talcott fellow?" They was like, "Well, we hear Sly Shy, but who the fuck is this Talcott man?" So I had to change it back.
Yeah, and that's actually pretty funny because when Paul was doing that exercise with Talcott, not the exorcism, but the exercise where everybody was coddling him, I was one of the few that did not participate in that. I wasn't gonna do that. So and nobody had an issue with that thing that was going on with Jack, but everybody has this issue with the cult.
Right.
It's just a narrative that everybody has put out there, and he's just sort of leaning into it.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said I'm begging to be a cult member, because I want to, like certain things you want to participate in, right? So I asked Daddy.
Exactly. That's my whole point.
I asked Daddy.
Participate.
Right. I asked Daddy for the instructions, but he was, you know how Daddy is. I don't feel like it. So, I ain't get the instructions, so I don't know what to do.
Oh, you didn't get the packet, huh?
No, I guess I'm not cult member material. I guess because I don't participate in everything.
Is there a real packet, Rob, or are you joking?
No, there's a real packet.
For real?
Yeah, I heard it was a package. Yeah.
It comes with a robe as well.
It comes with a robe
now
too?
You're fucking with me, Rob.
Yes, you get your name and you get your robe.
Oh shit. Yeah, I guess I'm not worthy. I guess I'm not worthy, Rob. Because I ain't getting no package.
Everybody can be.
Yeah, I guess not. I'm all good with that. Look, I would be walking the fence anyway. So I'd be on this side one day, and they would send the gestures out to get me. Stop. Dang, every time I go on live, she like P. Diddy. Always gotta be all up in my videos, dancing and biting and shit. The fuck? Go ahead. Look at her. Look. I can't do shit with this thing. I must got some peanut butter on my fingers or something. She licking her ass off. All right, come on, guys. Y'all too quiet.
Well, you're speaking. I mean, it would be impolite to interrupt you while you're talking.
I'm talking about these damn dumbass dogs. Give me something better to talk about.
Okay. Let me see. Well, we got a bunch of topics that we could actually talk about. What would interest you the most? We got different ones that I could enumerate. We have self-improvement. We also have spirituality, inspirational stories. We have end of the world. If you want to argue, it's the Royal Rumble. If you want to talk about recipes, you can do that too. We got homelessness and being hungry. We talk about the free market, FEMA camps, artificial intelligence, Satan worshiping. We could talk about growing weed. We could talk about how AI is going to become a bunch of robots that are going to eliminate humanity.
That's already happening.
Yeah, we could talk about. Yeah, I have this segment where I let the chaos begin. We got vegans versus meat eaters. We also have
no lube ass, please. No lube ass. Go ahead.
we talk about a little bit sometimes about the that new fish tank thing with Sam Hyde, right? For some reason or other, cheeseburgers end up being a part of the conversation. So I figure I don't understand, but this just is part of the show. I don't know. So cheeseburgers.
Because we was talking about
energy.
McDonald's. I think that's where the cheeseburger came from.
Okay, McDonald's. Yes. All right. So that's it. Your mic
Flash, how you're
is
muted.
muted. I mean, your mic is muted. What the fuck?
My mucus is my mucus is muted. But yeah, that McDonald's thing. I was listening to you guys. Yes, I stopped eating fast food when this pandemic started. I started really paying attention to my body and what I put in it because I didn't want to fall short of catching the plan. You know, you have to catch the plan. I didn't want to catch the plan, so I stopped eating out. Did I say that right? I stopped eating out. Rob, close your ears. But yeah, I stopped all that crazy nonsense, man. I started getting fresh groceries and stuff like that.
How about you, Rob?
I mean, yeah, generally, it's, I don't really eat like trash, generally speaking. It's more of like a treat, if you will.
Your sausage, egg and your sausage, egg and cheese biscuit.
Hey, at 2 for $5, you can't beat it.
I heard you. Rob said, listen, I'm all for my bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit sandwich. Leave me alone.
No bacon.
Oh, no, that's right. I heard that yesterday.
Rob's a non-bacon eater.
I heard that yesterday. He don't do the pork. I forgot. I'm sorry, Rob. Please forgive me. I got to pay attention more.
And I heard once on Bro Sanchez that pork, okay, in the meat inside has these certain parasites that activate at a certain temperature when it's cooked. And what these parasites do is they actually go directly to the brain and create some kind of something where, it slowly eats away at the brain. Anyway. So I heard that over on Bro Sanchez. One of his panelists came up with that and started talking about that. And I was like fucking blown away about the information that he goes, especially bacon is like a killer, So I was like, oh, yeah.
Stop playing. Because I said that one morning because I'm not a real pork eater either, right? But I said that one morning. I said, but I got to have my bacon. You tell me. Yes, I got to have my bacon. But somebody I know said, that I should leave that bacon alone. Good morning, Flow State.
Good morning.
And rising to you, sir. Welcome to the show. Looking good.
Thank you. And to you. I clicked the YouTube link and I saw y'all were talking shit on McDonald's, and so I just popped in here.
Oh God, he saw the burger.
Oh, I did see the burger. That looked pretty good, but I don't I haven't fucked with McDonald's in like 3 years. That shit's, I don't know what it is. I think it's human meat.
Deadly.
But there's that, McDonald's food all has that taste, the McDonald's taste, but nothing else on earth has it. I don't know what that shit is, but it creeps me out.
Everything tastes like the
What about
fries.
the McDonald's smell? Like, it's unique. When you pass by, you're close to a McDonald's. You can it's close. You can smell it, man. It's crazy. You know that McDonald's is just around the corner.
It's the smell. It's the smell of the fries cooking, so it can lure you in.
The degreasing agent they use in the fries is the same stuff that yoga mats are made out of. I do know that.
Holy shit!
At least here, I think Canada might have restrictions against it, but we don't.
My first wife.
So you saying out? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say my first wife, when we met, she was working at McDonald's, right? And she has this allergy to bees and peanuts and stuff, right? So she, while she was working there, she, she's entitled to have the ingredients to all the products in the McDonald's restaurant because of her medical condition. So she knows what she's touching and what she can and cannot touch, right? So she got the whole list of ingredients in the little chicken McNuggets. Guys, I'm here to reveal to you that there is in the list of ingredients no chicken.
Soy.
I don't know what it is. She says, I looked through the whole thing and I didn't see any chicken. There's no chicken in the chicken McNuggets. So
you're telling me they done lied to us all this time, telling us it was tender chicken meat, and it ain't?
Exactly.
Who would believe that out of them?
You know what I think it is? Remember the lunch meat roll that what was it called? They say it's chicken breast, but it's not. It's a oh man, what the hell is it? I can't remember. But it's lunch meat, but it's not really meat.
Bologna?
No. I'm talking about oh man, what the hell? Because I went to Johnny.
Be precise. At McDonald's?
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the kind of meat lunch roll. Oh man, what the hell is it?
You're talking about like bologna?
You're talking about
no, not the bologna. No, yeah, I'm talking about cold cuts, right? But listen to me. Wait, give me a second. When I went to Johnny's, whatever, I asked for a chicken breast sandwich, but they gave you that mushy kind of meat. It wasn't real chicken. It was like you know how they melt. All right, say if you melt,
isn't it called mock chicken?
I don't know. Lunch? No, not a Lunchable. Not a Lunchable, baby. But they use that same kind of meat in it, though. It tastes like it's supposed to be chicken, but it tastes mushy like.
Well, all of Subway's meat is turkey, is my understanding.
It's what?
All Subway sandwich meat is turkey.
Turkey roll. There you go. Really? I got it. Turkey roll. It's all maybe all the juices of the turkey and maybe scraps or whatever, and they mush it all together and they cut it, and it's turkey roll. It's not real
like the loaf stuff with the olives in it.
Something like that. Ew.
Yeah, that shit's creepy looking. I don't ever eat that.
I know it is. How you gonna give me some lunch meat
or something?
What was that called?
Was it pimento loaf?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, it's some sort of a loaf, which is an unappealing word for anything, but especially meat.
Like that bread with fruit in it. What's that bread with fruit in it?
Fruitcake.
Yeah, that shit.
Oh, it's fuck, I hate those, man. I can't stand those fruitcakes, man. They're just disgusting.
I was just about to say, you're kind of a fruitcake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cupcake, yourself.
Oh gosh, no cupcakes and no fruitcakes. We don't want
I'm a muffin. Muffins are just blue collar cupcakes, and cupcakes are yuppie muffins.
Well, when I look at your head, you're right. It does kind of look like a muffin.
You see this muffin top here?
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. The muffin top. Yup.
I like a little muffin top.
Oh, yeah,
you got a muffin top.
We're gonna call you Muffin
Muffin
Top.
Top. I'll rock it.
You like it? That's good. All right, guys.
I'm
We
calling
got
me a
19
Muffin
people
Top.
watching right now. People are rolling in slowly. It is 7:35 a.m. here in Montreal, Canada, Eastern Time. 0 degrees Celsius. Super foggy, like in the movie The Mist, by Stephen King. You can't see 10 feet in front of you. But that's here. I don't know how it is going over there. But yeah. And I give you guys the traffic, but I haven't found my traffic guy yet. And I'm still looking for a co-host. So if anybody's interested, the offer is out there. Co-host.
This is
Moose.
Taylor with traffic. We got no traffic anywhere because I haven't been outside yet.
Moose is full time with Talcott. He ain't doing no TW.
Yeah,
Oh,
Moose
so
is
Moose-
He even said
telling me
yesterday
Moose
he
is
doesn't
not
come back
behind
over
you?
here.
So
He
y'all
even said he
telling
doesn't
me
come back over here because of how OTW runs his show.
Mhm.
I guess yesterday
listen,
was a shining example.
all
Go ahead.
of that stuff that Moose does, he's just trying to keep it interesting. He listen, he went off on Paul, and then yesterday he was nice to Paul. So like, you know what I mean? Like it's just what it is, man. It's a bit.
It's always a
Yeah.
bit. Everything's a fucking bit.
Everything's a bit these days in these YouTube streets. You just gotta flow with it.
Yeah. But the fact that I run my show the way I want to is because I find value in the content that I bring. So I mean, I want to. It's about giving to the audience, not taking. And I think it's not like being the center of attention that's the most important. It's about entertaining the people that are watching and bringing them some information where they can use that to navigate either through their lives or in their daily lives, or day to day, or weekly, whatever. And often that's why in my intro I always mention that the people that come on panel are passionate about journalism, because it's true. Most of the people that come here often have the real information packed down, and they when they come out with it and they share it with the public, it gives them a chance to go research it themselves and be more informed, and will not perish for lack of knowledge. Okay. So
Exactly.
this is the ultimate goal. This is what OTW News is all about. It's bringing YouTube news to the audience, and talking about a multitude of subjects. And who cares if there's chaos in it? This platform is a free speech platform. So if you come up here and you're too stupid to not talk while somebody else is talking, that's your issue. Yes, this is my broadcast, but I mean, you people never keep in mind that there are actually people out there watching right now. And when you talk at the same time, people don't even fucking hear what you're saying. You cancel each other out. So, I mean, if this is what you guys want when to show to the people when you come here, I mean, I can't. Yes, I could have a control. I could censor people, throw them backstage, and do all that stuff. Do whatever any other content creator would do, but not here. I want it to be different. I want everybody to come in, even the haters, whatever. Who cares? Trollers, come say what you want in chat. Nobody's supposed to censor anybody here, right? And the only reason you should be censored is because you're talking about topics that are too delicate for YouTube, and it goes against the community guidelines. I mean, besides that, there is no issue here on OTW News.
Yeah, yesterday I had a huge laughing fit when Paul and Dick were just talking for like 5 minutes straight, just both of them just talking. It was fucking hilarious.
I had to cut it off, Rob. I had to cut it off because it started getting on my nerves, really. You know what I mean? Because Dick was being a dick. I mean, Dick was being Dick. I didn't mean to say he was being a dick. Dick was being Dick, and he knew how to, like, everybody knows how to, go at it with Paul. You know what I mean? People are learning how to go at it with Paul. You know what I mean?
It's not hard.
He didn't back down. He didn't shut up, and that was great. But it got on my nerves because it was just too much.
Well, I mean, they're both grown men. I mean, it was up to them to try and keep themselves in check. It's because what it ended up being was an ego, an ego fight. That's what it was. So, I mean, there was no actual real exchange. Yes, there was at certain points in that certain frame of time, but there was never really any. The controversy was just too heavy. I guess the two opposing point of views were too strong, and nobody came to any real resolution on that point. So what the hell? I mean,
Dick wasn't trying to
Yeah,
make one though.
That's
Dick
what I'm
wasn't
saying.
trying to make one. Dick was not trying to make Dick was just being Dick. If you listen to what he was saying, he was just being Dick. You know what I mean? He really
I think he was
wasn't
just
trying to
asking
make
questions.
Yeah, you know, he was
He
just
said he's an aspiring polygamist.
yeah.
Man,
Yeah,
one wife is enough. I had to
That's what I
return
was
mine.
thinking. It's like, man, start by trying to handle at least one woman. Then you can start thinking about handling more than one, because
Yeah,
one
if you've
is
ever-
a handful.
Well, the thing is, you have to bring these things up at the forefront of whatever y'all two are trying to make. You know, this has to
Exactly.
be brought up at the very beginning, and it's just people are just so fucked and caught in their own way of living and the way that they've been living. They're too staunch from their own position to even have an open mind.
Because there are some people that can spend their lives together and actually love each other for all their lives, and it's an everlasting thing. I mean, it's been seen before. I've seen it in my own family. I mean, my mother's been with she was with my father, and she divorced when I was 12, and she remarried when I was 15, and she is still with that man today. It's 30 years past now. I mean, you know, guys, come on. A
My
love
parents
story.
have been together for 37 years.
There you go.
back
There
in the
are
day,
love
that's how
stories.
back in the day,
Yeah.
that's how it used to be though. Mom and pops was together until pops died or until moms died. You know what I mean? And then when pops died, if pops died first, mom held the house together, held the family together, you know, and she didn't remarry.
See, yeah, and
Back in the
that's what I was
day.
saying. That's what I was saying yesterday, because that's, you know, that monogamy thing. As I said, it's all I've known and seen, because my parents were the same way. Now, they were together for 33, 34 years before my mom passed. So
Not everybody else in
so
my family.
go ahead.
I was going to say everybody else in my family got divorced, so my parents, I think, are kind of the outlier. But yeah, I disagree. I disagree with the point that monogamy is unnatural. I guess is where I'm going.
See, I think that I don't know, man. I may have thought that as well, but with an explanation and a clear understanding of how it's elaborated and how it can be beneficial in some aspects. It's, like I said, I've become more open to it, and I'm not completely torn off from the idea as I once was.
We're talking about two different needs, right? And one is sexual need, which is obvious and everybody knows what that's about. And the other one is you get a little older and you want something more stable, more intimate, less about pound and pussy. And my understanding is that continues, especially after like when you get older, like 60 or so. That really, I guess, when dudes' libido starts dropping, that's when I understand it really picks up. But yeah, they're talking about two different things.
I don't know, man. It's not. I guess that for me, it's the sexual thing is not. You know, I'm very much the same way as how Paul is. You know, the sexual thing comes much later on down the line. For me,
Oh.
you know, I'm just not really. I'm just, you know, because I know what comes of having intercourse. You know, penis and vagina. So,
Is that what that is?
I don't know.
Excuse me. Is that
I've
what
been
that
calling
is?
that peanut butter and jelly. I thought.
I thought P&J was peanut butter and jelly. It's penis and vagina? Oh shit.
What have I been eating?
All right, so
For
you
me,
guys
it's
just gave me
kind
an
of the
idea.
opposite.
Just downloaded a new overlay, guys. It's going to be another topic that I didn't think of bringing on. I usually think of it while it's happening, but yesterday I was so involved in the conversation that it completely went over my head. But now I have it. So there you go, guys. Monogamy versus polygamy.
Well, the thing is, I mean, we've seen what monogamy, you know, has breeded. You know, 80% divorce rates, or probably even higher now.
I think that's culture more than monogamy.
Can you elaborate?
Yeah, I mean, like, I think that if we look at throughout human history, we can see monogamy has actually been incredibly successful. Polygamy with multiple women and one dude seems to also work out as long as it's culturally acceptable. But like,
or imposed, culturally imposed.
well, I suppose if the women weren't happy about it, I wouldn't have heard about it either, would I? So, but women are less territorial than men.
True that.
Yeah. So,
I disagree.
well, okay, fair. I'm starting to. Sometimes they're not. Women can also be crazy as fuck. But
well, I think again, what it comes down to is the dynamic, is the natural dynamic. You know what like, bring it up again. You know, men are. Excuse me, I lost it. Go ahead.
Flow State, I think you were going to say something.
Yeah, I don't remember either. But I mean, if you look at like, just take a look at like America and from the Pilgrims to expanding all the way west, right? Like, all that was done with monogamy. A few Mormons, but I just think monogamy has the most tried and true history, and also just anecdotally.
Well, that's according to the official fiction.
Juggle women, it's fucking nightmarish.
Well, if these women are goofy bitches, which most of them are, just the modern woman.
Well, how do I know if she's a goofy bitch? Like, I don't know. Yeah.
From how she talks, how she presents herself, does she respect herself? You know, there's a bunch of different factors to sort of find out who is and who isn't. But a lot of people don't have that discernment, and that's where a lot of the problems come in with the unwanted children, and a bunch of other shit that goes on. Because people don't discern enough in the very beginning.
No dick discipline. That's what it is, Rob. It's
that's part of it. That's part of it. But also, the woman chooses who she lays down with, unless a man is going to force himself upon her, which generally that's just an extreme example.
They're both
generally
responsible.
I disagree with that.
Who's more responsible?
I think the woman is, because she chooses if the man is going to come inside her, unless the man forces himself upon her.
She chooses. She's like, hey, take that condom off. Come in me. Let's make this risky.
Well, then the man has to be discerning enough to do that or not. And if the woman is the right one to.
I have not ran into not one. I mean, Rob, I have to say this to you, babe. Back in the day, like, men would say, oh, it don't feel good with that. I can't feel nothing with that on.
It doesn't feel very good with that, though.
Yeah, I agree. It's crappy.
You know what I mean? So when you hear those excuses and you be like, no, I ain't take my pill today. You gonna be all right. I'll pull out.
This. You guys are talking about like things after the act. You guys are talking about things after the act. You guys have to do precautionary actions before you get to the sex.
Yeah, exactly. Don't let your excitement get the best of you, and stay rational instead of emotional.
I can say that 100% of the time I've been irresponsible about that. It's been my initiative. Like, we don't need that.
Yes, but again, if it's your initiative, but the woman chooses if she's gonna let you inside her. If you make the move, but the woman chooses to let you inside,
and you choose to go in.
So a man, of course, because we're men. Men will put a dick in a gas tank, man. They'll fuck anything.
Or a cherry pie. Or a cherry pie.
Wait. Rob, now you're in absolute. Nope. I would not put my dick in a gas tank, please.
Do you know what a PP is?
It's just you know what I mean, man.
Or why you just didn't say like putting your dick in a piranha's mouth, man?
Later, I'll teach you guys how to make a fifi out of a latex glove and some lotion like they do in prison.
Wait, hold up.
I mean, is the hand no longer good enough? I mean,
apparently, you can make a pretty good vagina out of a latex glove, some lotion, a little bit of time in the microwave, and then roll it up in your bed mat.
I don't need all that. I don't need all that shit, man. Just use my fucking hand and then.
More of a recipe, man.
He said, "Let it spray where it may." Rob said, "Hey." I got you, Rob. I feel you, man. Listen, my right hand works too. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud? But hey, I gotta ask this question. OTW, did you get an email or a text or something that said put /611?
Say what?
Did you? I didn't change this. Did you get a text saying put? Did somebody tell you to put /58611?
No.
Was that already on my thing?
What are you
That
That's
was
what you
talking
were
about?
already there.
commenting as in the chat earlier. I think.
The hashtag 611. No, I didn't
So
touch
I'm.
that. I
Oh,
thought you put
okay.
that
So
there.
listen, Rob, I tried it. See the 611. So I did try it, right? But I didn't know what I was doing. So I did come up with the number 611, but I didn't, like you said, I didn't get the packet. So I didn't know, you know what I mean? What the rules of the game was. But I did come up with a number.
Well, do you have to come up with your own number or you're assigned a number?
I don't know. That's what I was trying to find out. Won't nobody give me the information? All the cult members, turned on me. I spoke to people in the chat yesterday. I thought I was blocked. Ain't nobody speak back. I was like, what the fuck?
They were this when I popped in chat, they were shooting at me with AK-47s, man. I was like,
I would do that too.
What did you do, OTW?
I showed up without my tag.
Oh yeah, I got put in the
chat with
basement.
OTW News, and it's like right away it goes.
Hold up, they was trying to warn me.
Bang.
The chat was trying to warn me. They was like, Sly Shy, change it. You're going to change your stuff, Sly Shy. So when I was like, well, I don't know the rules. I don't know. So before I knew it, they was like, who is this Sly Shy character? 5 minutes in. I was like, damn, I don't even know what the hell is going on. So he ended the show with me in the basement.
Oh well, I popped in and I guess I didn't understand really what was going on. I knew there was like this cult thing happening, but I didn't know necessarily the rules. So I was just like normal, usual, go into chat and start saying what I usually say. Anyway, whatever, and boom, I get fucking shot at right away. Boom, 5 minutes in the hole, and
5 minutes in the dungeon.
Yeah.
So how dare you talk back to Sire? Moose, how dare you talk back to Sire?
Yeah, I got to get myself one of my accounts there set up as a cult member number or whatever, but I still got to figure out what's going on. Oh yeah, I want to participate, dude. It looks fun.
Yeah. That's the only reason I want to do it. It looks fun.
Hold on a sec. It can't be any worse than participating in a Dungeons and Dragons thing.
Don't do that either.
Why not?
Have a little dignity.
Yeah,
okay.
Dungeons and Dragons are for
I've never
nerds.
done any Dungeons and Dragons simulations. All right, I've played the game, but I've never went out there and done the actual.
I seen you at the park with your fake swords and your costumes, running around LARPing with other grown men.
Stop it! Don't tell everybody, man.
Hey, that's only during the Renaissance Fair.
The Renaissance Fair is sweet.
So OTW, do you have cardboard or real metal? I just want to know. Inquiring minds want to know, how do you go out and play Dungeons and Dragons?
Well,
real metal wanted.
Cardboard or metal?
Do you want to see my suit?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get it. It's right next to me, right here too.
Next to your candle?
I was just making shit up. Does he really have a suit?
He probably does. Knowing OTW.
They might have gone off screen to come back with a Magnum condom.
That might be his suit.
It might be. That's all I would wear on the stream if I were OTW.
Oh my goodness. OMG.
What is that? Is that your hiking gear? Are you Crocodile Dundee?
You got plans to meet up with O'Shea?
Where's your Bowie knife, Crocodile Dundee?
I
Oh
got
my
one of
God.
them. Wait. All right. Can we show it? Can we show I was on YouTube? I don't want you to get banned.
No guns.
I don't. Yeah. If it goes pew, probably not. Where's my fucking bow and arrow? I lost
yeah,
I
that's
lost my
nice.
bow.
I got one too, buddy. Mine's got a little I gotta cover it up. And I don't want the evidence to be showing. It's got a little stuff on the end of it. from my last victim. Okay. Still have friends.
How you guys like my hat?
I think it's pimp.
You look like a witch.
A pimp witch.
Pimp be witching.
Hold on, let me try the Gilligan look. How's that? Is that better?
Nah,
you look like
a hillbilly.
you look like a woman who would be sailing off Nantucket or some shit.
A church lady.
Yeah, you look like a church lady.
Oh shit. I like that hat better.
It's like those nuns. What is it? Super Nun? What was that TV series back in the day?
Flying. No, the Flying Nun.
Flying Nun. Yeah.
Yeah.
What? I never heard of that.
You never heard of the Flying Nun?
No.
Oh God. Okay, I gotta bring it up now. You see, when somebody never heard of something, I have to show them. So I'm gonna go bring up the clip real quick here. Oh, I'll
What
find
the
that.
fuck does she do?
Yeah. Oh my God! You don't know about the Flying Nun?
Is it a
That was,
Canada thing or an old people thing?
No, the Flying Nun. I mean, it was the 60s, 70s, OTW.
That's old.
Yeah, it was
70s.
something like that.
Yeah.
It was the latter then.
Yeah. See, I'm old. I'm sorry. I had to tell y'all. I'm older than dirt.
Well, you snitched on yourself with the Flying Nun thing.
I've been here before. This is my second life.
It's 1967 to 1970 TV series.
Yeah.
One second, I'm gonna share it. You'll see the I think it's the beginning theme song or something like that. One second.
I like his song. Rob said, "I'll be back in 5 minutes."
I'm gonna share
Rob,
this.
is that what you leave up on your desk when you walk away? Is that what you leave up on your desk? I'll be back in 5 minutes.
You could put it on your desk right in the middle of somebody talking to you.
No, I put it up on the door when I need to use the restroom. That's all.
Okay, but that's
But
cool.
you leave
though.
your mic on so everybody can hear it. I
There she
see.
is.
Yeah, there she go.
Oh God.
Oh God, this is. Oh God, I don't believe I'm watching this.
Yeah, she was before Bewitched.
Look at their heads, man. Do you see those? She's got a fucking airplane on her head.
Those are like Dumbo wings.
Yeah, right. Like those Dumbo ears. You're absolutely right.
Does she fight crime or some shit?
I don't remember. I never really watched this show. I just knew about it.
She was a problem
Man, he
solver.
almost looks like Al Pacino.
She was a problem solver. Hello.
She didn't solve all the
She would
kids
solve
those
problems?
priests were diddling.
Oh my
Say it
God.
again.
I would never watch this.
Have we had enough, guys?
Stop playing. Flow State
I
gonna
think
go
we had
find them episodes later. You hear me? Flow State gonna find them episodes later. He gonna be like, listen, I gotta see what this what this nun is about.
I made them think I hate this show, but I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like addicted. He watches in a loop, every weekend. The 3
Watch the
seasons
whole
back to
series?
back.
Start it over again.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So was
There's only 3 seasons,
Bewitched
so
was first,
season
right?
2. Bewitched? No, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It came after that, no?
I thought
let me go
Bewitched was
check.
in black and white.
No, Bewitched
Yeah.
was in color.
Nah, I
Now
thought
you got
Bewitched was
them all
in.
mixed up, man. I watched
Check
I
to
I
see
watched
think
the
it was
date.
in
Bewitched, unless
color.
I watched the remake maybe.
Check the date and see when Bewitched started.
Hold on a sec. Hey, you're making me work hard here.
The best old shows were
Hey.
cartoons.
Huh?
The best old shows were cartoons,
Nah.
He-Man and the Masters of the Universe was my favorite.
like Foghorn Leghorn.
Oh my God, y'all stop playing with me.
Let me see.
How
Bewitched
old are y'all?
was
How old are you, Flow State? You ain't nothing
30,
but 39
36.
years old. See what I
36.
say? Y'all don't know nothing about no damn old stuff.
how old are you,
Damn,
Flow State?
baby.
36. Man, you
36.
young tuck. Yeah, you're young, man.
Yeah, he still got milk behind his ears. He don't know nothing about Bewitched and
Breath
the
smelling like
Lion
Similac.
How old are you, Rob?
I'm 29.
Oh my God, that's even worse than Flow State.
Rob's still sucking on the titties. I mean,
So high. Come on now. I hope OTW is too, or else that's his bad.
Well, I'm past I'm actually past the threshold of the 45th year. I'm on the 46th year, so it's like I'm closer to 50 now than I was to 40. So it's
So
only
you're
downhill from
Are
here.
you retired then? Is that when you retire?
Oh God, I wish. Well, no, actually, now I'm thinking of going full-time YouTube.
And retirement, I think, is a trap, anyways.
Yeah, it is.
Because
It's
people
just
who like retire and then do nothing, they just like watch
die
TV for a
after.
year and then die.
Mic check, mic check.
Exactly. You're all good. Coming in clear.
but
I
what
know I
is
just said that because Christos is there.
Hey, Chris. But what is well, I mean, like, who says you have to retire though? Like, where did that come from? When I turn 75, I'm gonna retire. Like, what? Retire from what?
From your factory job.
Yeah, I think all that shit started probably around World War II. I'm just taking a guess there. I have no
Yeah, like I'm gonna retire. Yeah, I'm gonna
Probably because
retire right
eventually
now.
Or like, I want to
somebody
live my life in a way that makes me look forward to retirement, right? Like, can you imagine being my age and like, God, I can't wait till I'm 66. The fuck?
All right, hold on a sec. I'm 46 and I don't have a retirement plan or anything. And
Me
another
neither.
thing
I'm
is,
60.
no, there's another thing is I've never worked declared, so I've never contributed to the retirement thingamajig. So I won't even be when I get the age of retirement, I won't even have a retirement. You
Neither will
understand?
we.
Because
It's all a
I've never
scam.
actually
Yeah.
I never paid for that. I never
And
worked declared or so.
I
No.
spent
OTW.
2020 cashing out my 401k. I forgot I had a 401k. I thought I'd spent them all on lawyers in 2017, but I got a letter in the mail. And it's like, oh shit, I have a retirement account with money in it. So I spent 2020 cashing that out and buying gold and silver.
Oh, there you go.
Flow State, what's your channel? You have a channel?
Yeah, it's called Flow State.
Yeah, he has
And if you
channel.
search for it, you probably won't find it. But
Mhm.
but the tag is at Flow State. I got the handle, so you can type in YouTube/C/Flow State or at Flow State.
Okay, what do you do, if you don't mind me asking?
Construction.
Okay, cool.
I'm a contractor, so I am not in the system anymore either. I was for a long time, but I'm not anymore.
Okay, now,
Salutes to you.
yeah.
Thank you.
I'm still in the system. I try not to use it. I try to use it as less as possible, right? No paper trails and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, and it's been like that for me for almost 30 something years.
Well, I haven't had a W-2 job and W-2. I have had no W-2 income in what 3 years. I guess that's not entirely true. I had a little bit, like sometimes you just can't get around it. I had like 17,000 last year, but generally,
You're in the States, aren't you? On the States.
Yeah.
Why don't you just file exempt? Or during those times, I guess. Maybe you didn't know about it, but
I don't know about it.
Yeah.
What do you mean? How do you file exempt?
it shows you right on when you're filling out your W-2.
Oh, when you fill out, because you can file exempt, but those earnings still get reported. So, but it's all good because like that 17 grand that I had, that was reported. I was able to file tax returns and get like way more back than that. So it worked out because I've got dependents. I got 4 dependents.
Ah, I see. Yeah, I ain't got none of that. Fortunately enough for me.
Well, hopefully you do. I didn't plan for mine, but it was a best mistake that ever happened to me.
That's what I always hear.
So hopefully
And
you
I
shoot
don't,
the
and
wrong
I
shit too.
don't, no, I don't want it to be a mistake. That's why I don't have any right now.
Well, that was my thoughts too. But anyways, I'm glad I was wrong. Hopefully you fuck up. All it takes is half a pump.
Hopefully I fuck up.
All right, everybody.
I did fuck up a few months ago, but fortunately, nothing came of that. That was the only time I ever shot up the club, and fortunately, nothing came of it.
Wait, hold up. Hold up.
If there was a club in there, then that could have been anybody's.
Did you just say a couple of months ago you just shot up a club and got away with it?
He did.
I
But
mean,
it's an analogy.
I'm meaning
Hey, Rob.
shooting a woman.
Oh, I'm like, yo. I'm like, damn, Rob, they got you really like honest. Yeah, I just shot up a club and I got away with it. Fuck.
Not anymore.
I ain't no getting away with that on
Yeah.
Vegas.
You heard it here
With all the
first on
CCTV
OTW
cameras.
News. This is breaking news, ladies and gentlemen.
Right, breaking news. Now everybody gonna say, yeah, Rob shot up a club and got away with it.
Shit, you wouldn't see me here at the plantation if that was the case.
Like, did you
I
just
know,
walk
Rob.
in and start shooting, or was it a drive-by?
It was a drive-by. It was a drive-by.
Okay.
It's kind of spur of the moment.
So she Ubered home.
No, I Ubered home. Mic check.
1, 2.
What up,
Muted,
Christos?
Christos.
Dailyopolis.
Hey, great stream so far. It's good to see Slash Eye on here. She's one of my favorite characters in these streets. She's hilarious.
Hey,
And
what's
also,
up,
I like your
Christos?
shirt, Flow State. Is that the dude with the Obama? Yep.
Yep. And it says abide below it.
Yes, sir.
A Biden.
No, not a Biden. Hell no.
A Biden.
Although I hell know all of them.
Yeah, if I was quicker to the draw, I would have pulled out my kukuri machete type knife sword thing that I have. I saw you all were throwing around the blades earlier, which made me think, because someone brought up something about, don't show a gun because they're getting real strict with that and shit. I'm guessing these YouTubers that their channel revolves around like showcasing different guns and whatnot.
You can't show it on live streams. You can't.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Rob. Okay, that makes it a lot more clear now.
I guess
Yep.
pre-made videos are all right, but not.
Well, I also, not to cut you off, OTW, but I did hear something about. I think it's getting a little more difficult. There's some restrictions or whatever. They're kind of clamping down on, I guess, the gun channels outside of the whole live stream thing, which I guess shouldn't surprise us given the climate of things right now.
See, this is what they want. Chris, good morning. This is what they want. All of this stuff that's going on is just to get us talking about it, get us arguing about it, get us divided about it, right? And then they're just going to go on with whatever they want to do. But as long as they can put it out there and throw the little fear up in the air, people snatch it and run with it. And then they start discussing it. And, they're going to take away our guns. No, they're not. Yes, they are. They're going to take away. They want our guns. No, they don't.
See, what I find sort of interesting about that whole thing is like when these things that they show us on TV, on the news, these school bang bangs and these other different events, it seems like the gun sales, they start flying off the shelves. People start buying more when things like that happen. So I think that's pretty interesting. I don't know what that means, but
I heard a young man getting a deposition done, right, by the police or whatever, and they were talking about guns or whatever, and he said, and the cop asked him about his guns, and he said, well, I got about 14 of them. The cop said, well, why so many? And that's what I'm saying. Why do you have to have so many guns?
I had 31 when my house got raided.
Damn, why?
I mean, have you seen what's going on? I mean, look at all the policy enforcement and all. It's for a tyrannical government. That's what we should use them for. I mean, but
the other thing is that guns hold their value very well. So it was also sort of a savings account or a store of value. Is a hobby that I could justify putting money into, right? Because I used to build I used to build ARs, and so I'd build ARs up, and they'd be badass. And it turned into kind of a side hustle for a while. I did a few custom ARs for people, but then now I'm a felon, so that's not my hobby anymore.
Yo, that sounds crazy though. It's like you custom made a AR for somebody, like you custom made a car. Like, who the fuck does that? Custom make guns. I'm just saying.
I got some customs on my Glock.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, because Glocks and ARs, they're all very standardized. So you can swap all the parts out. And Glocks, that's the whole point of a Glock, because it's a fucking ugly black square, but you can do a lot with it.
That motherfucker's sexy. I love the way the Glock looks. just on its own.
But
getting accustomed to it.
Those sights, right? I hate those little rinky-dink sights they put on them.
yeah, I hear that.
Well, I need a sexy Glock too, Rob. What the hell? A sexy Glock? I need a sexy Glock. How do I get a sexy Glock, Rob?
You go to the store and you buy a Glock 19.
I got the police issued one, the
40, the 20.
No, yeah, the 22 G3.
It's the 40 caliber.
Yeah, but it's all. You can also switch it to 9mm as well. That's what I really like about it.
I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. I'm scared of guns.
They're scared of you.
I was too until I got my first one.
And now he's shooting at the club.
Bro, say shh, don't tell, don't snitch in.
How do you think I got out of prison? Come on.
You told on wait, hold up. You snitched on a few drive-by shooters.
Have you guys
I'm
read the comment
here to get Rob?
Read the comment, guys. This is interesting. Okay, according to the University of Hawaii, Democide Project, all genocides in recent history had a gun confiscation enforced first.
Yep, that's right.
I screenshotted that.
Hey, could y'all explain that to me, please? Like I'm a fourth grader.
Well,
basically, there's a track record in history, like that was just said, to keep it simple and short. All the different regimes, before they really take full power and get tyrannical, one of the things they have to implement at some point prior is some type of gun buyback thing, or just completely rounding up the guns themselves and taking them away from the populace. Obviously, it would be under some type of guise of, for your safety and whatnot, like they tell us now, though. Or it might just be an outright confiscation,
See, I don't see any. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, y'all. They do it in Philly. That every now and then they got this buyback guns, and they'll give you a $400 gift card to go shopping at ShopRite. They buy them back, and then they sell them back on the street. Then somebody dirty cop brings them back out on the street.
Yeah, I don't really see like a confiscation sort of thing going on, but what I do sort of see happening.
Well, I wasn't saying that was going to happen, Rob. I was just saying in the past. That's all.
I know, but I hear these different ideas being talked about, and it's just not feasible. It's not possible in my mind. But what I do see happening is, just passing more programming and more policies and things of that nature to keep the next generation from wanting to get them. So
Well, you
in that
don't
way,
need.
They
so in
want to
that
keep
way, that will be a way to sort of do what they're trying to do.
they want to keep the guns for
Intergenerational,
them.
yes.
They want to keep the guns for them. It's they want to have their Second Amendment, and the people that different people don't get the Second Amendment. We get stopped in our cars, and the first thing they want to do is search for a gun.
Because I'm already seeing that now with what I just sort of put out there. This is a lot of the younger generation. They're not into guns. They're afraid of them and all of these different things because of the program.
They
And so
also think
that's
that
how
they're
Yep.
girls.
What was that?
They also, the dudes think they're girls and the girls think they're dudes, and maybe they're right, but
Well, I hear a lot of younger people, talk about that girl being guys and guys being girls. It's been it's this kind of behavior didn't just start. It go all the way back to the Roman days, right? So why are
Right.
people all in up arms about people being different, people not owning their own
I don't
whatever,
think that's the
whatever?
problem. I
Are
think
you
the I think the
serious?
problem is the propaganda and how it's being sort of force fed down everybody's throats. That's the issue.
Okay, and I still say it's not being force fed down your throat if you don't open your mouth and take it.
Oh yeah, that's true.
that's
But
what
I
I
mean,
said, but they still
look
called
look
it
at the
rape.
general population. They're eating it up.
Yeah,
They're eating it
but
up.
as responsible people, right? We have to think for ourselves and say, hey, why should I hate somebody else for being different?
It's not hate to
I don't
disagree
think
with it.
anybody
I
in
think
this sort of community is
it,
like that, though.
it's
Nobody really
what
hates trans
I think that it's
reversals.
more
Excuse me.
compassionate to point out what's a mental illness than it is to enable them.
No doubt.
How about the tyranny of police officers? Does
What about it?
anybody ever pay? Does anybody ever pay that much attention than the LGBT? Like everybody wants to fight the different, but the ones that are really causing loss, injury, and harm, nobody's standing up to them.
Were you here 3 years ago?
What do you mean?
There was riots all over the country.
Were they riots or were they caused to get people to say they were riots?
Were there buildings on fire?
Were
Hey
there
guys, I gotta
what?
pause you for a second, just for a
Mm-hmm.
second, okay? I got something to say to chat.
Mm-hmm.
I see never take the jab is like overusing your power, dude. Stop blocking people in chat, please. All right, I'm warning you, or I'm gonna have to take away your mod. Okay, so stop.
You're
And
rich.
will kill you.
No, I see. Hold on a sec. It's not never take the jab. Hold on a sec. Oh yeah, never take the jab. Yeah, stop censoring people, please. Okay, you censored Cult Slave Master 007 once, twice, 3, 4 times, man. Knock it off, or else I'm gonna take your mod away.
You're wrench.
Well, mod wrench and take the wrench away. I give it to people.
What
because
is
I
he
think
spiraling about?
And you took mine away. You gave me mine and then took it right back. I was like, dang.
OTW, why would you do that?
I don't even remember doing that.
Yeah,
Oh,
the first day the other day when I came in the chat and I was hanging out and everything, and you moderated me. Then I came back the next day. I was like, God damn, what happened to my wrench?
We do not take the power away from Black women. OTW.
That's right.
I
Nobody
agree.
puts baby in the
Absolutely.
corner.
I'm no, I didn't take anything away. I'm just gonna have to go check that
Or
out.
white men.
So
I just
wait,
wanted to say, it seemed like we were approaching the conversation a moment ago with a kind of a one-dimensional view there, Sly Shy. We didn't get to go too deep into it, but I think things are a little more nuanced than maybe how you were framing them with us.
Explain for me, babe. I'm like Jack Talcott.
Well,
Sometimes I can't stay focused.
You were basically saying, let gay people be gay people, I think, which it was just in my stance or my eyes, it's a little more complex than that, what's going on in the world. I mean, sure, there are people that just don't like gay people. And I do understand what you're saying about being response able, not opening your mouth for the propaganda. But I think it's undeniable that there is a contrived push that is not organic to have people, quote unquote, questioning their sexuality. Um, the chemicals and everything as well. The point is, yeah, people can be gay, cool, and some people are just quote unquote born that way. But we also should acknowledge that there is a very obvious contrived effort to, have the youth confused.
Who's
So
pushing this
that's all.
thing, Chris? Chris, though, who's pushing this though? Who's pushing all of
It's
this that just started in the past 3 years? Really, all of this stuff has just started in the past 3 years. As far as these you're reading the trannies reading your kids story books and stuff. All of this shit just started in the past 3 years, and I believe that these are talking points for the next election. Every 4 years, they come up with some bullshit. The guns, the LGBT, the riots. They done killed like 5 unarmed black people, and then we got riots and we got buildings burning down. All of this shit is a part of a plan,
I
right?
see,
agree.
I can appreciate what you're saying there. Yeah.
I
You
agree.
know
It's
what I mean?
part of a wedge
So,
issue,
So do
but
you
just
not agree
because
that the? Go ahead.
I was going to say,
uh,
just because something is a wedge issue and it's intended to cause conflict, doesn't mean that because of that you should let these fucking drag queens go dance for your kids at school, right? Like you still have to address the problem being created, even if you know it's created for a contrived reason.
do some of the people that you vote for are drag queens
I don't
undercover
vote for
in
shit.
closet? Well, I'm
I don't
just
vote
saying,
for
not you.
shit.
I don't mean you personally. I apologize for saying that, right? So don't take it, I don't mean you personally, but people vote for a lot of these people. They got so much shit in their closets, right? And they're standing on the front line talking about you don't do it, right? But then
And
later on, it come
that's the
out.
proper place for it. If you're a drag queen, keep that shit in your closet. Don't take it to school.
But I'm saying though, if what makes me, if I wanted to dress up in a 3-piece suit with a tie, right? Why do you have to label me?
They label themselves.
No, 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 no. The way I dress don't make me a label.
If you're dressing and behaving a way that is clearly inverse of how it is
Who
normally expressed
says?
in society,
Who says?
Nature.
Why does society tell people how they should live? That's
they're
the
they're
problem.
just
That's
norms.
the problem.
But there are norms, right? They just exist,
Who
right? I'm not saying they're
says?
good or bad, but
Who
they're there.
says?
So if you're living in a way that's
Nature says.
overtly opposite of them, you're making a statement.
Nature says be free and happy.
Nobody wears heels because they're comfortable,
If I wear heels, it's because of my choice.
right? But it's not because you're
If I put
comfortable.
on a suit, with a 3-piece suit with a bow tie, right? It's because I'm comfortable. I
If
shouldn't
a
be
man puts
labeled.
on heels, it's because he's making an overt, and he wants to be noticed. If a man wears heels in public, he wants people to notice the maybe
Okay,
sex isn't the right
notice
word,
me.
but the gender, this biological sex based juxtaposition.
Notice me. Okay, I'm a dude with high heel shoes on. Notice me. Does that mean that I have to be does that mean I have to be labeled and something bad because you don't understand that I want to wear high heel shoes?
Okay, well then explain why you want to wear high heeled shoes and why you want to do it while reading books to kids. If you can explain both of those in a way that makes sense, then I won't have an issue with it. But since there is already a correlation between drag and sexual entertainment, right? That correlation already exists. Why would you be associating with that and wanting to do this with kids in a way that's non-sexual?
All right, so I feel like when they did that, or
I think
whatever
I
happened,
think you guys are kind of glossing over something. In that specific example, you gotta like talk about the parents that are taking
yeah.
these children to these things that are being hosted, so to speak.
or how come we can't look at where I mean, I know it might not be clear in your eyes, but how come we can't look at it like we're teaching children that people can be different and accept it, right?
But we're
You're
also
teaching,
You can do
you're
that just
telling people.
because why are we putting the kids at, why are we prioritizing protecting the adults over protecting the kids? The priority should be to protect kids from adult predators, not to make sure adults feel safe everywhere they go.
So reading a book to being a transgender person,
Not
reading a book
trans.
to your
I didn't.
child.
It's not trans story hour. It's drag story hour.
Okay, so
Drag is
being a
not an
drag
identity.
queen, so being a drag queen, reading a book to your child, it puts some. I mean, it changes your child automatically. Reading, being who I am, reading a book to your child puts in your child's mind, oh, I want to be like that guy.
I don't know what it does, but there's definitely something strange about a dude dressing in drag and wanting to be around kids. Full stop. That's definitely a big red flag.
So if and again, if I dressed if I dressed up in a 3-piece suit and went to a school and read a book to some kids, that's confusing.
Is that all you're doing? What I wanted to do is I wanted you to take it from the other thing.
Listen to me for a second. Society says I should be this way. And this is how I'm teaching my kids because of what society says. Right? I'm not going to teach my kids what I believe is right. I'm going to teach my children what society says.
Well, I
not
believe
what's
that.
natural.
Right now, society is saying that drag is normal, like in a big way. You got the White House, all the major companies, but regardless, I personally agree with the traditional gender norms in this case.
That's the problem. Y'all got traditions and labels, man. That's the problem right there.
Some labels exist for a reason.
Why?
Now, why do you think that children are better off having drag queens read to them? And why are you not concerned about the fact that drag is historically an adult entertainment or an adult venue? It has always been correlated with sex. It doesn't have to be sexual, but neither does a strip club, I suppose. They're just dancing on a pole in their swimming suit. You know, it's not like they're having sex with kids. You can say that about anything, knowing that it's sexual. So why do you think that grown men should dress up in drag and go hang out with kids?
So when a grown man,
do you think that's normal?
But wait. The kids don't know anything like that. The kids aren't even thinking like that. It's the adults that think like that. It's the adults that have the problem, right? Children don't have that problem. Children don't even. Then once their child comes home and they say, "Well, Dad, a lady dressed up in a 3-piece suit and she read us a book."
Have you seen some of the pictures of kids at drag shows? Like, there's a lot of kids that are like, what the fuck is this?
Okay, then you explain it as a responsible adult.
Yeah, they're not dressing up in a 3-piece suit.
Yeah.
So what? Whatever they do, you explain it to your child.
Why would I ever let somebody go do drag shit for my kid and prioritize? I don't give a fuck if that man feels comfortable or not. I hope he doesn't feel comfortable around my kids. He shouldn't.
But what should he feel though? I mean, because he's not pulling his dick out in front of your kids while he's reading the book.
That's what
he's not kissing a man. He's not kissing a man while he's reading the book.
Are you
He doesn't have his lover like squeezing on his lover's ass while he's reading the book.
So all these things you're assuming all this shit.
Are you assuming?
I'm not assuming that he's doing that, but I know that there's no reason why I would prioritize his comfort over my kid's safety. Before anybody's around my kid, I want to know what they're doing there and why.
Flow state. Keep that in mind. Please keep that in mind. Please keep that in mind. Hello. Yes, I would like to present to the stream, Mr. Kizun. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Kizum, yeah. Hi.
All right.
Good to see you
Hello,
again.
Mr. Kizun.
Yeah, good to see you too.
OTW, I didn't hear what you said to keep in mind.
What you were talking about. I just wanted to interrupt the conversation so I could present Mr. Kizum.
Oh, okay. I don't understand why it's important for some people to introduce kids to drag and all this stuff. I don't know why it's so important for people. Why? I mean, it's it may not hurt them necessarily, but why is it important to introduce it to them in the first place? That's weird to me.
They're not introducing them to it. People are just being people. Whatever they are, whatever gender they are, whatever sex they are, they're just being people.
Okay, Sly, but you got to understand that these people are outliers, like small percentage, and they're trying to make it the whole, they're trying to widen out this mental illness.
I mean, it's like they're trying to make something that is statistically an anomaly be viewed as if it's completely statistically normal, and that's exactly weird. I don't know why people want to do that.
It's almost like they're grooming.
But
almost.
It's normal to them. They're not
it's not normal to them. It's not. No, they know it's not normal.
It's not normal to other people.
It's
but
against
it might
nature.
But it's, oh my God.
I don't know about nature. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, even wearing glasses goes against nature. So.
But it's
there's a lot of things that go against nature. It's our responsibility to be responsible for ourselves and our children. If you're against these things, then you keep your child, whatever, you teach your child, right? You can't hold other people and make other people be responsible for how your child learns, what your child is taught. You can't say, oh, they're bad because they're teaching my child this. No, you have to teach your child. If you don't want your child to be a part of that, then you remove your child. You can't change other people. You can't make other people not be
trying to change them.
I know
just
that.
Corral them away from schools.
Then
we shouldn't. Parents should have the right to at least somewhat dictate the things that are being taught to their children in public schools, since it's being paid for with taxes.
But you know that public schools are indoctrinate. What do you call them?
Indoctrinate.
Yeah, y'all know that's what public schools are. Public schools are to teach.
But it wasn't always this bad, and now it's becoming so blatant.
That's because we're doing right now, we're talking about it, and there's some division, and that's what they want. That's why this has been so on the front on the talking list for the past 3-4 years, right? Because this is what they want. They don't want you to like different people. They want you to be against. They want to push, oh, they're teaching your kids, they're indoctrinating your kids to be transgender, homosexual, cut off their Peter, slice. You know what I mean? Like, this is what they want you to do.
Those things are happening, though, also.
Say it again?
Those things do happen, though.
I mean, yeah, because schools. I mean, there are schools in elementary schools, kindergarten through third grade. They put on the board, look at all these different genders. Which one do you fit? Stuff like that,
They shouldn't be teaching that kind of stuff.
I agree.
So we're talking about the adults, not the children, right? We're talking about, you have to hold. If that's how you feel, then it's the school or the school board or whoever that you have to address, right? It's not take it out on the whole world.
Some of the parents have been trying to address that, and then they get called terrorists because they're trying to address those issues. It's crazy.
But how are you addressing them? Are you standing out, cussing, and holding up flags and No,
they're going to the meetings, and they're getting on mic and just describing the situations. I mean, they're not just doing that is being considered terrorism. It's crazy.
Well, when I complain about the government and the police and stuff like that, they call me a terrorist. Call me a sob sit. I mean, Like, just my opinion. I just believe that we have to be responsible for ourselves. If we don't like something, all we could do is pray about it and pray that, we do our part to not participate in it. Right? Like, even in these YouTube streets, when shit going on, I don't participate. If I don't agree with it, I don't participate in it. Right? So if you feel like these things are going on in these schools or whatever, you can't fight the whole war of people being different.
You would suggest that to be a good person, you should just ignore bad things.
No, but I think that
being
maybe
a good
you can do some
person is being
homeschooling.
responsible for yourself. Being a good person is being responsible for yourself and taking and keeping yourself in line, so these
Does
other
that
things
include
won't
keeping
throw
your
you off
children
your
at
track.
home, educating them yourself? Does that include that? Because, in my opinion, that would be
Yes.
the best course of action.
That's what they want. Y'all don't get it. They want to end public schools. That's what they want.
Who
That's what I'm trying to.
the
They
far right
want to
does?
end public schools. They done started these
Okay,
online things.
when you say
Who
they,
you mean
like,
they?
who are you talking they? Like, are you talking to one side of the wings, the bird's
Talking
wing,
about
or
the
the other
government
side of the
period.
bird's wing?
Talking about the government period. I'm talking
The
about the
government
government
would
period.
never end public. That's their shit. That's how they get people to be stupid.
I don't understand the argument. I'm very confused.
They just invested on a bunch of online schooling and all of that kind of stuff, yo. They want to take the brick and mortars away, and they want to get with this online. I mean, this what do y'all call it? Technology, whatever. They're trying to get rid of all of this brick and mortar, and they want to use technology.
All right, hold on. So let me bring this back full circle here, okay? What we're trying to figure out here is the reason why we have transgenders in school reading stories and stuff like that, and they're pushing this agenda on the children. Now, the solution that I came up with is take your children out of school and homeschool them, because if you don't agree with this, certain paradigm that if you're okay with it and you think that you believe your children, it's okay for them to be subject to that type of presentment, if you will, then that's up to you. That is your choice. But believing that if you're like against it and something, and you're the school that you send your children to are participating in that kind of thing, then just take them out, homeschool them, hire
That's easier said than done, though.
I do understand.
I mean, because some people are working, you don't have the chance to be able to homeschool your kids.
That's like saying if you don't like the president, you should move to a different country. It just.
And this goes back to what I said earlier about penis and vagina and people being irresponsible.
I think the people in society have there's God, what's the word? Oh well, anyway, we should be trying to influence what it is that's being taught in public schools. You can't just throw that away and say, "Oh well, public schools are crap. Let's not worry about it." We should be focusing on it to some degree.
Can we influence the police officers to know the law? Can we influence
sure, but that's shifting to a different topic.
Parents were part of the committees and they were helping the schools decide what the programs were going to be. What happened to that? It's like nobody can answer that question. Nobody.
Well, I don't know. I'm only 36. I wasn't around back. I don't know.
But there was things that were in school that these are things that I remember when I was in school that they had. Why don't they have them now?
Because at least in the States, there's a common core curriculum. The curriculum has become more centralized. I don't know how things used to be because I was a kid back then.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you how they used to be. They used to teach math and reading and all that good shit, science and all that good shit used to be taught, right?
Wait.
Nowadays they teaching, like you said, your kid want to be transgender, and they teaching all the shit that you don't like is what they're teaching your children now. So then you make the decision, being a responsible adult, and say, "Hey, I don't like this curriculum that the public schools are teaching." right? Let me find another alternative way for my child to be taught. Now, like I said, they are coming up with all these online classes and this, that, and the other. Everybody robbed the banks, and they started investing in shit. So they invested in all these online schooling, and you get computers and you go on trips and shit online. I mean, I'm just saying, they trying to really get rid of brick and mortar, y'all.
I mean, that's not a very well. First of all, that's not a viable solution for everybody, just financially. And when you have something where it's mandatory by law for your kids to go there, you kind of have to do it if you don't have the alternatives. But even if you do have the alternatives available to you, that still doesn't mean that you should go, fuck the rest of these kids, let them learn to be transgender communists. Because
it's their parents' responsibility, not yours.
Paying for it.
But what responsibility do we as citizens have to society in general?
My responsibility is to keep myself in check.
Hold on a second. First of all, I believe that if you're educating children, okay, first of all, if you look at the children of today, the teenagers, they all have identification issues. They have problems already trying to identify themselves and understanding who they are, what they're all about. And now what they're doing is making it worse by
way worse
males in dresses in fucking classrooms, fucking mixing up the children where they already have parents, I'd say at least 25 to 30%, 33% of the fucking parents out there are all fucking demented, on drugs, fucking drinking beer, not even giving a shit about their children, sending them to school without any lunches. I mean, no. This is on top of that bullshit where the children has a hard time identifying what type of personality they want to grow up with. They're fucking putting grown men in fucking women's dresses in their classrooms. Now what the fuck are you going to come up with next? I mean, that's the fucking issue that does have to be fucking addressed. You guys have to realize.
But who do you address it to, though? Like, I mean,
the school boards. The school boards.
The school boards.
Okay.
The parent committees, the school committees.
All right. I hear that. I've been hearing this kind of discussion for almost a year now, right? When have any of you went to the school board and said, hey, this is I can't handle this?
It's not happening in my district, but I keep a very close eye on it.
All right, so keeping your eye on it ain't going to change it.
It hasn't happened in my area.
I've gotten things changed at the school board by addressing
keeping your eye on it. Just keeping your
does.
Huh?
On what the school does, yes. I've got kids in the schools. I pay attention to what's going on.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
And I have gotten things changed by paying attention and then addressing them.
That's what I'm talking about.
Drag queen story hour at school now.
Yeah, and same here.
Can I ask this question?
1 second, Shy. My grandson goes to school not far from here in the local town, and if I'd hear word of that kind of thing, believe you me, I fucking show up at that school and say, what the hell is going on here? You're not going to start showing that kind of bullshit to my grandson. What are you guys, insane or something? And you're not going to bring this gender identification thing and already start screwing up with my grandson's brain when he's starting out 5 years old and he's just coming into the world trying to understand what's going on. You guys are already going to start mixing him up. I'm
That's what they want to do.
Manifest and go to that school and give them my peace of mind. Obviously, for sure, I'm not going to let it slide. That's guaranteed. I'm totally.
And I said that to somebody else too, but I'm hearing this same. How many goddamn drag queens went to these damn schools and read books to these kids, man? Because I've been hearing about this.
It's not just about the drag queens coming to schools. It's about. Okay, fair enough. I'm just saying that it's also about the things that they're pushing. They're like I said, they'll put on the chalkboard or whatever. They'll have something there listing all these different genders and sexualities, and they'll try to have the kids see what they fit into the best. And it's just like, no, you shouldn't be doing that.
No, they shouldn't be doing that. And that's the responsibility of the adult. That's not the kid. The kid should not. That's the
Everybody is
responsibility of the adult.
responsible for
If
that.
a person if a teacher is putting some shit like that up on the board, she should be fucking fired.
But they're
Really?
not.
Because
They're
that's not what
they're being
But the
propped
school-
up by some people.
No, I don't agree with it. I don't think children should be learning stuff like that in schools. I'm going to say that, right? That's not for something that a teacher should be teaching in school. A teacher should be teaching math, reading, science, how to sign your damn name. They done took cursive. I heard somebody talking about that yesterday. They took cursive out of schools. Like people, they done took learning what they need to learn out of schools, and they done put all this bullshit to keep the adults, the parents and stuff, arguing and fighting and divided and all of this kind of shit.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Sly, but this goes beyond just the school system. Okay, I have an example of my grandson coming here, watching his cartoons, and come in the kitchen, come and see me and say, "Pappy, come and watch." So he brings me into the living room, watch the cartoon. It's Teen Titan Go, and he's watching this, and guess what's fucking playing? The friggin' Titan superheroes are freaking twerking. So my 5-year-old grandson starts twerking.
DD214, please mute. You got one going on.
Who, me?
You said, you said they was twerking?
The cartoons were twerking, and my grandson started twerking in the living room, 5-year-old little boy, and I'm looking at him and says, "Don't do that. Do not do that." And he's like, "Why, Pappy?" "Because it's wrong. They're not supposed to be showing that kind of thing on television. The cartoons aren't right." And my daughter actually said, like, "Don't tell him that." And I was like, yeah, I'm going to tell him that, because I want him to understand that this is just not normal. You don't twerk.
And you need to give her a lecture while you're at it.
That's just, I was just like appalled.
Yeah, because I can't stand seeing little 3-year-old, 5-year-old, 8-year-old girls dancing like that either. Like, yo, that's not cute. That's not funny.
It's
so I got a
disgusting.
letter from my niece's school where they were allowing children to be allowed to walk on all fours with leashes because they're technically furries, and they were going to go ahead and let these children think that there's some type of animal. They were putting litter boxes out for these kids.
Yeah, I heard that.
At your school district, you got a letter?
I've heard that the litter box thing was a hoax, and it was just bullshit. So
I heard that.
I got a letter.
Like I said, this is just to get us, like we're doing, talking about it, maybe disagreeing with each other.
It doesn't matter if that's what it's for or not. It still needs to be addressed.
I know.
And it's
fair
also
enough.
to create
I'm
awareness.
not making up
The question of
excuses.
creating awareness.
Can I?
We were talking about this on YouTube. Yes, go ahead.
Can
I
I?
just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. I'm just saying, I know it's not right. I'm just saying that that's what this is for. It's for the division, for us to be divided between one or the other. What somebody said is, I told my child no at the age of 5 that no, you shouldn't be doing that. That's what an adult's supposed to do. Teach your children yourself what's right and wrong in your eyes. Don't hold somebody else responsible for teaching your child right from wrong.
Society will teach your child more than any parent. That's full stop. I mean, there's just the world the way it is.
You can try to teach them things that are outside of what they're being taught in school and society, but it's not going to stick very well because it's just you against the world. It seems like. I mean, I'm not the world, but you know what I'm saying. It's you against a whole set of society. So that's hard.
Look at me. I'm 60. I had to raise my damn self. Where's your faith?
And I mean,
I don't have that much faith in society, and I don't have that much faith in humanity. So I don't know.
And your perspective on drag shows that you basically that you're agreeing with society, right? Oh, it's just them being them. Like, what the fuck?
So why do I have to wait? Why do I have to if I disagree with it? Why do I have to go with society? Well, oh, because society disagree, I should disagree too.
No, society is definitely agreeing with the trans thing right now. The drag queen story hour, 100%.
I'm my own person. I am my own person.
You know what? I'm gonna disagree with you, Flo, on this about society disagreeing with that element.
Okay,
I think that there's a silent amount of people that very much disagree with this stuff that's going on, but they're scared to say anything.
You're right, and I want to rephrase that to say institutionally, it's getting a fuckload of support.
Yes.
That's the plan, to get us divided. One side over here don't agree. This side over here agrees.
Yeah, but it's always been a dualistic paradigm that we've been living in. It's always been like this. I mean, it's always been left and right and up and down. I mean, it's kind of like the nature of things
also,
here, you know.
Lately, we've had a serious attempt to weaponize the mentally ill, the criminal. You know, you see the rogue elements of society being weaponized by institutions against the rest of us.
All right, you're muted, Sly.
I'm sorry. I'm still going to say, at the age of 60, I am responsible for me and anything that goes on around in my life. Right? I can't blame other people for anything. That's just for me. I don't care what's going on in somebody else's bedroom, kitchen, or bath. Right? I like seeing. I mean, I did enjoy seeing.
That's nobody was saying. Nobody was arguing about what happens at their home.
I'm not. Could I? Y'all get defensive too fast. Y'all do. Y'all don't let people talk. You get defensive and you say, "Oh, we didn't say that."
I get fired up about this shit.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm not trying to be fired up and argue. I'm trying to be reasonable and
fight me. I'll cut you.
I'll cut your ass back too. But I'm just saying, you know, I gotta be responsible for me and anything that goes on around me. I can't let it. I don't want to fight and argue and fuss about it, right? What you talking about, Willis? I'm just saying, man. I can't be fighting about what somebody else does in their life. I want to love and enjoy. I want to be like Talcott. I want to be peace and love.
Talcott is not peace and love.
I want to be
Talcott wants to be peace and love too.
Oh, come on. Are you a Talcott fan for real, Sly Shy?
Yeah, I'm a Talcott fan. The hell out of here.
Okay.
Shit.
Well, I like the guy, I guess, but you know, I still have my my opinions about how incoherent that man is. So
it's all right. I know you guys don't really know me that well, and y'all say Sly Shy, she's just so reasonable. But listen, Talcott is doing what everybody does in these YouTube streets. He's doing his show. And he has to keep it interesting, right? Just like Paul. Paul does a broadcast and he keeps it interesting. OTW, you do a broadcast and you keep it interesting, right? These conversations, these discussions that we have are good, right?
Hey, what about the two of us? We don't do shit, do we?
Right. Don't say yes, you do. Look, you don't like drag queens and transgenders. Okay, I got it. No, I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you. So I'm gonna say, I probably gonna say some shit, and y'all, cause y'all you see a little black girl up here, so I might just say some shit. But listen, I understand exactly where you guys are coming from, but all of this stuff started in the past 4 years, right?
I'd say since 2016, really.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Really.
All right.
Since Trump got into office.
I did not want to say all of that, right? But I'm just saying, all of this stuff came about because they want us to be divided. Nobody is supposed to be happy with nothing, right? If you're happy, or we're gonna throw some shit in the game. We're gonna put a drag queen in your kid's school and read and have them read books to them. You understand where I'm coming
That
from?
shit don't make anybody. That don't make me unhappy. It's just an issue I have to address. I kind of enjoy fighting sometimes. It's fine with me.
Oh, okay, all right. Well,
I like a little conflict. Without some conflict in my life, shit gets boring. You know, I got to stir it up.
all right. Well,
Fair enough.
I understand now. OTW, I ain't coming back to your broadcast. Like I'm just playing.
These streets are dangerous here.
All these damn conflicts and drag queens and shit. I just can't handle it. I can't handle the truth.
You were a great. No. Wait. You have to understand that you were a great, contributor to that conversation, and it was actually absolutely informative. It got people most likely thinking and got their brains, that little mouse spinning in that wheel. So I mean, I think that everyone here that contributed to the conversation is actually a great panelist. Everyone go show some love over to Mr. Kizum, which also has a channel, does his own broadcast videos and everything. So please make sure to.
Right on, man.
Yeah,
can somebody drop this link in the chat?
Yeah, sub to his channel. He's
right on. Thanks, man.
Talks about a multitude of different subjects. We got Flow State, who also makes his own. He's got his own little thing going over there. So make sure to go check him out. I believe you guys are modded. Kizum, I will mod you. So please drop a link in chat, and you'll be able to have the opportunity to drop a link to your channel in live chat for everyone to.
You got mods. Tell some of them mods, get the damn work. Get the fuck back to work, mods. Drop some links in the damn chat. The hell? Anyway,
I modded you,
OTW.
Sly, by the way.
OTW.
Yes.
I noticed you didn't mention my channel. The fuck?
I didn't even know you had one, Sly.
See?
What the fuck, OTW?
See? That's what I'm talking about.
You know what?
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm going to give you your 15 minutes of glory right now. I'm going to put you front stage, and you can promote yourself, since I lack the tact of doing it myself here on OTW News. So go ahead. The floor is yours.
I appreciate you, OTW News. Listen, I got a channel. Yes, I do. Slideshot58. Y'all know me, right? But my content has been on the slanted downhill kind of thingy, because I've been in these streets with y'all for the past 8 months. So I haven't been doing my own content. But I'm gonna hire Moose, okay? Because I need 844 subs in my DT voice. Could you help me get 844 subs? That's all I need, y'all. It's 844 subs to become
we'll help you
to become a Talcott second hand.
Hey, I'm subscribed now.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
843 to go.
All right, so
Slideshot Eli Peoples. Yes, Eli is that's right. Eli the People's guy. Y'all don't know Eli, but yo, check Eli out though. I'm suggesting, guys. Eli's one of our YouTube people, and he stands up for his rights and freedom. He has good music. Check him out, Eli the People's guy.
All right. So everybody has their mods, so it's all good. It's all done.
Rob, where'd you go?
Links, click on each other so you can go connect with each other and explore all different channels that you've never heard of before. So make sure to do that. And this is, like I said before, a non-censorship broadcast. So nobody's censored on panel or in chat. So my mods have been warned more than once. I seem to have to do it every single broadcast because one moderator either wasn't there the last time or doesn't understand the the regulations of OTW News.
Got a question for you, OTW.
Yeah, go ahead.
You thought about it. And I hear you have a different tune today. So does that mean Wizard can blow his and you won't turn him off?
Blow okay, what? What's Wizard blowing?
I said it before. I said it yesterday. I'll say it again today. Free speech, not free whistle. Okay.
Yes, no free whistles. Yes, yes, that was nuts. That was so
Right?
stupid.
I love whistles, but
He
fuck
said
his
free
fucking
whistle,
whistle,
not
okay?
he said
Free
free
whistle.
speech, not free tutor. Free speech, not free tutor.
It's like
Well,
not free
if
flute
Wizard is
day.
blowing tutors, then let me know because
Or else I'll have
I might want my
everybody come
tutor
up here
blown.
before. Sorry, Flow State. I'll have everybody come up here with a fucking flute and have them everybody flute all fucking day. You know, that's
That'd be the worst
we'll have
stream
that
ever.
broadcast.
Oh man.
We'll communicate with each other with whistles and flutes, right? The whole broadcast for 8 hours. Let's see how people like that.
I kind of want to do it now just because it's so absurd and obnoxious.
Oh my God, stop. Paul just might do that shit. Don't give him no more damn ideas. He done got cult members. He had people buying Piznog. I mean, God, don't get that boy no more. Man, don't
Buying
get that boy
what?
no more ideas. Piznog. You ain't see the goddamn Piznog ads? They was
No, we
buying Piznog all winter. People was buying Piznog and
I don't know what that is. I don't watch TV.
Talcots. You saw the Talcots,
It
didn't
wasn't
you?
on TV. Flow
OTW.
State, you know the whole issue with Jack Talcott and the Paul and Slavia. You've been on Paul and Slave's channel.
Yeah, but like they do so much shit, and I haven't none of them for very long. I just found them like when the whole Ian thing started is when the first time I heard of him. But yeah, there's like, I mean, Paul streams like 12 hours a fucking day every day. There's so much shit that goes on I don't know about.
Yeah, Kizum, are you aware of Paul Enslaved and the Unslavia Empire?
Now it's a cult.
It's a cult
Now it's a cult. It's a cult now. Mm-hmm.
But he did say he does. What does he call himself? Lord or no, King of Enslavia.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Lord of all media, or no, God of all media.
God of all media. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yo, I can't believe Snafu got spanking. Snafu got a spanking yesterday from Daddy. I was dying. How does Snafu get spanked?
That sounds so homoerotic.
OTW, did you see Snafu get spanked by Daddy yesterday?
I don't no, I don't think so. I think it was the day before. I look, there's a lot of stuff going on.
So many,
I try to
right,
keep
right,
up with
right.
everything. It's live,
Yes.
but it's not easy. For sure, if OTW News had a team, then we would be able to cover pretty much a lot of what's going on YouTube, because this is what it's about. This is, YouTube.
Hire
news, not,
moose.
So what you're saying is you need a
mainstream
moose,
media.
but not moose.
Yes, you need a moose. Hire a moose, man.
I can find you a moose.
I don't want a producer. I want a co-host. That's what I'd like to have. Somebody.
But
where
you do your
we
thing early
show
in
up
the morning, so
together
you want
and-
somebody to commit to early morning shit. That's a hard sell.
It is.
I
Because
know. But what the hell? I mean, the early bird gets the worm, and I think that by committing myself 5 days a week, 8 hours a day to this YouTube universe here, that I'm going to be successful. I actually believe that, and I'm really
Jack
going
Talcott
towards
believes that too.
goal. Say what?
Jack Talcott believes that too.
Yeah, but the difference is I'm not trying to sell anything, but try to give. I'm not selling anything. I'm giving it away. You understand? The people that come here contribute and give information. That's why I call the panelists journalists, because everybody's passionate about whatever subject that they are into, and most of the time,
That's a very prestigious name for what we've been doing.
Most of the time, when you come up with a subject, you're informed about it. You have a good opinion, and some people even come up with technical reports and everything. I mean, it's absolutely phenomenal. You got documentation, not emails, but links to different sites and different places where you can.
Instead of journalists, can we be professors instead of journalists?
Well, it's because you're putting a negative connotation to the journalists of today and the real journalists.
No, I'm just putting a more prestigious. If we're going to upsell ourselves, because I think journalists is too prestigious for what I've done so far. If I'm going to upsell, I'd rather be a professor. I think, because that's even more clout.
Yeah, but I don't tag us as journalists. I just say that the people that come here are passionate about journalism.
I was on newspaper staff in high school.
Yeah. So in a sense, we are all reporters. We are all here to transmit the information that we acquire the best way that we can, and then tell the people in the audience, take that information, research it for yourself, and make your own logical choice or discernment, or you get your own point of views. And you can also come back, bring your point of views. If you have opposing point of views, that's accepted as well, because we're always interested in knowing what people think, and it gives us a better idea in our own perspective. And I'll talk for myself when I say, in my life, when I go through a day of broadcasting this, and I get all this information, and then I process it in my own life, it helps me out day to day to be able to deal with my personal issues, whether it be financial, relationship wise. It covers a wide spectrum of different topics. So, I think it's contributing to society by helping people, with contributing this information to them, and just, and I don't know what else to say. I'm just rambling on. Please cut me off, somebody.
Well, when I'm being a journalist, I don't encourage you to think for yourself. I've already thought for you. So just take this pre-digested information and perspective and adopt it as your own, please.
Well, see,
Okay,
that's what they are doing
on journalism, though.
But that's what they are doing. They are doing exactly that. They just put the shit out there and they throw it up in the air and they say, "Let's see what dummy catch what."
That's what they want you to believe. That's the problem. It's like they push what they want you to believe. But
Yes.
I believe that real journalism is gathering, statistics, information, testimonies, putting that all together into a story and bringing that story to the public. That's real journalism. That is bringing the truth out to the people.
I was going to ask the question.
Investigative reporting, in my opinion, would be the best term to be used.
I had a question. I lost my OTW. That was great, brother. That was really great, brother. But I had a thought. Just that's okay. That's okay. If somebody else go,
It'll come to you.
I was just doing it. I was just entering a Jack Talcott moment. That's all.
Or I don't have anything particular to add to that. I was just listening. So
it's like
I don't think either.
Moment is when he's talking about a subject, and all of a sudden he's like, "Oh, geez, I lost my train of thought."
No, I do that shit. Don't pick on Jack for that. That's just the ADHD.
Wait, I got that problem too. I have short-term memory. But Jack, you'll be saying something, and as soon as you finish, Jack will be like, "Yeah, OTW, that was a good point." Then he'll say, "I was going." Oh, I lost that train. I lost that. I had to get back to that one.
Yeah, and he often repeats like what somebody. Let's say somebody said something really smart or intelligible. Sorry, he always repeats it afterwards. He always
because
yeah, you're right, and then he repeats what that person says, and just
because he's writing it down. Like, he's writing it down. He's writing it down. He's taking notes. So in the next broadcast, he'll be using it.
Repetition is the most powerful and effective and common form of brainwashing. So maybe we can all practice.
You just suddenly had me thinking about music and theme recapitulation and how that gets someone to memorize a song. Sorry, I guess it doesn't relate totally. Sorry.
I think it does. The fact that they do that repeating process, like when they make the chorus come back. It's to have you, usually what everybody remembers is the chorus of a song, right? Nobody ever really remembers the lyrics, but they always remember the part where everybody goes, "Oh,
you ain't lying."
That's true. That's very true.
I can look. You be like this, da, la, 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 la. And I'm black and I'm proud, la, 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 la. And I'm black and I'm proud.
Exactly. Something like that. Yeah. Well, what other song that we all remember that had that recurring theme that came back, and we always like that stupid song that sticks in your head all day long while you're going to work or while you're doing something. It's like
From the window to the wall, to the sweat drop down my balls.
Well, my daughter last night sent me a message. Her boyfriend, she got a new boyfriend, and he is into music, and he wanted her to ask me if I knew the song "Good" by Better Than Ezra, and I've had that song stuck in my fucking head since, just from the question.
See, there you go. That's programming for you. So we've been programmed since a very young age, ladies and gentlemen, and from all sides, from every sphere, in every aspect of our lives. Everything that we've ever learned, ever known is actually a lie or half truth. And it's up to you to do the research to figure out what the hell is really going on and, gather the real information, because there's a lot of things about either religion, the government, different aspects of our lives, Hollywood, the governments, even the technology, even NASA, and even a bunch of all kinds of different avenues that you could take. There's so many different rabbit holes. I mean, you just choose one,
But Flo, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say something to Flo. Flo, though, you see what like you're young. You're I don't know what the millennial or whatever, right? But that's what they're doing to the young. Good morning, Samantha. That's what the I don't know. That's what they're trying to push now. The younger people, they want you to they want you to hate everything, right? Anything that's not like you or dress like you or act like you or,
They're making them
American.
hate themselves.
American, if you're not American, you're outcast. You understand where I'm coming from? If you don't act like this, if you don't dress like this, if you don't walk like this, if you don't talk like this, you're different. Something's wrong with you.
I understand that's the narrative, but I disagree with it, because disagreeing with somebody and hating them are not the same thing.
Well, and also, I don't think this is what's being taught to young people right now. What's being taught to young people, there's a dogmatic element of everyone has to accept everything. There's a multicultural thing being taught to kids now. It wasn't always that way, but that's what's being pushed now. So I don't know.
Have you seen the video of the young ladies, the young girls in school dressing up in black face and acting like slaves and slave owners?
No. What?
No, I haven't heard about this. No.
In school.
At a school?
At school.
A public school?
Was it part of CRT?
Or whatever.
It probably was.
All you got to do is Google young schoolgirls dressing up blackface. It comes right up. Google how they made the little black the white kids made the black boys dress naked and tried to sell them, auction them off.
That didn't
kids
happen
in school, huh?
They made them dress naked in school.
That sounds like a fraternity.
The kids in the locker room had the two black boys naked, and they was auctioning them off. They were playing like they were slave owners.
Yeah,
but this is what's being taught in schools now.
So here's the thing, but here's the underhanded way that the government in school, in my opinion, I can't remember, but here's the underhanded way that they promote division is by fixing it, right?
Yes.
Right. So all these things, a wound will never heal if you keep picking at it. And the racial thing, for sure, they will not let die. They will continue to pick at racial division until as long as forever, right? It's too
because
easy.
They want. Did you hear them say they want white America? It's got to be white America. I don't understand where that came from, but it's got to be white America.
Which is bullshit, because I was raised in the 90s, and like I'm telling you, there was no fucking racism back then, like at all, that I remember.
Huh?
I mean, I'm sure there was some. I'm speaking.
You're saying.
I'm sure there was some. Kazoom, you're muted. But
I'm sorry. Sorry. No, there's. I got used to the rooms where you have to hold the button on mute on your microphone to talk. There's always been in the 90s there was plenty of racism, but
I
it
didn't
wasn't.
mean that literally. I didn't mean that literally. I meant,
okay.
Sort of relatively. Like I was unaware of it. There was not racial tension. I didn't grow up in a particularly white part of town either. There was plenty of times where I was the only white kid in the room. I'd never noticed at all. Like the racial tension is new or it's returned in these levels.
But look at what you said. A child, really, a 5-year-old, really don't know anything about transgender, homosexuality.
They don't need to deal with sex.
Listen to what I'm saying. They don't know until somebody tells them, right? Until they're taught. Right? So what you do is you protect your child. You know what your child is learning. And if you don't want your child learning about transgender, gay, lesbian, whatever, right? Then you make sure your child don't learn that shit. But when they get older and they say, hey, I feel different. I don't feel like myself. I don't feel like being a girl anymore.
The problem isn't about learning about it. It's about being trained in it when you're too young to have the critical thinking faculties.
See, that's what there it go. Y'all want to get to that critical where's that thing they want to teach? Critical
Logic?
what?
No, critical race theory? No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking
critical thinking?
I'm thinking about logic. Kids can't reason for themselves.
Logic is I allow people to be who they are, and I keep myself in check. See, I can't change other people, right? I can only pray for other people to get better, right? I can only change myself and walk the way I walk and talk the way I talk, and then I lead by example. If you see the way
nobody was ever trying to change drag queens.
There you go. You want to fight? Come on, let's get ready.
I told you I'd fucking cut you.
OTW, come on with it. Let's get ready to rumble. Where you at, man? What's up?
He's probably taking shit.
You're slacking, OTW.
He's been drinking all those cups of coffee. He's got to take his morning shit.
Yeah, I get up on the panel and I don't get no, let's get ready to rumble. I don't get nothing but what you talking about, Willis? I knew that was going to get on me. I didn't even get that. Huh?
I didn't even, Kazuma, I didn't get any sort of a clip.
Yeah, man. See, you gotta understand.
Man, you mentioned coffee, and now I'm craving coffee. I'm gonna go grab a cup of coffee, and I'll be right back.
Yes, sir. It's a pleasure to be up here with you guys this morning.
He's going to poop too.
Shut up, Flo, stay shut.
And why do you think my camera's off? I just keep talking to y'all though.
Yeah, you telling everybody's business. Damn. I guess so. If I pause, does that mean I'm going to go take a shit too?
It will. That's what I'll tell people. I mean, I got to talk shit while they're not here to defend themselves, right?
Yes, that's true. That's true. I like to say good morning to everybody's in the chat. Moose, Cult Slave Master 007, Yachty, Samantha Sweet, thanks for being here this morning. Listen, I woke up. I know Larry James is cussing me out, right? Larry probably cussing me out. He's probably saying that little bitch ain't got time for me, but she over there on OTW's news show. I'm sorry, Larry, but they had some interesting conversations going on this morning, and then I get to meet Mr. Kizami and Flow State. So, got to hang out with Rob. Too long, Rob.
That's what you're saying. You're saying you got your priorities.
Yeah, I got my priorities in order. Like I had to come meet some new people.
And I agree with those priorities. I don't know who you're talking to in the chat, but meeting me has to be a better priority, I would think.
Yes, definitely. Because I'm over at Larry James' channel.
I don't think I know that shit.
He does a broadcast. I think you've been there one time, Flo. He does the early morning broadcast.
Maybe I drop into things sometimes, but I don't recognize that often.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm usually over there sometime, but I've been busy for the past couple of months, 2 months. I've been really busy. So
Busy's better than bored. What have you been doing?
yeah. Some things I don't answer questions, but I've been doing some things keeping me.
Well, that's suspicious.
Yeah, no, hey, don't call the cops on me, please. I know it sounds suspicious, but please don't call 911.
I don't ever call the cops unless I need to file an insurance claim.
Yes. See,
Who
that's
would want to call
and
policy enforcers anyway?
people do because we look suspicious. You know, how do you call a cop? How do you call 911 and say, I got a suspicious person walking down the street? What's suspicious about them, ma'am? They're wearing all black and a mask. Okay. Is that something suspicious that you should be concerned about, y'all? Somebody wearing all black and a mask?
And a mask walking down the street. I'd watch them until they'd walk down further away from my house.
That's right. That's right. That's all you're supposed to do is watch them. Right? Because if they ain't causing loss, injury, and harm, why should you mess with them?
Or maybe I'd put on my mask and just sort of follow them.
Hey, the shit, the tag team.
And then if they stop and turn around, I stop and act like I'm not following them, and like look around like I'm stupid. Oh.
And then they gonna call the cops on you. Look, then they gonna call the cops on you and tell them somebody suspicious is following me.
Maybe I am suspicious. I'm probably trying to have sex with them or something.
Oh my gosh. TMI. Y'all always want to be talking about your sexual experiences. No dick discipline.
Can't you just let me be me and have sex with people who are just walking down the street?
Is that how you swing it? You walking down the street just having sex with people? You go, boy.
What's up, stranger? You want to have sex?
Yeah, I mean, you sound like Tomcat trying to get somebody to come have lunch with him.
It would be kind of weird though that would be how it worked, like just pass by and I see someone that you like and go, hey, how you doing? You want to have sex? Okay, hey, sure.
I actually have done that and it's worked.
Larry said he's done it. Larry said shit. All he had to do was say, I got some beer in a joint. Want to go fuck? Yo, it used to work for me. I did it.
It happens.
Do it. I mean,
I was shocked at how high a success rate that had, though. It's like at some point, everybody's sort of done playing the game. And if you can just skip all the bullshit and get right to it, there's an audience for that.
That's no fun, though, because see, you skip all the other stuff and you get right to it, and then it's over in 2 minutes. I'm disappointed.
But I'm not.
There's no challenge, right?
That's the damn problem.
The game hard to get, because that's how it happened with the woman I'm with right now. The whole time she played hard to get, and at the end, when finally we ended up copulating, she told me, it's like the whole time she wanted me. She just wanted to see how interested I was and how far I was willing to go and we're still together 2 years later. So that's pretty cool.
And by the way, she shoved a safety pin through the condom. So
no, we don't have any children, sir. We're good.
That don't mean she did. Hold on. I'm sorry, OTW. That don't mean she didn't.
I'm already a grandfather. I wouldn't want my son or daughter to be younger than my grandson. That would be kind of awkward. I would find.
Yeah, but that don't mean she didn't poke a hole in the condom. You just might have been shooting blanks.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I shoot blanks. Who knows? I don't know.
No, nothing but a poof of smoke comes out.
Your gun wasn't loaded.
I've been out of ammo for years.
Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Let me find
Yeah,
out.
I mean, the last
Let
time
her
I had
find
a
out,
child
OTW.
was
You
last
you
time. No, but seriously, last time I had a
That
child
sounded
was
like a
25 years
request.
ago. So I must be out
Flo,
of
ain't
ammo.
nothing slow
OTW,
about you, Flo. Ain't nothing slow about you, Flo.
Better hide you from her. Your girlfriend's gonna be mad. She'll be like, "What's she doing with my poof of smoke?"
What you talking about, Willis?
You like that, eh? That was a good one.
Yeah, because see, I was expecting it. I really was. I kind of.
There you go.
What you
I'm
talking
late.
about, Willis?
I said, first time I go up on that panel, I bet you they use that shit on me.
I did.
I know. That's fine. I was ready for it though.
Yeah, I was ready for it too. OTW, what's the deal?
Yeah,
Shit, I'm
actually,
glad you ain't.
I have one for you, Flow State. You listen, watch
Yeah,
this.
what
This
is
is
it?
for you. Here you go.
I got nowhere else to go.
I didn't hear. What did he say?
Play it again.
Oh, I'll play it again.
I got nowhere else to go.
That's Moose.
Okay.
That's Moose.
I got nowhere else to go.
That's
So
how he
watch
ended up
this.
on Town
No,
Cop.
but actually,
That's how
that one's for the trolls, guys.
I
Use that
actually
one.
do have nowhere else to go. I can't go anywhere.
Oh, but look, OTW. That's how Moose ended up with Talcott. Play it one more time for me.
Oh, come on, that's enough now.
I want the truth.
And you know when shit hits the fan here on OTW News, I like using this one, guys.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Now there was a fight almost about to happen twice up here, and you didn't. We was begging for it.
It wasn't hot enough. It wasn't hot enough. You guys weren't
Well,
talking
shit.
about
When the man said he was gonna cut me, that was a fight. Yo, you haven't heard it? When a man tell a chick that he gonna cut her.
OTW would not have saved you. He would have let it happen.
I know.
Yeah,
Just to
He
see
probably
some
filmed
blood.
it. He'd have been like, "This is good content."
Gee, Flo State,
OTW.
you're starting to get to know me, man. It's like,
Look,
know,
if
I'm
one
on
or
a-
two
I'm on a
people have to
fine
die
line
for the
between-
channel,
listen, I'm on a fine line between ambulance chasing and
and causing the wreck.
yeah. Well,
Like maybe if I just loosen all this person's lug nuts, something exciting will happen when they go to drive.
Well, when Paul Unslave showed up yesterday, 2 hours before the show ended, it was a heated 2-hour show, man. It was awesome, man. I got like 100 viewers or something like that. Like,
I was getting ready to comment on that. Go ahead. I was getting ready to comment on that.
Oh, it was awesome. And
So
all that was happening was people yelling at each other and talking over each other. You couldn't actually hear anything, but people were like, "Oh yeah, they're listening to this." And I'm like, "Wow, people just love this shit." I'm like, "They're eating it all
That
up."
sounds awful.
It does.
Can I interrupt? Can I please interrupt? Can I please interrupt?
Go ahead.
All right. So yesterday, right? I heard all of that. So all of that was going on, and then somebody said something about putting somebody out or something. I don't know what was said because I was paying attention. I wasn't paying attention, but I was. But then I heard OTW say, Nah, shit, I've got 100 and something people here. He said, shit, let them keep talking. That's what if they want to hear Paul and Dick talk over each other, shit, I got over 120 something people in this room.
Come not gonna
That's a pretty
fucking
good
shut them
crowd.
up. What are you talking about? I'm gonna let them freaking scream at each other all day long if they want to.
Yo, yeah, he said, listen, my room is getting full. Let him argue.
Make the next one pay-per-view.
That's a good one.
Yo, oh shit. And when y'all was talking about those memberships, right? Let me find out Jack Talcott is going to have a membership. If you don't have a membership, you can't go to his show. What the fuck?
That's a little bit tyrannical, don't you think?
Yeah, he said he didn't say it.
I mean,
that's good.
I could definitely see Jack being like a polite tyrant.
He is. What the fuck? You can see it. We see it already. Every day,
Oh,
Jack
you mean like
is.
Trudeau, Justin Trudeau here in Canada, that a polite tyrant like that?
I mean, Jack will say love in one sentence and then call Nubs a piece of shit in the next. I mean,
If I met Trudeau, I would want to give that dude a swirly so bad. It'd be like I was waterboarding the motherfucker nerd.
all right, yeah, this is one of them times where you needed what you talking about, Willis, OTW.
Oh no, I understand what he's talking about. I'm like, I'm down with that, man.
Yeah.
Look, maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. I'm just slow.
Yeah, well, if you don't know any, too much about Canadian politics, Justin Trudeau is the Prime Minister of Canada. So he's.
I don't like the United States politics. The fuck would I be concerned about Canada's politics?
There you go.
It's not even
Well,
like
I know who
in
Trump
that
is.
sense
and
that I
know
want to
who Biden
swirly
is,
him. There's just something about him, right? Like I just want to beat him up. It has nothing to do with his politics, even though they're terrible too. He just looks like somebody who needs to be fucking punched.
I felt that way about Donald Trump, yo.
Oh, no.
No, but if I could hit one person in the face, it would be Neil deGrasse Tyson. He is so condescending.
Yeah, I don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson either, but I love Trump. But I'm not like, if I was an American, I wouldn't vote for him, or I wouldn't even vote at all. Obviously, I don't even vote here, so fuck that. But I love the guy, the presentation. I love the guy. I love that character, the whole fucking television persona, like the energy gives off, like the everything. I like it. I just like it. It's like, even if he would be the bad guy in the story, I do tend to like the bad guy in some stories. Like watch, like I'll give you an example, right? Like usually in any movie, the bad guy never wins, right? It's always the good guy that wins. And so I found that was a recurring, really sucky kind of storyline until they came up with the movie Seven with Brad Pitt, Kevin Spacey, and Morgan Freeman, right? And the bad guy wins, man. So this movie, for me, in my opinion, was the most epic movie ever, because and that's when I started liking the bad guy, because like the bad guy won, right? Anyway, so I'm just rambling on, but it's that kind of I guess what is it they're pushing right now with the is it the anti-hero, like Black Adam?
Yeah, he's kind of an they're turning American, or like traditional American patriotism into anti-hero traits.
Like they did Batman, they turned Batman
yeah.
to Dark Batman or some shit. Yeah. I feel you.
It's a little different than that, but yeah.
Oh, but look, y'all have to understand that I smoke marijuana. Okay.
Oh, me too. That's why I just got back from a I had a little bit of coffee and I had another little tiny bowl of weed. So yes.
Bowl of weed. Did you have to light it from the bottom?
No.
He has a candle.
I have to light it with a candle. Yeah.
You know you made it
Or
when you're
buy myself
smoking out
a lighter.
when you're using a candle to smoke out of your light bulb.
Right? I saw that shit. I was like, wait a minute. How does this guy got a candle sitting in the corner by the curtains? What the fuck?
Well, I got one right here. It's right here, a little teeny weeny candle that I keep handy right next to me to light me up. Hard times, people.
Okay, can I excuse me, Chuck? We can hear him fine. What is wrong with his mic? You keep saying that because we can hear. I can hear him fine.
I hear OTW just fine. I hear the sound of the automatic, like if he had headphones on, then I wouldn't hear this kind of warbly echo of what I'm saying in the background. If he had headphones, it would take care of that, and perhaps that's what they're talking about.
You hear the sound of my earphones coming through the mic?
Yes, a little bit. Not badly, but a little bit.
How's it now?
Let's see. Well, I mean, you'd have to turn down the sound of the speakers, but yeah.
Okay, hold on.
That's what you'd have to do. You'd have to turn off the speakers, and then if you're using headphones.
Right, because you was using, that's probably what it was. And you had your earphones off, but the speaker was still on the earphones.
Okay, so there was an echo. All right. Well, I would have liked
That's
to
what
know
it
that
was.
before.
It's still happening, but
I'm still hearing it for some reason. So maybe it's from someone else. I don't know.
Is it me? Don't please, because Robert swears
It could be.
me.
It could be you.
Robert swears
everyone
me.
mute up except OTW, and then we can know for sure.
Testing. Yeah, I don't hear it now. I don't hear it at all now.
Let me go.
Yep,
Can
it's
hear
you.
it now?
It's you, Sly.
Oh my God, it's always me. It's always me. God. I'll be back.
All right.
No, guys. No. Listen, guys, I enjoyed hanging out with you guys this morning. OTW, I really appreciate you. Thanks for letting me come up and do the morning rising, or what is it called?
The Grand Rising Show.
The Grand Rising Show. Look, it's right here on the TV. I can't read. Lou Bass told y'all I couldn't read. But but listen, I appreciate you guys. Chris, always a pleasure. Flow State, pleasure to meet you finally.
Nice to meet you too. I'm glad we didn't get to cutting each other.
Yeah, man. Listen. I still got the blade in my back pocket though, just in case.
Man, I was planning on ambushing you later, so.
Mr. Kissimmee, thank you very much for coming up and sharing your views. I always say for myself though, if I stay focused on me and I keep me in check, that might help change the world. I lead by example. Have a great day, guys.
Hey, thanks, you too.
Hey, thank you for coming. Much appreciated.
Thank you, sisters and brothers. I'm out. I yield.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Miss Sly Shy herself. So go ahead and check her out. She has her own channel, and go throw some sub love over there, please. Thank you very much. All right, so
now Chuck doesn't have to. Oh, sorry, I was just saying. So now Chuck doesn't have to get triggered.
You're too quick, man. I was going to present to you. Now we have Mr. Christos de Leopoulos with us, ladies and gentlemen. He has a few words he would like to say.
I was just saying it was funny. Chuck kept bringing up the audio, and then to find out it was because Slash I wasn't muting when you were talking. It was good to finally solve it. And now Chuck doesn't have to complain in the chat.
Because that was the first time someone ever said that to me, and I have what's it called, a pop filter? Yeah.
But that pop filter doesn't filter out external sound though. That's from within the room. So it could have been possible, but yeah, we found out it was her. So it was her.
But this isn't a condenser microphone. It's a unidirectional microphone, so it doesn't cap exterior sound. It only caps
as much as the others. Yes.
Yeah.
Because this mic's the same way. This is not a condenser either, and it's kind of similar, but yeah. But I always wear headphones just in case. So.
Okay. Yeah. So, well, sometimes it's just because I got texts and stuff like that, and if ever donations come in, I like to know so I can, promote that and put that on screen. So to thank the person that made the donation. So that's why I like
Totally.
sometimes I put like one ear off like that, and
Yep.
try to do it
Yep.
that way.
I see a lot of people do that.
Yeah. But anyway,
another thing that it helps too is it if you don't have an audio device that lets you hear what your mic is putting out, then it's hard to hear yourself. So you have to take off one ear just to be able to hear yourself properly. So that's another thing too.
yeah, but my device, I can hear my voice in the speakers.
Oh, good. Good.
Yeah. It's M Audio external sound card. It's got a
Okay.
yeah, it even has a phantom power on it. If I would like to want to use a condenser mic or something.
Yep. Same here. I've got it's a 2i4. It's a Focusrite 2i4.
Awesome. Hey, I think we're getting a little bit too technical for the audience here.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, sorry. So let's move on to the next topic. Or Christos, I don't know if you would like to you'd like to add anything to the conversation, because we can move into let's say a video or something, or who knows what's going to happen next. I can drop the link, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat. I'll do that right now for anybody who wants to come up here and chop it up with us. We got another 4 hours and 45 minutes to go for the rest of the show. So please hang in there, people. Buckle up. It might get bumpy. You never know what can happen here on OTW News. So much respect to everybody, and thank you for all the people who are watching, even the people that are not in chat right now or on the panel. And much thanks to everybody here that is participating in OTW News, the Grand Rising Show. It is right now 9:46 a.m. Eastern Time, Montreal, Canada, the 27th of April, 6 degrees Celsius, mostly sunny now, and I don't have a traffic guy. So when I get a traffic guy, I swear to God, I'm going to pass it over to the traffic guy, and he's going to give you the traffic. But until then, much respect, and still looking for a co-host.
Traffic's still boring as shit out here. That's all.
All right. So I think Flow State is, just applied for a candidate, to be the.
Looking at the road out
guy.
there's still no cars. So
All right.
I'll let you know if something goes by. But so far, clear road on your way to work or wherever.
So that's positive news, Flow State. Thank you very much for your detailed analysis of the traffic that's being held up in your area, and most likely.
So when can I get paid?
I'll send the check in the mail about 6 months from now.
I'll put it on my calendar.
Yeah, you have to be, you have to show up every day, dude, to do the.
Fuck that shit. I quit.
Oh, I see. It's hard to find reliable employees today, don't you think, Kazum?
I changed my mind. I don't quit. I'm gonna hang around. I forgot that you don't get unemployment if you quit.
That's true. But just before we syndicate you, we're gonna have to lay you off though for Flow State.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, just wanted you to know in advance, because usually enterprises and companies don't really let you know that.
They don't.
Hey, we got Freedom Grower in the chat right now, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Unknown, Samantha Sweet, Anne. We also have Cult Slave number 007. Sly Shy's in the chat. We got Danny Skylark, Cult Metamorphosis. Wow, what a name. Everybody's got the cult name. Are you familiar, Kizum, with Mr. Paul Enslaved?
Yes.
Have you ever been on one of his panels or participated in his show?
I have not, because his ego is so big. I don't know whether I could handle it. So,
So you're saying that you wouldn't change your name to cult member and then a number?
no, definitely not. No.
I can't imagine doing anything as degrading, whatever, as embarrassing either.
I think he's a good guy, but his ego is just so huge. It's just ridiculous. And I don't think he realizes it. And if someone tries to point out that his ego is huge, he'll just go off on them. So what do you do, you know? So I'm not saying he's a bad guy. Not at all. I think he offers some very good input to a lot of people that need it. But man, his ego is huge.
He could call upon angels with an ego like that. Don't you agree?
Well, I mean, he is God, so.
Yeah, he's the god of all media. It's okay. I took the title, the god of all news. So news, media, I don't know.
Who took which one first? Because it sounds like his is the one up on yours.
Maybe, but not all kingdoms are the same size.
It's not the size of the kingdom; it's how you use it, right?
Yeah, I guess it's how you lead in a sense. There, it's how you.
You know, I heard a lot of people don't like kingdoms that are too big. They get uncomfortable. They prefer just kind of like smallish kingdoms.
I had somebody come and chat one time and say, well, now that you've passed 1,000 subscribers, I'm good. I'm gonna unsub, and much love to you all. I'm leaving. It's like, what? Why? I mean, it's like, because I have over 1,000 subs. Now you're gone. You're just gonna go because now I'm not a small YouTuber that's trying to rise in the in the palmarès. But Jesus. Anyway, so much love to that person that decided to leave. All right. So we're gonna do something here. Let's get this activated. We put a link in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Don't hesitate. I'm stumbling on my words, man. Ugh. Don't hesitate to click the link and come on up here and share your thoughts with us, ladies and gentlemen. Don't have to turn on your cam if you're shy. So that's permitted here. You're welcome to leave your camera off. So if that's one of the reasons you don't want to come up, there's an option to turn your camera off. And if you're a porn bomber, don't click the link. All right, just don't. All right. Now that being said,
man, I the way you said activate, all I could think of is Wonder Twin powers activate, or there's this person that goes Holy Spirit activate, Holy Spirit. Anyway, sorry.
No, it's good. This is a free speech platform. We can say what we want, even nonsense. I mean, it's. I even put it in my my intro. It's like there's all kinds of things that could happen. Humor. Sometimes you got serious topics where everybody's serious about the topic. Like earlier when we talk about transgender or transsexuals or whatever, like these trans that go and read stories in children's grade schools and shit like that. So I mean, the topics vary so much. I mean, I have so many that I've accumulated just in the past week. So it's just crazy how things can go from one end to the other in a matter of seconds, actually. So very entertaining and also very informative. So welcome to OTW News. We have great panelists with us right now. We have Mr. Flow State and Mr. Keyzoom. Great people, great panelists, great creators as well. They also have their own channels. Make sure to go check that out. If you're just popping in right now, hit that like button and share this out to everybody. Make sure you click the bell to get all the notifications and leave a comment in the down below if it helps to get the algorithm going. YouTube shares this out more. So I guess more you like, it kind of defeats the purpose of YouTube trying to shadow ban us because we're becoming a little bit more popular and we're getting out there. So, go ahead and help us out and help us reach a wider audience. Thank you very much, everybody. And also, I almost forgot. If you want to help support the channel, there is a link at the top of live chat that you can clink to go ahead and buy a coffee for OTW News and help support us. We are here 5 days a week. 8 hours a day. So just help us keep this show going. Thank you very much for your support. And Christos has decided to come back and join us again. So welcome back, Mr. Christos.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I know they put your channel link earlier, but is it the same name that you have up here, Kazume?
Kazoom, yes, it's the same name. Yeah, just Kazoom. YouTube.com/Kazoom. It's easy.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know I've seen you somewhere a while ago, probably through these communities. Do you normally ever hop on different panels, or do you normally do your own thing and then just
He might have
sometimes?
been on one of mine before.
Occasionally I'll stop. I mean, I go around sometimes searching for people that are having live chats just in general, and I search for a number of search terms. So I've been in a number of different live chats, a StreamYard live chats here and there. So you probably saw me in one of those.
Cool.
Yeah,
Right
well,
on.
I found you out, Kizum, when you subbed to my channel, so I was curious, and I went and did a little bit of investigating and checked out your stuff a bit. And I like it; it's really interesting. I like the concept. You know what I like the most, and it's really superficial. Please forgive me, but I like the colors, like your background colors, and like you use a matching shirt and
Yes.
everything. I love that, man. I think that
Oh,
is
right on, man.
Yeah, I think
Right
it's so
on.
concept, man. That's perfect. I love it. It's just great. It
Cool.
looks seriously, it looks professional, man. I mean, that's when you're talking about
Nice.
broadcasting excellence comes down to this, ladies and gentlemen. You have an example right there of what type of broadcaster that I resonate with myself. Like I think that your presentation is good. The look is good. The concept is great, and the topics are very good. So you got it, man.
Wow, man. Thanks, man.
Got another person backstage.
And you got a nice cock.
Here we go. Here we go.
Okay.
Hopefully they're not
a porn.
they're not something bad. Let's see.
Okay, he decided to open up his cam, so good dude. Thank you, sir, for presenting yourself before I had to put an overlay on and protect the channel. So welcome to the stream.
I understand.
Oh, he's from Unslavia, I think.
How you guys doing?
He doesn't have a cult.
Doing good. No complaints here.
Good deal. Am I coming through okay?
Yep.
Yes, you sound fine.
All right, good. So just a little of a heads up here. I am currently behind the wheel, so I'm going to keep my camera off. And sorry if there's any background noise, but anyway.
You seem all right for now, anyway.
All right. Yeah, no, I just wanted to join in on the fun
wheel.
today. So.
All right. So, welcome to the conversation, and pop on, and give your point of view whenever you feel concerned, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So, what are we talking about, gentlemen? We have a multitude of those subjects. Is there something in particular you'd like to bring to the audience's attention?
Yeah, we
It's
could
like-
go anywhere with this. I'll let anyone
When I
else
put
go
the spotlight
first. If
on you
no one
guys-
comes up with anything, I'll make a suggestion.
Yeah, it's like when I put the spotlight on you guys, everybody freezes. It's like, oh my god, what am I gonna do?
I mean, it's like it's like 20 years ago asking someone, okay, what are the CDs you have in your collection? And it's just like, well, I know I've got a lot of stuff, but then you can't actually recall it immediately. So it's kind of a similar concept.
Or tell me about yourself.
Oh yeah, that's another one. Yeah.
Okay, well, we can go that direction. How about that? Let's put the spotlight on Kizum and have him go full promo for his channel, and there we go, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kizum.
Well, my channel is just generally I do social commentary about. I mean, if I'm to be honest, it's just whatever I'm thinking about, but it's usually about current events and just stuff that's going on in the news and such. And then I have for this same camera, I have a Steadicam. It's a motorized gimbal, and I'll go to a number of nature sites that are really beautiful to look at, and I'll walk through them, and it looks like it looks totally smooth as I'm walking through them. And I'll go to places like also go to Pike's Place Market and just pop places that are well known, and I'll walk through those with it nice and smooth. And then I'm also a musician. That's why I have the name that I have, Kizum. It's a mispronunciation of music backwards. It's the name I've went by as a musician for so many years, and eventually in 2014 I had my name legally changed to it. Yep. And so when I do work on new music, I upload that to the channel as well.
I've meant to say, or I don't know, maybe I left a comment. Your video quality on your walking videos is amazing.
Oh, right on, man. Thanks.
How do you do that?
There's this motorized gimbal that I have that I put the camera on, and that's how I do it. I can't remember how to pronounce the name of the company, Zuihien or something like that, but it's the product is called a Crane Plus, and I put this on there, and it automatically stabilizes everything in a physical way instead of just using software. I don't use any software on that. I just use the gimbal, and it just looks great. I love it.
We lost flow state. Panelists are dropping like flies, ladies and gentlemen. That's okay. He'll probably come back. Must have had a connection issue. It happens. Christos as well. Christos pops in and out once in a while like that.
Samantha was asking whether my social security also says that name. Yes, everything. Once I changed my name, I had to. I still have the same middle and last name. So, I mean, that would have been really hard if I would have made myself just have one name. That would have been so hard for so many places. So I kept my middle and last name. But yes, my social security says it. My ID says it. The whole works. So,
wow, interesting. So I guess that chat's on fire, man. We got a lot of people in chat. Let's shout out a couple of people while we're here. Let's see who just rolled in. We got a lot of cult members in the chat. Samantha Sweet Ann, I think I shouted her out before. Goatfoot's in the house. Who else? That's pretty much it. Got new faces. I see people rolling in, but nobody's chatting. I guess we got more viewers than we do have chatters. So welcome to everybody. You're gonna say something?
Cult was asking how I do the backdrop. I have a black backdrop that I have. It took me a while to figure out how to get it to be nice and smooth without any wrinkles. And I have three lights pointed at it. The one in the middle is white. The one over here is blue, and the one over here is kind of a pinkish purple. And that's how I do this. It's a black backdrop with a bunch of lights pointed at it.
Wow, that's awesome. Because I always thought it was a green screen, honestly.
Yeah, a lot of people assume that, but it's actually a real deal. So I love it. And then I can just, if I want to change it, I just change out the lights for a different color, and there we go. So
that's a great idea, man. I love it, man. Now it's even more awesome in my opinion. It's like, okay,
right on.
It's even better than a green screen. It's real life. All right, so we got a multitude of topics that we could talk about today, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday was the theme of the show was Weird Wednesday. Today, I don't have a theme. I guess I'll come up with one for Thursdays. I do have one for Mondays, though. I have. Where's Monday? Oh, it's right here. We got Monday Madness, everybody. So all day long. So I'll find one for Thursdays. And for Fridays is pretty simple, something that everybody knows. And so it's TGIF. Thank God it's Friday. That's tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you tune in for tomorrow's show, which will also be epic, because every show here on OTW News ends up being really epic. And we always have a great audience watching, a chat that's on fire, and great panelists that come and contribute to the show. Forgive my French. All right. So, your thoughts, panel? How about you, Ramon?
I was thinking, just right off the top of my head here, you're located on Canada, and back when the trucker convoy stuff was happening, and everybody was talking about freedom and the whole 9 yards, right? It got to a point where people were donating so much to these truckers on their journey that Parliament decided to start blocking even Bitcoin and any transactions of the sort. And now we see that we're rolling into this CBDCs, and people think that it's going to be all great and whatnot. But we just had a prime example of what they can do if we were to roll into that.
Right. I just wanted you to know that your mic is chopping up a little bit. You're coming kind of robotically.
Yeah. I have 2 bars out here. I apologize. How about now?
No, it hasn't changed. I don't know. Are you using a Bluetooth or something like that?
I am. Yeah, I am.
Maybe you want to like switch over to the phone. Maybe.
I'll give it a shot. If anything, I'll probably just drop out. I had a feeling that this might be a problem. Having Bluetooth and rolling around the countryside, but
I've noticed that StreamYard tends to have a problem or an issue with people that use Bluetooth. So yeah, I guess that's very sad and unfortunate, actually.
yeah. All right. Well, thank you for the opportunity. I'll try to get something different so we can talk in the future. So, all right then.
Yeah, it's sad because you're bringing in a topic that was interesting me actually. But it's just like for the viewers' entertainment enjoyment. It's kind of like scratchy. It's not easy to listen to, but we could hear what you were saying. It's just kind of choppy. It all depends on.
What if I speak louder?
No, that's it. That's even worse.
Shit.
Maybe you're talking too close to the mic.
That's possible. Let me check my settings here. See if I can fix this. Test. Automatic.
Oh, there you go, man. There you go. You just
We're
fixed
set?
it. Yeah. All good, man.
All right. Heck yeah.
Oh yeah, that's marvelous, dude. Perfect. See, sometimes that's what I keep telling people is sometimes they're too close to the mic and the input that's coming in makes the gain clip. So when the gain clips, you get that sound that we hear. It's like your voice chops up and all you hear is this clipping sound going click 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 click. So I keep telling people that it just bring down the volume or move away from the microphone a bit, and maybe that'll help. Because it's an input issue. I know this because I've been musician all my life. I'm almost an audio technician myself, so I have my own mini studio and everything. I've got a whole big setup with consoles and compressors and everything. So I have a little bit of knowledge on this. So that's why I try to encourage people to move away from their microphone or put their volume down because the microphone is capturing too much of that gain and it's making the sound clip. So I believe you do agree with me, Kazum. I do believe you have a little bit of knowledge on this.
I missed some of it because I was gone for a moment, so I just got back. So,
I was just talking about input gain and how it makes the sound clip, and that was probably.
Yeah. You want to avoid the clipping as much as you can. Now, yes. I've got something on here. I have this mic connected to a mic preamp that has compression and the whole works on it. That's why it has some of the sound that it does. But if you don't have that, sometimes it can be hard to get the volume enough that people can hear you without it clipping. So,
all right, we have Mr. Freedom Grower himself. Welcome to the stream, Mr. Dick. How are you doing, sir?
Hey, Freedom Grower.
So you're muted, Mr. Dick. Just
okay. There we see you. We see you, and we'll probably hear you in a moment. We don't hear you yet. You're still muted. There we go.
Testing.
You're very loud. You're very loud.
Yes, let me turn it down. Let me turn it down a bit. Here. Let me turn it down.
I think Freedom knows. Yeah, your gain's still too high, dude. You gotta put the gain down and bring the volume up.
Hey, OTW, you got 30 minutes? We could work on my audio problems here.
You're crazy.
Figure this shit out. I talked to Neo and Christos. They couldn't help me.
It's the input you need to turn down and the main volume you need to turn up. So it's the input. The input needs to go down though. Not the main volume. No, that's there's input and there's output.
Yeah, all right. Sounds good. Okay. Now we got it set. Let's do the broadcast. OTW.
You're still coming in full distortion.
You should just try backing up from your mic a little bit so you're not like way into it like this. Just back up from it a little bit.
What are you?
Kazum.
I can't hear you. Your audio's bad.
This is a bit.
We worked on his audio after we got mine. Is mine good now? 100%? 5.5?
Well, I mean, at least we can hear you. So, okay, whatever.
Okay, good. I will.
Oh, fuck, you're crazy, Freedom. That's why we love you, man. You're just awesome like that, man. You know, he's trolling. He knows how it works, man. Sorry, I'm just like now I got my laughing gear going. So yeah, you got me going there, Freedom. You always get me laughing, man. I love you, dude. That was so funny. Yeah, like I was gonna say,
OTW, I appreciate that. It's very nice of you to say.
Yeah, like I was gonna tell Kizum, he knows how to work his shit. He was just trolling us, having a little fun with us there, because he was, in other words, not just trolling us, but also Pineal Power, who had a lot of issues. Another broadcaster, I don't know if you're aware of. Christos has sometimes some issues with his Bluetooth, and we also have the queen, ladies and gentlemen, of broadcasting issues at the level of audio. Is Miss Svetlana herself, which is so,
and just absolute no self-awareness, starts the monologue and just talks over everybody in perpetuity until you cut her off and throw her off the stream.
And she comes in with the same excuse. I'm sorry, everyone, but I do not hear you, and I'm going to talk, and I will not hear you. So please don't interrupt me because I do not understand what you're saying. I'm not listening to you. So then she goes on, and I you know, like, much love to you, Svetlana. I actually think that the information that you bring is actually very cool and fun to listen to, and it's informative for people who don't know about the subject. But if you had better equipment or a better internet, I don't know what your issue is, but yeah, if you could get that fixed up, that would be marvelous. Yeah. So that being said, she still has the same looping thing that she does when she comes on any panel, actually. So she might show up today because she showed up a couple of times this week already. So all right, and your thoughts, panel. Mr. Ramon, Dick, you guys are going to leave like this empty air space?
I got nothing. That was it. I blew my whole wad already. Dick's already limp. I'm trying to build back better.
Dude, that was a quickie. I mean, I didn't know you were into like quickies.
Well, we got a new spectator here, Kazumi. I got excited and I didn't know what to do with myself. OTW. So
okay. All right.
couldn't control myself. Kazumi, your sexy back set is not turning me on like everybody else. I'm not impressed by your agent ways, Agent Kazumi.
Okay. I'm gonna have I have different colors that I use in the backdrop. I sometimes have it where it's more
Masonic
of
purple. I see today. You got Masonic.
Yeah,
purple?
It's kind of Masonic purple. Yeah.
That's a nice color choice for your debut here.
Make sure to like, share, and subscribe, everybody. I'm loving this already.
What were you guys talking about, though? I was trying to listen in from the background. Just production stuff?
I can't remember anymore.
Yeah, it was like, production stuff, audio things. You were pretty much on point when you showed up with the audio issue. That's pretty much what we were talking about, like clipping, because Ramon was having issues with his Bluetooth, and we fixed it just by him, I think, moving the mic away, or I don't know what he did to fix his problem, but he fixed it. So
he knew what to do. He knew exactly what was going on.
Ramon? No, I don't believe Ramon knew what was going on. Dick knew what was going on for sure. I knew that.
Yeah. No, I'm confused. I don't know what's going on. I just think that this is strange because yeah.
Okay,
just leave it at that.
That was that was almost a Talcottian. That was almost Talcott there.
I was gonna say something, but it just drifted away. Now I don't know where it is. Talcottianism's having a lot of those lately, I've noticed. That's because I'm trying to figure out an impression to do on the guy, and looking at his mannerisms and stuff. And I'm going to Goodwill looking for a pair of glasses, and that tells you how much I love Talcott because I want to be like him. But that's one of the mannerisms I've noticed lately is he gets right into his stream of what his thought is, and then it's gone. There it went.
Yeah, that happens to Talcott a lot. But what the heck? What can you do? I mean, broadcasting, excellent at its best. It's like this is it. We got it.
Yeah, well, I
We
mean, I can't do any worse than you
Talcott,
guys were doing, because you guys were just sitting here talking about audio dysfunction. So, I mean, that's not any good content. You guys were bumming everybody out. I just came in here to try to spice things up a little bit and make it,
You're right.
add value to what you're doing.
Bummer, man.
Yeah, we should both bow our head in shame and yeah, you're right. I'm putting.
Well, no, it takes all of us to do this. It's just that I'm the silver lining, and you guys are kind of the dark.
Well,
cloud.
It's what happens when moist becomes crunchy.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, or when cereal becomes stale. Same thing. No? Okay.
No, you're not getting it at all, OTW. Kazumi's on point though. He knows what's going on here. He got it with the water becomes crunchy. It's survival water, dehydrated water. So would you like me to pick a topic since you didn't prepare for your broadcast today, OTW, and
Dick,
drive the narrative in a certain direction?
That's the whole issue I wanted to bring up with you right now. See, I've already offered you the position.
You just put your net out and you're waiting for good content to come by,
and then you just you seem to want to be co-host, but you come in at whatever time you want, and you're like,
exactly. Now you're getting it.
You got your own schedule, and it's like it's almost like having a partner that does what he wants and doesn't really care about the business.
Doesn't do a good job. Always has a glass of cheap McCormick's whiskey in his hand. Yeah. Never seems to be predictable or reliable.
Always laughing at the employees.
Has the D factor, so you keep him around.
Yeah, he's got that. Why so close to the beginning of the alphabet? What happened to the X factor?
Well, I don't have the X factor. That's the truth. So I had to come up with something inferior, and I called it the D factor. And while it might be a small D, it's my D, and I'm running with it. I'm taking it and running with it, OTW, and I recommend you do the same thing.
The Z factor.
Yeah, but
I don't. Factor, that's right. Yeah, you're right.
I don't think it's a good idea that I grab your D and go around running with it.
No, that would not be a good idea at all. We would test your Wing Chun skills if we did that, OTW.
Okay. I guess, yeah, you're right. We would. But
well, I mean, but in a loving way. I do it compassionately.
Okay, stop fantasizing. Let's move on to the next topic.
When I dropped you, my hair would entangle with yours, and we'd become good friends, OTW. It wouldn't be brutality at its worst. If you grab my genitalia, though, that's like a thing these days. I see that stuff, like people like to hit each other's dicks, and guys like to hit other guys' dicks, especially young guys. Like, what is up with that? Have you noticed that?
No, I haven't. Not at all.
Okay, sure.
I don't know what you're referring to. So
a minute ago, he's talking about grabbing my dick. Now he knows nothing about everybody who's grabbing dicks. Okay, I don't know if I believe.
I mean, I know all about sucking dicks, but
so you're a grounder, not a pounder.
I haven't heard that phrase before, but I suck dicks, so.
You're an under, not a wonder. You're the receiver.
Yeah. That's a good. Yeah.
Well, how's that going for you? Are you on Grindr? Have you seen Illumitami on there?
I haven't really taken that much interest in the whole thing for a number of years. So
you're pretty.
I used to be on Growler and Scruff. Both of those two apps I used to be on, but it's been so many years since I was.
Yeah. It's that's one of the things, I guess, technology really helped homosexuals, because it's a smaller demographic, so it allowed you guys to find each other a little easier. I'm kind of old school. I don't like this whole online dating thing. To me, it's weird.
I don't like it very much. I much preferred, actually going somewhere and meeting someone based on the things that you're interested in. Like if you go to watch live music or something like that. But things haven't been that way anymore, especially since COVID in 2020. So it's so much has changed. It kind of sucks. It's not even it really sucks.
Yeah. Of course, I'm asking for Ramon right now, but are you dating anyone right now?
I am currently married to a woman.
Is that Ramon?
Yes.
Were you asking me? Oh. I said, of course, I'm asking for Ramon. I don't even know. I don't know your situation. I'm just messing around. How's dating life, Kazumi?
I haven't dated for years. I have so many issues. I'm just like, maybe eventually I'll feel that I'm dating material, but I just don't feel that I am right now. So
you're a miggity gatau,
a what?
a man gay going his own way.
Yeah, I guess you could say so. Yeah, but if you judge that on just I don't know, just about all gay men would be men going their own way. So if you really want to go by it, almost all gay men would be MGTOW if you really go by the actual definition. So
Yeah, I guess you make a great point because they're going their way, right?
yeah.
Going right towards each other.
And they're not even dealing with any of the drama of women. So
Yeah.
it's just just automatically gay men who are out of the closet are already kind of going their own way.
True. Do you think homosexuality is a natural anomaly or that it's being induced at a chemical level in our society?
I do not think it's genetic. I think it's based on a mental reflex to stimuli or the lack of stimuli. Because if someone isn't told, hey, you can look at this and you can do this, then their mind is going to go somewhere else. So I don't think it's genetic. I don't think I was born gay. And I know that's like taboo for someone gay to say, but I don't think it's genetic. I don't think I'm born that way, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it. So, I mean, as long as I'm not hurting anyone else, who fucking cares?
Are you attracted to females?
That's
Or
right.
have you ever had an interest to have relationships?
No, I haven't had any interest, but some of it is because a whole number of things about the way that I was raised. I have this negativity towards even trying to look at women that way. There's this element where if I try to look at women that way, there's this part of my mind that says, oh, you're being degrading to women. You're sinful. It's just all this negative stigma attached to it. It's just like, yeah, well, why bother with that? So, like I said, there's so much involved in the way that I was raised. And I think the same thing happens with a lot of other gay men. How often do you see gay men, stereotypical gay men, rail against how horrible straight sexuality is? Oh, you're misogynistic, you're sexist. It's just like, no, you're just straight. Why is that bad? But no, there's this negative element of it. Yeah, as far as a lot of gay men, I do not think it's genetic. I don't think it's genetic at all.
Interesting, but what about chemically induced? Because, I find it interesting that you say lack of stimulation. I'm trying to understand what that would be. And again, I agree with you. I'm not trying to characterize anything as negative or positive. I'm just having an open conversation. But if it was stimulation, then you're saying like if you would have seen more nudity in movies or would have seen
No, it's not like that.
Genitalia.
No, it's a lack of being told, hey, you're okay for wanting to be interested in this. You're okay for having curiosities about this.
But you would have become gay anyway then. If you would have been told that, because it would have just confirmed and validated who you were becoming.
I had been told by, when I went to Sunday school, they separated the boys from the girls and taught the boys that to have the desire to look at naked women is sinful. You shouldn't do it. You shouldn't have this mindset. And then through school and through the way I had no father. And I had no father. My dad died when I was 4 of a brain tumor. And so my mother had this mindset of, well, if you have attractions towards women, you're degrading women by looking at them that way. So and I'm also autistic. So if you have this mindset of trying to make everything binary, you want everything to be exact. If you're not allowed to look at women, you're not supposed to look at women, then what do you have left? Well, let's look at guys. So
very interesting. And then, so you don't agree with me that there's probably a chemical component that we're being hormonally augmented at some level, even if not purposefully, but through the residual aspect of the corporations and the runoff of all these chemicals. But I would say it's even more, it's an objective pursuit of this beast system is to fuck with us
I don't think it's something that these companies are meaning to do, but I do think that there is a chemical change that is happening to society because of what we've allowed companies to put out. I don't think it's something that they're trying to do on purpose. I don't think there's some giant conspiracy to turn people gay or to change people's perception of what their masculinity or femininity is. But I think that there is stuff that's happening.
Yeah. How do you feel about the transgender movement?
I personally don't think a man can be a woman or a woman can be a man. I think that I think that gender dysphoria is a mental disorder, and I don't think we should be automatically assuming that, the answer to gender dysphoria is to try to change your sex. No, that doesn't work. We don't have the technology available to be able to do that. I mean, maybe in 50 years we'll have more technology available that this sort of thing can be changed without as much of a problem. But I mean, I mean the way that there is a term that's used for guys that have transitioned, even bottom surgery. Their bottom surgery ends up being called a rot pocket because technology, we're not ready for it yet. We're just not ready there. So I think it's really horrible to teach kids that you can choose your gender. No, you are the sex you were born, and if at the point that you're 18 you decide you want to change that, fine. But before then, no, you don't have. You're not able to consent to that.
So what's the purpose then for politics getting involved and having legislation being able to take children away from parents because of they're not really wanting to listen to the child and the way they identify, and they place them in a home, and they're able to go and legally get these transformation done?
Oh man, I think it's horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. It's just horrifying. And I wonder what some of the countries that aren't even involved in this, I wonder how they're viewing what's happening here in this country and in a number of other Western countries. I'm wondering how they're viewing it. They probably view us as just completely nuts.
I agree. I mean, it is a satanic ritual.
It depends on if you I mean, I'm not, excuse me, I'm not religious. I'm more of a pantheist, but I still think that it's messed up. I wouldn't necessarily view it as evil or satanic, but it's messed up. So
very well. I'm not religious either, but I am very spiritual, and I do believe that there is an evil force behind the manipulation that's happening within society on all level. And I guess it just comes from the polarity, the yin and the yang, and so
yeah.
But I don't know. It's kind of sick. My eldest brother, he's gay, and I've never had an issue with it at all. But we got to talking about the same topic about transgender and drag queen story time in schools, and I was just appalled by. I was like, well, holy shit.
Jackie's backstage OTW, just so you know. I apologize, Roman.
Oh, no, that's fine. I was like, how could you possibly think that's okay? And so he gave me his point of views, which is pretty much mainstream, right? And I'm like, well, how about your kids? I mean, and he goes, well, I don't have kids. And I was like, so then you couldn't possibly know what it would feel like to be a parent and to have your child in that situation. What do you think?
It's sad that some people aren't even able to empathize with that situation either.
Right.
And it's just weird that people put ideology over everything else. It's scary to me. I mean, what is people don't seem to think about the health of society in general. They don't think about that. And I
Sorry,
just
I backed out for
I
a
don't
minute.
understand how people can throw that away.
They say it's getting really camp cupcake in here. I'm curious, what are we talking about that's making it cupcakey? Are we saying are we in our feelers, or what are they even talking about? This is beyond cupcake all of a sudden.
Cupcake. I don't know what you're referring to.
It just means when we're being they call it camp cupcake. I mean, I don't give a shit. I'll do whatever I want to do, but it's if you embody a effeminate, like lackluster, laissez-faire, kind of just go along to get along and talk about everything but don't do anything, then you're camp cupcake. I'm not saying that's what you are, but they were just saying camp cupcakey. So I figured maybe we were getting into like empathizing with people's circumstances. What were we talking about there? Apologize for interrupting so rudely.
I'm not sure at this point, but right now I need to step away for just a moment. Lavatory, I'll be right back.
Enjoy. That's exciting. I got a good visual on that one. Roman, so I thought you were asking him about the transgender thing or something, and we're kind of digging further down that hole. So I didn't know how that would be camp cupcakey. And it seemed like he had a real balanced, level-headed view on it that seemed pretty healthy from what I could tell. Not that, he has to take my opinion, but just from my perspective, it's like, yeah, we shouldn't be teaching our kids this shit. We shouldn't be giving them this kind of confusion and this kind of narrative. And I really like it when I hear people in the LGBTQ community acknowledge that truth, that, there's already enough programming and propaganda going on, in my humble opinion.
I cut out there. I was having signal issues, but the last thing that I heard Freedom Grower, say that it was getting camp cupcakey in here, or that somebody was saying that in chat or whatever. Yeah, I guess to an extent it's true. I guess people like to come onto these streams and just expect controversy all the time, like yesterday's show. I mean, we can have a moral and ethical conversation. It doesn't always have to be yelling at one another or yelling in general.
Oh, because they want drama.
Yeah. The drama is what
they want
want.
Us at each other's necks.
Yeah.
So they're like addicts. We've given them a little bit of heroin now and on the OTW show, and now they say we're back for more. We want it every day in syndication. We want it reliable. We're predictable. Lick your lips and make love to the camera, OTW. Start acting like an ass clown and make these chat people laugh. What are you thinking?
But just while you're doing that, do not be cool, calm, and collected.
No, I'm for both. I like the drama. I like the calmer moments when we can have a collective conversation and have open dialogue and actually maybe expose where we're each coming from. Because I don't know that there's a lot of progress happening here in the metaverse that's actually tangible. But if you looked at like how people might take these ideas and employ them into their life and then go execute on them in their businesses and their dreams and pursuits, it probably has more of effect than we know.
Yeah.
I would guess anyway.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Well, yeah. As a example, I started watching Paul and Zeke show. I was really interested in growing this microgreen business, and I came in just asking questions about it. And now I have a whole setup where I'm able to donate to my community, and like it's been great, and I wouldn't have been able to do so if I wouldn't have the knowledge from Z, especially because he also does that. So yeah, I guess. And not only that, but Paul on the spiritual side.
You missing Z?
I do.
We got to summon him back. Where you at, Z? Come on up. We know you're listening.
Sorry, guys. I got a surprise visit there. I'll be right back with you. Please, gentlemen, bear with me. I'll be right back.
I always just assume
I got to
the best
dip out here. I've got my next stop to deliver, so I'm gonna keep listening. But it's a pleasure speaking with you, Freedom Grower, and you as well. I forgot your name here, Kazumi. So you guys have a good day, and
hey, you too, man.
We'll talk soon. Later.
Have a good one. So, would you describe homosexuality as a mental illness?
Maybe. I might. I know I shouldn't view it that way, but I mean, the main thing is that it doesn't hurt anyone else.
Well, we're not characterizing it as good or bad again, like we said earlier. We're just trying to acknowledge it for what's going on, and I appreciate.
Yeah, I think in that regard, if were you to view it technically, then yes, I think it's a mental illness. Yes, I think it's something that is caused from a number, like I said, a number of stimuli when someone is growing up. Your mind has an automatic reflex to things. It's not a conscious choice. Some people try to make it sound like it's a conscious choice. It's just like, no, it's not a conscious choice, but it is. I do think it's something that the mind has a mental reflex. Like if you're bullied by people, you're not going to want to be like the people that bullied you. So, I mean, just that as an example, it's a mental reflex.
All right. So if Jackie's watching right now, tell her that I wanted to tell her that I was back. I was occupied. I was AFK, away from keyboard. Sorry. Please come back, Jackie, if you're still watching. Hope you didn't take it wrong. I just wasn't there. I didn't see that you were backstage. Sorry about that. That's the unprofessional part of broadcasting that I present to you, everybody. There you go. You've seen it here first on OTW News. So your thoughts, Dick?
You want me to give you a report card on your performance, OTW, here publicly? Or you want to do that in private?
Yeah. That's something like that. Whatever. Just
okay. I'll save that for after the
so
stream.
I was just trying to.
I'm disappointed though. We do have some things to talk
forgiveness
about.
for my incompetence right now. Hey, we got 37 people watching right now. Why don't you go ahead and hit that like button, share this out to the world, click the bell to get all the notifications, and make sure to put a comment description after the show, and don't hesitate to click the link for anybody out there who wants to buy a coffee for OTW News. And thank you to our guests today for being here and supporting the channel and giving us their points of views on these awesome topics that we're talking about. We have El Perot in chat. Hey, El Perot, I think I just dropped a link. Go ahead and click that link. Come on up here. It's always interesting to have you on panel. Just don't bring your whistle.
I gotta say, I've been subscribed for a while, but I've always been scared to come in. I'm just like, oh man, if they find out about me, that they find out I'm gay, they're gonna say something bad or whatever. They're gonna really pummel me. But it hasn't been that way, and I'm really glad I came by.
Well,
was your
I don't believe
upbringing,
anybody should be judged about their their personal things.
Yeah, no, I'm just really glad I came by. I'm so glad. What were you going to ask, Dick?
I just always like to ask the question with alternative lifestyles, going through that as a child, and what perspective you would maybe want to share, if any at all, to parents or people who have children that might exhibit or express those type of desires. And
I think
anything to relate to that too.
I think one of the most damaging things someone can teach a child, like a boy child, I can't speak for girls, but for a boy child, I think one of the most damaging things you can teach that kid is this notion that their natural attractions towards the opposite sex is a bad thing. That's horrible, just horrible. No matter how it's done. That's a horrible thing to teach to a child. And a lot of, I hate to say it, but a lot of feminism teaches that sort of very, very idea that if you have an attraction towards sexually have an attraction towards women, you are degrading women just by having that attraction. That's a terrible thing to teach a child.
Well, I often tell my kids, I love you no matter what. Whether you like a girl, you like a boy, I love you no matter what, and some parents, they project their opinions on their kids and expect them to follow their parents, what their parents say. So it starts with the parents.
And you're speaking
I wish there was more.
Oh, I was just saying, he's speaking the truth. He's not just saying that. Like, as a parent, you love your children, even if they did the most horrific thing. I don't know about y'all, but as a parent, like I wouldn't stop loving my children. There's not anything that could happen that would cause me to do that.
Well, I think back, being gay now is it's more normalized. It's not, this thing that, this in the back room, dark room, these things are happening. It's more mainstream now and it's more accepted. I'll be honest, when I was a teenager, there was a gay kid, amongst our friends, and he told me, hey, if you lose 20 pounds, you'd look good. I'd want to hook up with you. And you know, this is 20 years ago, and I beat him up. And
That's okay.
no, I'm being real. I beat him up because I felt so violated and wrong. I was a kid, I was a teenager, and to this day, I look back on it. That was one of the biggest regrets I ever had, because he was a good dude. Like, he didn't bother anybody, but for him just saying that to me, it really just grossed me out or
triggered you.
whatever. But it did.
Yeah, you were
big
triggered.
time. And I've learned from my mistakes, and I support the gay community 100%. Trans community, I support anybody who wants to do what they want. I don't support is forcing people's ideals on other people. That's where I see the wrongness of it. Like you were talking earlier about, drag queens, reading books in schools. They're not dressing up in suits and business corporate attire. They're dressing with provocative clothes and the makeup, and you wouldn't even expect a female teacher to dress the way they dress. So
Exactly.
that's where my problem is with that. In a sense, I don't see it being wrong, to do that to kids, but if they were more professional about it, you know what I mean. But you go to these gay parades, and there's quite a few in the city I live, and they got all these S&M stuff, and they're walking around with dildos, and it's like, you want to support them, but it's like you got kids out here, and it's like kids shouldn't be seeing that stuff.
No. I mean, pride events for the long. I mean, since the late '80s anyway. I don't know what they were like from the '70s to the '80s, but I know what they were like in the late '80s, and they have always been something that you shouldn't bring your kids to. And now, especially since 2016, there's this notion, oh yes, it's a family-friendly event. It's just like, no, it isn't. Not even close to being a family-friendly event.
Your thoughts, guys?
Yeah, according to whose definition, right? I mean, family-friendly, even these movies, what they say is PG-13 or what, all the suggestive programming and consumerism, and it's not suitable for any child to watch, actually. If you were really using your discernment and you were looking at it from a big view and saying, how is this going to affect my child's behavior and development in the long term, you would never let them watch anything on Netflix, essentially, because it's all fucking propaganda. So, I mean, it's just how far you want to take it and how engaged.
A lot of propaganda for sure.
Of raising the kids. Yeah. It gets back to community. You have to have community, and you have to have communal education, and you're always going to have different anomalies and things that arise within genetics, perhaps things we haven't even seen yet. And I think at a certain level, we should embrace respect and be open to consideration of what we can learn from it. But then, of course, we're in a consumeristic society where it makes everything trendy and some kind of opportunity to turn you into a zombie they can monetize. And
yeah,
the more they can get you to confuse, the easier it seems for them to be able to do that, because you have no sense of self. So the only thing is to be that repetitive, predictable character that they've designed, the straw man who just goes out and hits Amazon Prime and buys when he's told to. I think that's what it's all about, personally. I mean, just take your identity away, take your knowledge of self away, try to confuse you to such a degree. And I know that might be a grandiose statement to say about homosexuality, but I'm just saying in general, the hormonal manipulation of the species, I think it's happened to all of us. I think that males in general have been flooded with estrogenic chemicals and things that induce that type of hormone response in your own body, estrogenic foods, estrogenic pesticides, on and on and on. And that's not a mistake. I think when you don't have the natural element of the male and female dynamic, trying to find that equilibrium as it does, the stronger and weaker force, just like any toroidal-hyperboloid or any type of sacred geometry that you look at, when you try to augment that, you're augmenting the Most High design. You're augmenting what the Creator gave us as the building blocks of this realm. And so,
well, I mean, even if you don't look at it as having there being a creator, I mean, there's there's just genetics, just in general. I mean,
Physics. You could say
physics, yeah. And I don't know. I think there's a real problem when people are, as you were saying a little bit earlier. I think there's a real problem when people are told that they need to revolve their identity around their sexuality. I mean, your identity shouldn't be. I don't. To me, your identity should be around your interests, the things you're good at, that sort of thing. But lately, this notion is no. Your identity is something that you can claim to be part of a group of, and that's just nuts. That's just nuts. And we're teaching children this. It's so destructive.
May I?
Yeah, I'll just say one thing. You define your identity. But yeah, Wizard, great to see you. Go ahead.
I'm not going to be here long because I don't like this platform too much because of the way it's run. But Kizumi, you're absolutely right. I heard you earlier speaking about it's not necessarily what we're selected to that affects us, but what we're not presented. The things that are missing in our life. This is the thing that Paul talks. All these people running around in life without a daddy, okay? Never learned how to be a man in the sense of a man. And then Dick up here wants to put this thing about it's propaganda and everybody wants to sit there and agree. And I'm telling you, and I've been telling you for years, everybody's problems, no matter where they come from in your heart, is because you've been taught to babble. If you don't have the comprehension to begin with, then what do you think about all this propaganda? You don't get to think about the propaganda because you've been taught babble to go ahead and propagandize right along with them. Until you learn the language, you won't know what's in your heart, period. That's what you're not being presented. You're not being presented the spiritual aspect. That's what makes your identity. Dick said it exactly right. It comes from within. You do not let other people identify you. Do you not remember Roots when they tried to teach the slave to take his slave name, Toby? I yield.
Man, I hate to have to go, but I have to do some things. I have to give someone a ride to a doctor's appointment, and I'll try to be back after I'm done. But who knows? But I appreciate you letting me on the panel very, very much. Like I said, I've been nervous in the past of coming on because I didn't know whether I'd fit in or whatever. But I'm really glad that you let me on, and it's been very, very cool. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, much respect to you, and thank you for coming here and helping this broadcast be an even more interesting broadcast. And thank you for your participation, sir. And you're also always welcome to come back. At any given time. We are here 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. So, much respect to you, sir, and thank you for being here.
Sounds great.
Say that.
Right on, man.
Izumi, cheers. Thanks for
cheers.
Sharing.
Have a good night, everyone. Oh, day, everyone. I'm so used to my schedule. Anyway, see y'all later.
All right. Thanks for being here, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kizum, please go over there and show him some sub love. Make sure to check him out. Pretty awesome dude. Has pretty insightful ideas and things that he talks about on his channel. So please go make sure to check him out. So
it's nice to talk to people who know how to communicate.
Yes, that's what I appreciate.
That's the only reason I'm up here today is we've got some kind of sense of a fucking panel.
Yeah, I do understand that, Wizard. And
yeah, you don't understand the whistle, huh? You don't understand the overspeaking?
Yes, I did. I did comprehend that
because yes, he could overspeak you, but I couldn't overspeak him. When you want to sit there and let somebody overspeak somebody else, it doesn't matter what language, does it?
But that's fine. But
so we let all these animals in the room and it sounds like a fucking zoo. Then that's why you got a panel with a fucking zoo.
All right. You see, the issue we have here is that you're making me accountable for other people not being fucking mature enough to shut the fuck up while other people are speaking.
Exactly. Right? It's your panel. And what do you think every fucking journalist does? Every fucking journalist has to manage his fucking panel. If you don't present.
No,
they do.
Each person that comes here.
Each person that comes up on the panel has the ability to present. And if you don't allow them to present, then you're the one blocking. Okay. You said you don't do that. Yeah, you're gonna sit here and block me and my whistle? Fuck you.
I disagree. Fine, you're allowed to be unhappy with it, but I won't. I don't appreciate that you do that. I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah, and I don't
But
appreciate that Tommy does it. So therefore, we have the bias, right?
Okay, hold on. We're gonna.
Aren't we supposed to be of like mind up here? Aren't we supposed to be coming together on these panels, bringing people together on thoughts and considerations? But yet you want to sit there and make it a very bold statement that I'm not going to block. And then the first thing you do is when something new comes on, you block because you're not used to it.
But wizard, okay, do you agree with me that you're the word wizard? Fuck. So when I say freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom of whistle, flute, or fucking guitar. You know, I mean, you understand?
Again, no, I don't, because again, you're missing the first point of all communication is a warning, a stress, SOS, Mayday. What do you think they sound out when everybody's in distress? Do they say thank you? No. When a tornado's coming, you hear a whistle. When you're on a ship and there's a problem, you hear a whistle. So, what's the first form of language? When cavemen were out in the field, they were whistling. Fuck you.
So what do you expect me to say to that? I mean, I'm not screaming at you.
I don't expect you to say anything. I expect you to reflect on it, think about it, and maybe take some actions on it.
Well, all right. Maybe I will think about it. All right. I'm just saying to you, honestly, that I do not agree with you on that point, right? Like right now, but
I know. And that's
doesn't
the
mean
one
that I don't.
agreement that you decide to block.
But
that's what I'm
doesn't
telling
mean
you.
I don't
When you
respect
disagree
what
with
you're
somebody,
about.
then you start blocking them. You're not allowing them to express their freedom of speech.
Wizard, can I ask you something?
So I'm reserving judgment here.
Wait. Dick, please. I just want to ask something to Wizard.
Okay,
Please,
cool. I just
Wizard.
have one question whenever it's convenient.
It's going to take 2 seconds, man. Wizard, I'm just asking you, please calm down, man. Nobody's yelling here.
Hey, I'll calm down when other people recognize that the language that they're speaking is fucking babble. Nobody wants to listen to this shit. I gave you one clue. Comment. And nobody wants to look up and realize the truth of everything we speak or write is just fiction and fabrication. But then you want to have this expression of freedom of expression. In that, you turn
But that's
around
not
and
what I say here. But I don't say freedom of expression here. I say freedom of speech. So you can
and again,
say what you want. Speech comes from the mouth.
Comes in many forms.
Speech comes in one form. It comes from the mouth.
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
Yes.
Okay.
It came from the mouth.
Don't whistle.
So whether I use a device or my motherfucking mouth.
Speech implies words, Wizard. Come on, man.
Okay.
We're waiting here patiently. I think Wizard is trying to bring up something. So if you want to share screen, sir, I'm very open to.
Can you read that comment? Tell me about language again.
Hold on, let me go see comment.
I tried to interpret it, and I bet if someone took it maybe to Chat GPT and put it in there, it'd probably give you some kind of. But I don't mess around with that shit, so I'm not going to fuck with it. Looking at it, when I gave it, just from like an intuition standpoint, it kind of reminded me almost of computer code or something, or some other version of it, where you could use that as like a algorithm or a code to make.
It looks like hieroglyphs.
Yeah, hieroglyphs perhaps, but I didn't really get it, Wizard. To be honest, I didn't.
I do. Yeah, but I do.
I didn't know what it
us
was
to
saying.
decode it, in other words. But Wizard, please, will you please explain to us what that means? Because obviously,
I did put a little time into trying to decode it, though. I mean, I did actually go look. I put it in Google, and yeah. So there's my authority, Google, right? Exposing my weakness. But I did go into my own intuition, look at it, and be like, what is that trying to relay? And all I could come up with is it's some kind of code, and I obviously don't know it.
I do believe that Wizard is, has a point to make here, and this is what I want to hear.
And it says, public notice to all people and peoples. It's the beginning of my expression of the trust. And once I wrote it down, and it's on my site, and once I wrote it down in my language, then I wrote it down in English. Okay. We have common plants of the Rocky Mountain Reservation, the importance to Chippewa Cree. You go inside, public notice to all persons. Okay. Guess what? They first gave notice in their own language.
Oh, shit.
You want to own something, You own your words, nothing else. So you try to prevent me from giving of myself to others, and that's the problem. Everybody has a right to know. And by blocking a voice, you fail that. You fail that, not me. I'm the one trying to put it out there. And by you blocking it, you fail, not me.
All right. So this was a personal thing. And all right, you know what? I'll be willing to go halfway with you, Wizard. All right. In the sense that next time it happens, I won't censor you. But I still have a request is that you do understand that it's fucking annoying. And when I have my fucking earphones
and you do
on,
understand when
wait,
people like
let me
Tommy and
finish.
Jack
Let me
talk on the
finish.
phone
Never
and
mind. Hold on
fucking
a second.
interrupt,
Let me
don't
finish. Let me
talk. That's
finish.
just
Let me
fucking annoying,
finish.
isn't
Let
it?
me
Is
finish.
it fucking annoying?
I
Is it fucking
understand,
annoying?
but it doesn't destroy my eardrums. Okay. You
Oh, that's
understand
okay,
that?
but it's still fucking annoying. If it destroyed your eardrums,
Okay.
don't you think you should have said it destroys my eardrums first? Instead, you came out and said it's a fucking
You
annoying.
don't have any fucking
fuck
earphones
you.
on. You don't have any earphones on. You don't have any compassion
I
for
don't
people.
give
who are
a
li-
fuck. Take them off.
well, thank you very much, sir, for trying to fucking dictate what I should and shouldn't do. Fuck, come on, man.
Yeah,
Relax,
so
man.
thanks for dictating when I can and can't speak.
That's not true. I'm not.
You did.
Speaking, no, speaking isn't
You
whistling,
did.
man.
You did.
Dude.
I was giving out a warning, an SOS. Hey, this needs to stop. And yet you wanted to deal with the fucking bullshit. You let it go.
Yes, I did, sir. You know why? Because I believe it's not my responsibility to tell grown men what to do.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have a gas station. It's as a man, it's my grown responsibility to tell a man not to steal,
I'm not
right?
your boss.
It's my responsibility to tell other men not to steal, right?
Why would it be? Why
Then
would it be your responsibility?
Then why would it be your responsibility to tell a man he could speak up and then shut him down? You don't let a man start filling a gas tank and then shut him down.
I shut the whistle. That's it. I never shut your words, sir.
You did.
I shut the whistle. I'm
somebody else is going to sit there and say he's going to overspeak me, but you're going to shut me down when I find a different language to overspeak him. Fuck you again.
I find that it's an immature argument that you have, sir. I'm sorry. It's a very immature argument. And it was also very immature of you.
Immature to go back to your roots. Like I explained to all the people in etymology, I want to go back to Spanish. Man, fuck you, fucking Voynich. You want to go back to Spanish? That's your problem.
There you go. That's the real issue here. He has a problem with Voynich.
Because if you really want to go back to etymology, you go back to the roots before the language started as you know it today and find out that it started again with whistles and calls. You dumb fucks.
That's the issue here. The real issue is between Wizard and Voynich. All right. Wizard is angry at me because I just turned the whistle off because I fucking couldn't hear it, stand hearing that whistle in my earphones and can't seem to understand that simple factor. Okay. And is trying to hold me accountable and crucify me and lapidate me in front of everybody for that stupid.
I am not trying to crucify you. You crucify yourself when you do it.
That's fine. No, I don't. I try to hold a broadcast where people have free speech. If you guys fucking talk over each other and aren't intelligent enough to fucking stop talking and let each other speak and let everybody have a moment, like you fucking always propagate that even City Hall gives you 3 minutes to speak. Well, why don't you guys even respect that? Because I'm not the one interrupting anybody. I'm not the one talking over anybody. I'm here sitting back looking at you guys making a fool of
City Hall is the one that speaks up and says, shut the fuck up.
So if you had a moment to look back at that broadcast, I'm recollecting back to it. I remember Voynich coming in pretty hot and heavy and throwing stones. True. So he was full of piss and vinegar.
Yes, sir.
And so that's why I reserve judgment, because I know Wizard is a highly intelligent being, and so I know he has a position that's rooted in some truth there, and I wanted to hear that, and I hear where he's coming from, that from a consistency standpoint. Now, granted, if he's disappointed in your expectations, OTW, that's on him, because, it's having expectations of others in this reality is just going to be a constant letdown for you. But from a consistency standpoint, being unilateral, you would have taken out Voynich as well if you did want to censor that and say, hey, I don't want this here, right? Because And I don't know, is that what happened? Did you take them both out, or did you just censor Wizard? Because maybe that's his position is, hey, you weren't conducting
censored
yourself.
the whistle, Dick. I
You
censored the
censored
whistle.
me with the whistle, and you wouldn't
That's
censor
it.
Voynich because they're both annoying, and you wanted to deal with Voynich, but not the other annoyance.
What I don't understand is why was Voynich annoying when the only thing that we were hearing is two grown men talking over each other.
Hey, listen,
since you couldn't get the
didn't just remember what you just said.
Since you couldn't
Cut me
get
off.
the
I had
upper
the
hand,
disrespect to speak, and he cut me off. He interrupted me. He interrupted me, just like I'm interrupting you.
Well, you see,
You want to let the interruption go on, then I'll fucking interrupt you.
That's where I think maturity is lacking, sir.
Yes.
Well,
you should have shut him down when he interrupted me.
I disagree.
Before it all got loud.
I disagree.
Instead, you let it go.
Keith, I agree with you, but chill out a little bit, brother. I don't want you to get too stressed. I'm not trying to be rude. Yeah, fuck me. That's okay. Just stress. I know you're stressed, brother, and I love you. I do not want you to feel that stress. I agree with you. I've been listening to this and mowing the yard, doing some shit outside, and I agree with you. One of the fucking things that I want to say here is Paulie has great points. Wizard has wisdom. All right. I think Wizard is someone that I am tuning in most of the time, trying to figure out if he's going to show up and fucking jog my fucking brain. So when he gets cut off, I do digress and go, shit, what the fuck? How didn't I get the rest of that? And I don't want to go, climbing his tree and say, hey, will you fill me in on where I've been? Most of his stuff is up online. You can find it, but I think he's putting some stuff forth that is very valuable and probably some of the most valuable content. I'm not saying it's the most valuable, but to me, it seems to be somewhat.
But I've never said the contrary. I always appreciate Wizard's wisdom and his points of views. I mean, and like I said before, it was a personal decision based on the fact that my eardrums were ringing and it hurt. It fucking literally hurt my ears, man. So I muted that, man. I was like freaking out, man. When your fucking eardrums are fucking vibrating like that, and it's not even funny, dude. It's literal. I'm not even joking, man. So
no. I might have done OTW. I might have done the same thing, dude, because it was hitting my eardrums too. I remember that. And when you do wear the headphones, it will rattle the fuck out of it.
Big difference.
In hindsight, though, looking at it,
man.
But
it wasn't personal towards Wizard. It really wasn't personal towards Wizard.
No, but it's a learning opportunity, right? Like if you look back on it, Voynich really doesn't have shit to say. He just comes in as an agent of chaos and blows his wad all over everyone, and he's not there to engage in productive conversation. When Wizard talks, it matters. And he does get cut off a lot, and there's plenty of us that actually do want to hear what he has to say, so it does get frustrating.
I'm one of those
in hindsight, I can see where he's coming from. In the moment, I might have done the same thing as you, OTW, just to be real about it, like, because I get it, the headphones, it's rattling your ears. So I'm just saying, look at it in hindsight, maybe there's something to glean from it.
Well, that's why I was trying to explain before is I understand where Wizard is coming from. I don't know if you're still listening, Wizard, but anyway, I understand where you're coming from, dude. It's like you're allowed to be angry. I understand your point of view completely. I don't even disagree with it. And the only thing I disagree about is the fact that I was experiencing personal pain in my ears, and I just wanted to relieve that pain for the moment that it was happening because I needed to fucking, it's either that or I had to throw the earphones off or something.
What about somebody else's pain? What about somebody else's fucking pain? Sitting here on a fucking panel with people that expect to know the truth and want the truth. And like Dick said, that's all I give. And yet you want to sit there and let him be annoying and deal with that kind of pain for yourself. But it pains me. Again, fuck you.
Well, I'm sorry, sir. I can't say anything else, but I'm sorry, man. What do you want me to do?
I'm tired of the sorries, just like Paul. It's time to fucking do something. Be a man.
Do you have any suggestions? Do you have any
Might I make a suggestion?
Be a fucking man. Somebody starts speaking up and he's lying. Shut the motherfucker down.
Good idea. Good idea. But here's a better, maybe not a better suggestion, but here's a suggestion.
Unless, of course, you want him to go around lying to you and your children and your women that you have to steadily protect all your life. That's the part you guys don't get. Everybody's running around lying to everybody, and you're okay with it.
Well, everybody's okay with the fucking media doing it to them. So what should make any difference? I mean, people come and say all kinds of things up here, man. All right. And if the guy came up here to fucking express his opinion and like I try to fucking advocate free speech here, man. So if I fucking shut him down, then I'm shutting down his free speech, his ability to express himself.
And his opinion isn't an opinion if he's up here fucking lying and you blatantly know it. So again, fuck you.
That doesn't believe that I necessarily know it. And
I was trying to tell you, it doesn't come from Spanish. It came from my inner space, and you didn't want to listen to that. Oh no, you kept letting him push that Spanish is the etymology of peril, butt, and dog when it comes from Egypt, ancient Kemet, long before Hebrew.
Well, anyway, like I said, I just turned the mic off because I couldn't stand the sound of the whistle in my ears. So, brother, if I can't do anything about it, man. I did it. That's done. Today's today. Yesterday was yesterday. I'll use a little bit of Jalcott. That's a good one. Yeah, I use a little bit of Talcott philosophy here and say let's live in the present moment and try to move on from this if possible. I don't know if you guys want to stay on the subject. I believe that.
Let me just give you a quick thought. OTW.
Wizard has really made his point. I do understand where he's coming from, and it hasn't gone into deaf ears, so I do understand, and maybe next time I'll just take my earphones off or something like that. We'll see what happens if ever it has to happen again. I'll be sure to be vigilant on that, ladies and gentlemen. So, all right. So that being said, I'll let Mr. Scott here say his piece of mind. Go ahead, Scott.
I would like to see, and this may not be feasible because then everybody's thinking they're getting butt hurt and cut off. But if Wizard's talking, if Paul's talking, if you're talking, if Jack's talking, if Dick's talking, and their thought is halfway through, if someone's not tracking with it, that's their problem. Let them go back and listen to it. But if you see Dick's up there intent, you see me leaning and I'm listening, and people are tracking with it, and someone comes in, as Paulie would say, an agent of chaos just to disrupt fucking Keith's train of thought, mute them. Don't mute him. The only reason he came back with a whistle is because the fucking guy wouldn't listen. And I was a part of that. I saw that. And is it annoying? Fuck yeah, even without headphones on. But it's effective. And that's what Keith's pointing out is, look, if I can't get your fucking attention one way, I'll go ahead and go the other. And I don't agree or disagree. It's a method. It's a hey, stand up and listen to what the fuck I'm saying, or sit down and shut up, go to the back of the room because you're going to end up on a fucking boxcar somewhere one day because you're not paying attention.
I appreciate your perspective, and you know what? I actually resonate with that. And I do really resonate with what you just said. And I think that you're absolutely right. And I was maybe lacking since I was like maybe too, occupied. I don't know. I was probably doing something at the same time. And, like I'm trying to share things and do all kinds of stuff at the same time I'm broadcasting. So maybe I did lack of a little bit of attention, maybe not preoccupying myself with what was happening. And then when I heard the whistle, I clicked mute because I was freaking out. So it's like it happened so quickly. And, it wasn't something, like I said before, the intention was not to censor Wizard. It was actually just a personal thing. So it was no malintent towards you. Didn't really want to censor you. And I don't think it's going to happen again. So, much love and respect to you, man. And I hope that you understand that. And I hope that, you'll relax.
Well, I hope I made my point. I really do.
You did. You did.
There was a time when I didn't like people at all. None of you. I hated you so much that I didn't want to be in your presence. I didn't want you 50 foot away. I didn't want you 100 foot away. I wanted to be out there and I had no way to get there. So if I had to go out in public, I would take an empty sack and I would talk to the sack. And that got the result because people would automatically think I'm insane and just spread their path and stand far away from me. And that's all I've ever done in my entire life is present truth to people. And they're the ones that want to separate from me. It's because I'm bringing them the truth to search the path and not the material things. you all have these material things, and you talk about Paul sitting in his camper in his car and how he doesn't have things. That's because of your fucking greed and gluttony, you fucking bitches.
Wait, what'd I do to Paul?
Oh, he's just talking about people minimizing what Paul's accomplished when, you have to define success for yourself. If you let another man define that for you, you're going to play the keeping up with the Joneses. You're going to be running on a hamster wheel chasing a bitter carrot, and it's never going to taste good. So, and when you finally reach your goal, your benchmark, you're going to look out at what you've accomplished and realize you got people who are living vicariously through you, finding their happiness through your accomplishments, and you're miserable because you never defined what success was in the first place. And this world will not give it to you on a silver platter. So when someone has actually got that no debt lifestyle like Paul has, minimalist, everything they need, but not sitting there living in gluttony, I resonate with that big time. And I know that is where a foundation for happiness is built. You may see the motherfucker rolling with all kinds of fiat notes at some point, but the reason that you start with that foundation is because you really don't need any of that. And you prove that by being willing to just go without regardless. Because I mean, the ability to have your time is the greatest asset. And most people have sold that out to this beast system. So they don't even have themselves.
Spot on.
Well, you see, just by seeing things through the perspective of Scott, actually cleared things up for me immensely, and why I've had a certain new perspective on things now when it comes to freedom of expression, if that's what I guess we should call it now instead of freedom of speech. Yeah, because I'm willing to adjust myself to certain dynamics where I understand where I went wrong, and I can admit that as a man. So yeah, so I'm feeling guilty right now. I hope everybody does see that, right? I'm being accountable here.
I must also apologize for cutting you off the other day on your dick story. I'm sure the punchline would have been good. I did miss the opportunity to hear the outcome of that, and I will in the future try to be more reserved in my communications and let people finish their thoughts.
Yeah, but cutting folks off isn't the problem, guys. Like, there's an inherent
Sure
merit.
It is.
No, it's not. There's an inherent merit to
Sure it
other
is, Timmy.
folks.
Cutting people
No,
off
it's
is the
not.
problem. Isn't cutting people off the problem? That's what makes this shit happen, where we start talking over each other and we don't actually.
No,
People can't
because
get up
at
to the
some
point
point,
because the person just keeps talking and they won't shut the fuck up.
like you're
and
doing right now, right?
Exactly,
You don't want.
exactly. So it is the
You
problem.
got his point. You understand what he's
You're
saying. That
doing it out of
you can't
bad.
get your
You're
point
doing it
out
out
if
of
we're just
bad
going to keep
faith.
talking to you.
Yeah, if we
You
just
don't have
keep
anything
talking
to
over
say
you,
if
this
we're
is
talking
fucking
over you. You
bullshit.
have nothing to say.
It's really chaotic. It is
Now you're doing it out of
Let's
bad faith.
identify the problem for what the problem is, and
Okay,
you know.
let's do it then. It's not about cutting someone off or not. It's about good faith and it's about merit. Okay? So, for example, like OTW, you feeling once a certain way about the whistle or the not whistle, like, first of all, motherfuckers need to come into a space with good faith. And if they don't, it's a non-starter. So, for example, Void coming in yesterday had nothing to say for like 20 minutes and was just like shitting on everybody. And there was no good faith there. He never does. So his reputation is already of bad faith, right?
Agreed.
So that's a non-starter. If you can't even like, and if this is your space, you got to be moderating that, right? And it's not about free speech or not at that point. That's just like good faith or not, right? And that's, you have to use your determination on that. And then the other thing with cutting people off, it's like, dude, I mean, we can do cupcake party where everybody has the equal merit, but like that's a distortion of reality, right? When you all know when we go to those spaces and then like everybody is like letting everybody talk and fucking a woman starts speaking and then she goes on for like 7, 8, 9 minutes and all the men are like this, they're like afraid to cut her off. Like, come on, guys, like that's not true. Like we can develop a way to figure this out. At least I do with the people around me in groups. We figure it out, right? There's an ebb and flow. There's a certain level of honor. There's a certain level of respecting each other's merits, and that just happens naturally, doesn't it? Though, Dick.
I mean, don't we have to
Sometimes
respect?
he
Don't we
referred
have
to
to
me-
respect?
He said you referred to me. Sometimes it works out like that. Sometimes it's so unproductive. You just have to leave and come back later and maybe have an opportunity when things have calmed down. But
Yeah.
I see.
mostly
I don't
does.
see it as a black and white thing. It's often that middle path where it's You know, you don't want to have some kind of rigid decree of how people have to have conduct. It's what you say: merit, integrity, being presentable. And there is a power dynamic there. So if an asshole like Voynich comes in, he wants to stir it up and just not off. It's one thing to be a little trolly, but then offer some productive input. But if you're just there to be a troll, then I would say in hindsight, that's what I learned from it. You know, why not get rid of that so that we can have a productive conversation here and do what we do.
OTW, Patrick, is it? Excuse me, Dick, but Patrick, is that your name?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're the moderator. This is your room. You're the broadcast, and you are the one that enables or disables someone to create that chaos. Now, if someone comes in over Keith and says, "Yeah, that's right," or they come in and they go, "Well, does that work with this?" Just a quick. It's not somebody who's trying to derail them, okay? But if someone comes in and goes, "Hey, fuck, that's wrong," you know, wait, what are you talking about? That we don't want to hear about that. Well, even if you're not reading the room right, if Keith's talking, that's probably, I would say, it'd take a little bit of precedence. If Paulie's talking and he's going into something that's about the Dow, it's about fixing somebody or helping, that might take a little precedence because, to be honest, that's what I'm here for. Timmy, you may not be here for. Kiss you me, you might not be here for that. But I want to grow. I want to enlighten myself. If I'm fucking going backwards, I'm gonna bail out. That's all there is to it. But I feel like there is value here. And if we have value-able content, then you'll have more viewers. It's just going to be, that's the simple fact of the matter. So if you have more conflict, if you have more discord and, you know, just not honest discord, but, you know, divisive discord, then I don't think you're going to gain the traction that you want. I mean, I could be wrong but even if I'm wrong, it might not be the traction you want. I mean, are we gonna,
how do you differentiate between the two, though?
I think you're going to kind of
and how do you deal, Scott, with people that come in perpetually with bad audio?
Oh, come on.
Is my audio bad?
It has some clicky sounds in it, but I can understand what you're saying. So I was just saying, how can you differentiate between what you were talking about? So
I apologize. Old habits die hard. I yield.
It's fluid and dynamic, right? We all come here for a different thing, and then OTW is the master of ceremonies, right? So ultimately, it's his narrative, right? And then secondarily, each of our narratives, you want it, for lack of a better word, come second, right? That's how I see it.
What do you want, OTW?
Right, okay,
do you want us to just yell at each other and throw shit at each other like chimpanzees, or do you want us to be respectable?
Wait.
Responsible.
Let me explain here, okay, guys. You know, sometimes what I think this broadcast happens. What happens here sometimes is like chaos can happen. I mean, two guys can get into a fucking heated argument and it'll go bad or sideways or sour or whatever. So when that happens, I bring up the this famous little thing here. Right?
Let's get ready to rumble.
OTW about to bring snafu snaps in.
Right. So it's kind of part of the show. I do appreciate the conflicts. I appreciate all sides of what's going on. But things happen. Shit happens. I muted Wizard when he was going with the whistle thing. But like I said before, it's just like a tech issue. And anyway, so that being said, I mean, kind of like, and the audience seems to appreciate the conflicts as well sometimes. So that's why I let it roll. And sometimes it's even more than just like the free speech aspect. It's just like sometimes the heated debates and the screaming kind of attracts attention. So I let it ride, man. It's kind of like a broadcasting thing. It's it's kind of a producing choice, if you will. It's like all right, so the people are rolling in and they're loving this shit. Let it ride, man. So
I mean, there's always a point when it can go too far, though. So, and you seem to be on top of that. So,
and remember, folks, if you really want the numbers, then you shoot propaganda just like the news media. If you want,
I mean, even the most independent of independent media still pushes out things based on their biases. So,
How about me? I'm independent and I don't bias anything.
we have our own individual biases.
That's the truth. That's true.
Not if you're out there in nature. I guarantee
you can't avoid your own personal bias. You can't. It's not possible.
Okay. So you've overcome my experience and proven that I don't have biases.
I'm saying that every person, every animal has its biases based on the things that they've experienced, based on, there's a whole number of things. Everyone has their own biases, and you have to look past them to be able to look at things from possibly other people's perspectives.
Okay. And so if you're looking at things from other people's perspectives, you're overcoming that, what you call a bias. So that proves that you're actually not biased because you're open-minded.
You're trying, but no matter what, everyone is biased, though. Everyone is biased.
Again, you speak in babble when you speak of every person. If you know the term person, you know you're talking about fiction. I am not a person, okay, brother?
You're not a person? I'm a person. Everyone here on the panel is a person.
No, I am not, and I can prove it. I've proven it to every government on this planet. You cannot be a person by literature. The language itself is set up in first person, second person, and third person. And when you speak or write a comment based on your thought, your comment itself in etymology means fabrication, fiction, and invention. This is why Samuel Clemens, in his written form or spoken form, is known as first person for his thoughts only.
You see, that's why we love wizards so much.
You are not a person. The person is of your thoughts.
You have many personalities.
This is what I'm talking about. I cannot talk to people like him because he's so indoctrinated into the term person itself. One term, and it destroys his entire life if you destroy that for him. He thinks he's a person. The entire commercial.
I mean, we have. We can be out. We can survive outside of the concept of a person, but how beneficial is that?
Well, what is the outside of a person? Because a person never comes off of a paper, and you only hear it in sound. The physical being is a being. It does things. A person cannot do things. A person is in the paper only.
What do you mean a person can't do things? I don't understand that part.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You've been indoctrinated into believing that a person is a real thing. The English you learned is not what you think it is.
Okay, this is where I wanted to go. Please pause a second because Kizum seems confused, and I think it's because he's not familiar with this, guys. So try to go like more in baby steps, please. Like,
can I give it to him?
Don't want to lose him.
Hey. Each individual is a son. Each individual is a son.
I mean, we have there's look.
Let me speak. Each individual, each man, each woman is themselves a person, per the Son of Man, the spiritual sense only. It is not the being.
We are not bound by the social constructs that society has put in front of us. We don't have to follow those things.
The social society construct that you are put before has trained you to believe that you are a person, denying the fact that of the statement you just said that you were not bound, yet you bind yourself by the language calling yourself a person.
Because then you could say the same thing about any number of labels that we put on anything.
Yes, and there's your bias.
Hold on.
That's your bias.
But I understand that's my bias. I totally understand that's my bias. Yes.
I don't have that bias. I don't have those biases. I go by the
You
scripture.
have a different bias. You have a different bias.
I go by the scripture that tells us to act about ourselves. We're not supposed to be letting other men influence us. We're supposed to let life influence us. We're supposed to observe Mother Nature, not other men. We're not supposed to put our trust in men. We're supposed to put our trust in nature. And every time you put your trust in men that designed that language, and you follow that language instead of whistles or any other,
society tries to bring us down to being very, very shit. Where's my wording? Oh my God, I'm sorry. They try to bring us down to the lowest common denominator, and that sucks. And we shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
And so I agree with you to a certain degree, but in order for people to be able to relate with each other, there has to be a standard language. There has to be some sort of standards. There has to be some sort of morals. There has to be something. Because if you don't have that, we're fucked.
Yeah, and now you're speaking of people instead of person. So are you one of the people or are you a person? Very valid question. Are you one of the
I don't know what you mean by that.
Exactly, because you don't know the words you're speaking. If you did, you'd know the difference between people and person, yet you use them both in the same context. That's babble.
Keith, can I help him? May I help him a minute? You're muted. We're all muted.
We're all muted.
Oh, I'm not. Okay, Keith, I can't hear you.
I
want to
love
hear
you,
what
brother.
you
I
said.
do. I just have a hard time with
OTW
people that
just
think
cut us
they know
all
what
off.
they're talking about, and I hear people in person in the same context. That tells me you're either lying knowingly or negligently involved in
I
babble.
didn't do anything. Even
Keith, hang on just a second. Kiss you me. No, don't worry about it. Kiss
You
you
got
me.
cut
Listen.
off on that, Wizard.
Person,
We couldn't
place,
hear a lot of that because it was on mute, but unfortunately.
Person, place, or thing, okay? That's a noun. All right. A person, if I create a contract, it becomes a person. If I create a trust, it becomes a person. If you look at Coca-Cola, the company, is a person. Would you consider that a person? No,
but
it is.
No, not really. But legally, I guess it could be. I don't agree with that concept, but legally, I guess it could be.
It has many of the rights.
Legally, it becomes a person, and what you are is part of the people. Unfortunately, people aren't realizing that everything is a transaction with another person, which means contract. You're contracting everywhere. And the only way you can contract is through that two-dimensional piece of paper. So your person is contracting with their person is contracting with another person because fiction can contract. Man with fiction. Man can't contract with fiction. Man can contract with man. And that's just a handshake. That can be, we speak it, we know it, but that person, place, or thing, listen, there's the verbiage of things. When we look at the English language, and this is going back to the guys that did the parse thing, the pen is on the table is an improper statement because of the verb adverb syntax of that. The more proper statement would be the brown pen is on, or the red pen is on the brown table, because verb and adverbs turning the next word after an adverb into an action word, a verb. So when a noun table becomes a verb, it's in action, it's fucking flying. So it doesn't make sense. Therefore, the statement the is more proper than the pen is on the table, because both pen and table are now action words based on the adverb placed in front of pen and placed in front of table. So our language just gets us really fucked up. The reality is we don't understand it. We've been trained or indoctrinated to believe babble. And then the courts come in with legalese or Latin and they confuse the fuck out of you the rest of the way.
I mean, I agree that the concept of person is probably fucked up. The entire notion of what we are supposed to be is probably fucked up. But we live in the society we live in. We can't just ignore it. We can't just pretend it doesn't exist.
I got a couple questions for you, brother. Kizumi. I got a couple questions. Are you a spiritual guy that follows the scripture?
I am a pantheist, so
Okay. The scripture that I go by, which is known as the law of the land here for the American nationals and stuff, whatever they want to call them, is the King James Version of the Bible. Now, the scriptures, as far as I know, through my research throughout the world, say the same thing through their scriptures. And in the King James Version of the Bible, it says that God formed man of the dust of the ground. And when he breathed the breath of life into his nostrils, man became a living soul. So I trick people up just by asking them if they're a man, and they want to stick their chest out with all their ego and say, yeah. And then I refer to the scripture. Because if they're a spiritual guy in that scripture and they read that scripture, they find out that you're not supposed to trust another man. You're not supposed to shake the hand of another man, and that you're not actually a man. You're a fucking living soul. Everybody's classifying you as a man or a woman. That's agriculture. That's farming. That's male and female. Male and female created he them, and he called their name Adam. How come nobody wants to use that fucking pronoun?
What, Adam?
Yeah.
Atom.
Yeah.
Atom.
The original pronoun.
Atom.
Adam. See, that's the thing that they left out for you, Kizumi. They left out the spiritual growth. See, they didn't tell you that you are male and female both. They brought you up thinking you're a man, but you didn't have any men around. It was the women growing you up. And the women that were growing you up said, fuck it, I don't need a man. How can that be? You are both man and woman. You cannot live life without a man, and you cannot live life without a woman. It's an impossibility. Y'all confused. That's
well, man, I agree that society has been shoving forth this notion that men don't matter, and men don't matter in especially in the way that people are raised, and it sucks. It's horrible. It's having a terrible effect on society. Absolutely horrible. And I can relate my own personal experiences with how horrible that is. So yes.
Yeah, and that's the problem. See, God first, then the Son of Man, and then woman. See, a woman doesn't tell a man what to do because a woman can't protect a man. That's why man comes after God and Son. If it was meant for children to protect the parents, it would be children, and then mom and dad. No, it's God, Christ, man, woman, child. The child gets all protection from all four levels. If he doesn't, he's fucked. If one link in that chain is broken, it's fucked.
Are you picking up what he's putting down, Kizumi?
I am. Yeah, and I agree.
A lot of people don't get this, that this world is full of deception, that the words, they're trickery. I mean, put the S on words in the beginning and rather than the end, and you have a sword. Boy, aren't your words kind of sharp? If you want them to be, they cut like a knife.
Yeah, in the Bible, the sword could be translated as the tongue. You know,
exactly.
So when they say the word "the tongue" in the Bible, it could be often referenced as the sword.
Think of all the words that we have that mean the same thing. You know, I mean, this language, the other people around the world come to listen to the English language and it confuses them. English as a second language is a motherfucker for people. Why? Because there's 9 words, 90 words or meanings for one word. You were explaining, Keith.
Yeah, well, think about this. The thing I told you about comment earlier, C-O-M means with in Latin. M-E-N-T means thought.
The mind, yeah,
mentality.
Yeah.
Right, in Latin. Now, what you do is you take those 2 words in Latin and you contract them. Just like the English language has isn't, it's a contraction. You contract them together, okay? That's the problem. English is not actually English. It's a conversion of Latin words that now become terms and conditions of contract.
Exactly. Even the Bible is also the same thing. It's exactly the same thing, because when you read it in the correct way, and you as like when you look the Bible, it says the Old Testament and the New Testament. All right, but in Latin, testi, testa, okay, testament, testi is testa is another is derivative of Anyway, it comes down to testi in Latin. All right. So which
Testicles.
means
Say it,
no,
brother.
it's not testicles. It means
Yes, it is. Yes, it
means the
is.
body. It means the body. It means the body.
Right.
All right.
And the testicles are the only
and
ones
men
that get
Yeah, but
stuck
that's
on the table.
not you can't directly associate those together, man. Come on.
Yes, I can. No, because the Bible.
No,
would be
no, no. I'm
translated
talking about cult member. You know, he's saying testament and testicles. I mean, no, you can't associate those two things together.
But listen, what I was trying to refer to.
You probably,
Hold
yeah,
on a
you
second,
can.
Scott, listen. What I was trying to refer to is when you say the word testament, it means, or like the New Testament, Old Testament means the new body and mind, and then the old body and mind and the new body and mind. So it's like the transference from the old body, the alchemical process, the old body and mind to the new body and mind. This is what, through my understanding of the words, what New Testament and Old Testament means.
Test. In Origins of Courts, they never took a woman to court, right? Why?
Never.
Because it was the man that went to court. And they called the man's nuts his testicles in medical terms later on, because he's the one that was put to test. He was the one that laid his nuts on the table against another man's nuts on the table and got him chopped off if one was wrong.
Holy shit.
Yeah. That's your testimony. If you are willing to testify, test. If I lie, testify.
Take my nutsack. Fuck me. That's horrible.
Yeah,
That's
man.
great.
I know. He's like,
That's great.
That's great.
Great to create a fucking actual society, not like the nonsense we have today.
Well, where are the places they cut your hands off for stealing? Does that still exist in the world, or is that like
It does. It does. And that's a shame, because that's just one of the stupidest things. If you want that young man to grow up and be a societal member, and you deny him that right in his youth because he was wanting and needing, that should tell you something about your society. Because if you think you're going to have a society of strong men to go to war and protect you, and they end up being nothing but string beans because they've been struggling and fighting all their life and they have no nutrition and no education, then that nation's going to fall quick.
Okay. Your thoughts, Scott?
This world is full of so much compartmentalized bullshit, and you go to different countries. Well, let's just say this. I mean, at this point, because nobody's following the rules, period. And I mean, in this country, you have the United States is Washington, D.C. It's nothing more except the roads, the military batteries, forts, arsenals, and all that bullshit. So the United States, if you say you're a United States citizen, you're basically saying that your origin and you live in Washington, D.C. Now, without going too far into all that bullshit, once you go out, there's contract after contract after contract. So there's this contract within this contract within this contract within this. So just when you get down to your local county or your ward or your different area, their contract between the next contract over is making them a nation unto themselves. Every fucking county has their own rules, regulations, and they follow their own edicts. So it has gotten to the point.
So what? So what? Everybody in the castle walls decides to fucking be there.
Oh, Timmy, if we can't agree that 0-0, we're fucked. And that's the problem here, is that everybody agreeing.
Acquiesces to all this
That's
bullshit. A town of 30,000 people, and there's 30 cops, and the other 29,970 people acquiesce to the nonsense day after fucking day, week after week, year after year. So if those people didn't want to be ruled like that, they would fucking change it, but they don't. And anybody that's there in these areas can go out. They're not being held there against their will, right? So what's the issue? I don't believe this world is fallen. I believe that man, on some level, has become fallen, and he just lives by fear, and nobody just does shit how they want and progresses out of Babylon, because people are staying inside these counties, inside these localities, and then they acquiesce to the bullshit regulations every day, which makes them law. An old Roman maxim says, custom is as law, because if the beings that are there acquiesce and assent to it, then it becomes what they want. So China's insanity communism is law because the people every day let it happen, and they allow it, and they acquiesce.
What
The
happens
governor
when they
makes
buck
this
up?
mandate decree, they all follow it. It's law then,
Tiananmen
because
Square.
by the people. of the people. They made the law. The people make the law, not the governments. The governments are a fiction. You know that, right?
As much as they're a fiction, they wield big guns, they have armies, and they fucking throw shit around whenever they want to.
They're outnumbered.
Check out You Tell Me here. Did you have
100,000 to
something you
1.
wanted to chime in on this? See, that's the thing, though, too. You know, if people don't actually have something to say, did you have something to say? You tell me.
I might chime in, but if you want me off the panel, that's fine too. I got to
you're
jumpstart my vehicle.
I just, I'm noticing it's like, so if I'm just cutting the flow here and screwing up the broadcast because I'm deferring to someone when they come on thinking they have something to say.
So men should speak when they're, they want to speak, right?
Well, that's like
the
kind of
the flow of it or whatever. Because I do always feel that kind of odd feeling when someone comes in like, hey, why not defer to him real quick? Because, we're all like fever in the heat of a conversation, but, maybe they have something they want to just add real quick. Maybe that's silly, though. I'll think about that.
I got up here because this looks like a good conversation. I might have something to say, but continue on, fellas.
All right, so perfect. We got 50 people watching right now, so make sure to hit that like button and share this out to everybody. Click the sub, do the whole YouTube, you know the drill, kind of, what to do. There's also a link to support the channel if ever you want to help us stay live every single day of the week. 8 hours a day. It's long streams, but a lot of stuff happens, and it always is very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you for being here. This is the Grand Rising Show, number 17 on OTW News. So that being said, your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have any ladies on the panel? We do not. So your thoughts, gentlemen.
Timmy, the whole system that you're describing, you say that we overrun them, we overpower them, and they know that. They're well aware of that. That's why they're trying to, end guns. They, every time there's a Nashville, every time there's, any of these shootings or anything, that's their problem, reaction, solution. I think it's David. What's the guy from over in England?
David Icke. Yeah, this is old news, man.
Yeah, just problem, reaction, solution. He's the one that talks about that all the time. Ike, he's a former football player. He was a good football player years ago, which is how I first knew about the guy. But then he talks about that, and it's true that what happens is our government is very good at moving people's opinions, and they have a media at their hands. Okay, so if you want to wonder how come everybody moves in one direction and ends up acquiescing, as you will, it's because they're sure that everybody else is. Why? Because the news is telling them all the time that they are.
Again, if you watch the news, they never really even make claims. Like Wizard's Point, they're fucking speaking babble. They write all capital letters, which is fucking dog Latin. And then
But the masses don't know that. There's only
one. Whose fault is that, though? The government or your papa, right? Or you? Right? Like, and at the end of the day, it's, nature versus nurture. I believe that man, for lack of a better word, living soul, whatever you want to, whatever flavor you got, man has the same power as the I am. And he's been gifted that power, that infinite power to do good. So I don't buy this constant undertones of, oh, man is such a worm and there's all these systems and governments around and it's so hard to make any change. Like, I don't buy that. And that's what I always fight everybody with. And people call me a whiner, complainer, because I see that man has infinite potential. And it seems like most people don't really believe that, because then they always want to point the finger at the quote unquote government or the corporations when these are all dead entities. And again, like 20,000 people in a town, there's 20 cops. It's like, again, how are you pointing at the 20 cops or the 10 fucking local assemblymen? It's fucking laughable. And every day it's the same shit, right? And people go and complain and like, oh, the government is doing property taxes. Like, yo, how about motherfuckers learn to stand on their fucking square and say, you know what? Listen, guys, and everybody send a notice on the same fucking day. 20,000 notices to the local fucking assembly. Listen, what are these? What makes you think that I'm subject to your rule? Right? Go ahead and let me know, right? And then they can't answer. And then the people, if they could organize, then they would, right? But they can't, and they need a daddy called government And that's what gets us in this whole situation, because people can't self-govern, right?
There's a number of people. There's a number of people out there that are incapable of self-governing. Okay, if all you ever knew as a hammer was a rock, then when you saw a hammer, you wouldn't know what to do with it. There's some people that don't know how to self-govern because they've never fucking had any inclination of what that even what that means.
It's
That's
a
the quagmire.
self-acquired. It's a self-acquired skill. I mean,
Right.
you don't just come out of the womb that way.
So then we got a bunch of people who got together and started an educational system based on Rockefeller's idea that I'll just create workers. Okay, I'll create dumbed up fucking factory workers that don't ever question anything. So now here we are 100 years later, basically, and we're sitting here discussing how can we get this knowledge back into people's heads. Now, a panel like this is going to help do that. But here's the real trick. He just said, OTW said there's 50 people watching. If you want the message to get out, the numbers game. This is the trick. If you tell two people and they tell two people and they tell two people and so on, the theory of doubling gets you to 1 million in 17 doubles. Okay? So if we played the numbers game and actually tried to take, I wouldn't want to share any of these panels that go haywire. And I'd like to see some of the better panels clip down into.
Why though? It's usually reality and what people want to actually hear discussed. It's the 800-pound gorilla in the room. It's the thing that is the controversial subject.
I'd want it clipped down to the content. I'd want it clipped down to the content that was usable, digestible, and less vitriolic.
You don't think people want to see the dynamics of the conversation though? How the social dynamics work out and where it goes to find resolve?
I'd want people to lead back to this so they could see the entirety of it all. That's how I would try and present this to the masses.
I feel like you want a soap opera canned TV version of what humanity.
I want Wizard's message and
what's
Paul's,
actually going on.
I want Wizard's message and Paul's message and a few other people's message to get out a little more clean, succinct, and dissected to the points of real, capable, actionable, intelligible, movable momentum.
Conventional, commercial, marketable.
No,
version.
fuck commercial. None of this is commercial. None of this is not what Wizard's talking there is fucking none of it's commercial. It's all actually going against that and going back to God's law and going back to standing on your own. If you listen, this guy's healing himself. I'm just saying, let's pair out the fucking whistles. Let's pair out the fucking dog whistles bullshit. And
you know what? You have to be that guy because you're cleaner around the edges then. And I'm cleaner around the edges. I don't do things Wizard does. I don't do things Paul does. So then I have to be that guy. I can't ask Paul to be something that I see in him that I want to see or that I want to see in him. I see a lot of things in him that I see in myself. I have to be the change I want to see in the world. I can't ask him to do it. I can't ask Wizard to do it, to be who I want him to be. I have to be it.
And that's a large part of the problem. And that's a large part of the problem because I've got almost 600 videos out there.
Right, they're there.
And people can use those videos, but they don't. And that's because they don't want to change.
Right.
Again, if they find out the reality of it and it forces a change, it destroys their life.
100%. 100%. Most of these people are living in such a lie. It's created a fucking house of cards, a glass reality that, one little thing, you go like this and then the whole thing shatters, the whole thing collapses. So that's why most people, they fight for the lies, right? They'll fight to their death before they realize that they were living a lie their whole life.
That's very true, Timmy. I mean, they say that women will stay in an abusive relationship because of the fear of change, the unknown. That's so scary to some people that absolute fucking paralyzation happens, even though they're getting the shit kicked out of them on the weekly.
Yeah, so that's why I don't really agree with you that this is like sort of there's really a numbers game because I don't really think that many folks are needed, quote unquote, because I mean I don't look at this on a global scale. It's just like intelligent, wise people should just be getting around each other where they get along and like just let Babylon fall, let Babylon do what it's gonna do. Like I have no, like what other way is there, right? The deceived will stay deceived. Majority of them.
Timmy,
I don't
this
see
is
them changing.
global, though. This is ubiquitous. What's happening in this country is happening in most every other country, except the countries that are bucking up against the fiat currency. So it is ubiquitous. It is a universal message, and it is something that my honest opinion is, and I'm not saying to fucking homogenize the message at all. I'm saying that if you clip those pieces out and then we shared that, if you have 50 people and each person shares it at least to 2 people, asking them to share it to 2 people, then your message branches quicker. If you wanted that, nobody fucking's telling anybody what to do.
But dude, have you started getting into this stuff like a few years ago, man, or what? Like, I mean, beyond.
I'm in a totally different arena, dude. I'm in fucking. I was putting together a music museum. Okay, that's what I was trying to do, and I mean, just a completely different arena up until a few years ago due to some issues. But that now,
right. I say that because I've been a dude since 2006 saying, okay, this is all a scam. It started with 9/11. I was 16. I saw it all, did the research, talked to everybody. Anybody that's an OG like me that's been around knows that what you're saying respectfully doesn't work, because like if I share anything with anybody at this point, it's like it gets through to 1% of I've been playing the long game for 15 years and saying the same shit to my best friend. Only now some of them are coming around. Let
me correct the record.
You know?
Okay, I've understood this was all fucked up since 1996, and I got into this whole bandwagon of the court systems are backwards and upside down. I did it the hard way. I had to learn by my grandparents getting murdered and going through a fucking trial and then another trial of double homicide. It was horrible, and I had to sit there. And at the end, I looked at the guy that did this, and I mouthed the words to him, "Pray for yourself." And he understood, because this was a CODA child of deaf adults who'd done it. Speaking, hearing child of deaf adults. So this guy could ring the doorbell at 5 years old and steal the car, and the parents would never know. He didn't have a normal childhood. So I learned about the court system and how they were kiting and churning those bonds of my grandparents to this fucking day, 26, 27 years later. This is a bullshit system. I've known that all along. I got into the music. I've traveled. I understand when you get your passport and you move from one fucking country to another, that's because they're taking you. Your money is vested in this. Okay? This is who you are. So you're being transferred. You're a parcel, if you will, almost, between these nations. It's crazy, but it's how it works. And then they're responsible for you. Now, going back to how this applies going forward, man, yes, there's a lot of fucking chaos that's going on, but most people don't see it. And the country, it's going to keep going forward because most people are a part of that. They're all working for their 9 to 5. If they find out something's wrong, then they feel like they're literally responsible for their children, their family, and everything. That looks great, Keith. I love that. I wish it was mine. Can you send that to me in the mail? I'll give you the address.
Coincidentally, it's called White Gorilla.
There you go. Oh, fucking nice. Looks like a nice fucking chunk there. That's a top too. Look at geez, Dick. Dick is the farmer. Dick is the farmer. Is that a white gorilla? Dick's got a white gorilla too.
No, it's some indica dominant hybrid.
The monogamy special.
There you go.
Years ago,
we don't know what the male was on it, so that's kind of interesting. I don't know if that tells the story. We know the female was Fruity Pebbles, and the male was some kind of sativa, likely, but it was a mistake, so we'll just grow it out.
Hetero haze, Dick.
The bangy haze, is that what you're talking about?
But on the real, it was cool to see Kazumi up here. I wanted to ask him a couple questions because I'm pretty sure he found Paul and OTW from my channel, which made me want to ask him how he found my channel. Yeah, but I don't know if I think he had something to do that he's tending to, and that's why he jumped off. But yeah, it was cool to see him come up on channel.
Yeah, really cool. I really appreciate Kizum coming here, and I hope he comes back. I didn't have time to say goodbye. I guess he was just jumped off really quick, but it was really awesome that he decided to come here. So, like I said, hope he comes back, guys.
The thing about restreaming, right, is that people who obviously are familiar with my channel, but not yours, will find you. And so in the future, when people restream my streams, the same is bound to happen. So I think this restream feature, shout out to StreamYard, honestly. Shout out to StreamYard. We appreciate you, StreamYard.
Yo, Hard Hat, why don't you ever come up and argue with somebody instead of just writing comments in the chat, man? You got something to say it on voice.
Let me say it for him. Good morning, Vietnam!
Oh, there's another one I'm
in
going to get.
Vietnam.
That's another one I'm going to get. Sorry, Timmy.
When he's traveled to Southeast Asia and he's like, yeah, I had a great time, blah, blah, blah. And I'm here extremely temporarily, and Hard Hat's going to talk shit. I love it. What's your problem, Hard Hat? Because I fucking said don't have a job and have a business, and you think I'm a dirty capitalist? I mean, let's have the discussion, man. Instead of just making shit comments for fucking weeks.
Let's get ready to rumble. That's your cue, OTW.
Oh, yeah, true. Hold on a sec. Fuck. I'm getting overwhelmed. The telephone is all right, I got this. Where's the Royal Rumble? I'm late. I know it. I'll get used to it, guys. I got to get the other one.
Let's get ready to rumble.
At the Good Morning Vietnam, man. Wouldn't that be awesome to start off the show with that one? That would be great. Just like right before I come on. Good morning, Vietnam. I love Robin Williams, man. Isn't that a shame that he's dead? I mean, God, did I love that actor, man. Was he awesome or what? He was a phenomenal actor, in my opinion.
More Colin Orson.
I'll be honest, there has not been one day that has gone by that I've worried about that man's passing or even gave it one small iota of a consideration. But I'm just giving you my honest evaluation on it.
Same here, Dick. And the only movie that I really know of him is Flubber. That was a movie that I watched a lot as a child. So that's
I don't.
Doubtfire.
So many movies. Yeah, Mrs. Doubtfire. What about Peter Pan, guys? Come on. That was a classic.
Never watched it.
What about Good Will Hunting? He was great in Good Will Hunting.
Never seen it.
Oh, yeah. He took a really small salary for that movie. Did you know that, guys?
He gave Matt Damon and Ben Affleck a huge fucking break by doing that.
Yeah. And after that, these two fucking skyrocketed to Hollywood.
Well, since we're on the topic of dead celebrities, y'all heard about Jerry Springer?
Did he go?
No. What about Jerry?
No, I didn't. You're kidding me.
Yeah, I am not.
He's gone
today, huh?
When?
Yeah, I've seen some stuff floating around.
Wow.
Has it been confirmed? Is it true or is it just some kind of other? Because sometimes it happens where they have like these things spreading around where these actors and shit like that, celebrities, they're dead, but they're not really dead. And then the celebrities have to come out and say, "Hey guys, I'm not dead." What do you guys think?
It's true though. Today,
I was going to say that the drone technology only lasts, I guess, 20 years or whatever, because at some point they switched him out.
Yeah, confirmed an hour ago. The TMZ.
Jesus,
wow.
Tom Arnold had one of the funniest lines I've ever heard. Just a comeback. I mean, TMZ was actually fucking interviewing him. They walked up to Tom Arnold, Roseanne's old husband, and they said, "We just found out that Jerry Springer is the #1 syndicated talk show across America. What does that mean to you?" And he goes, "More people lived in trailer parks than we originally assumed." Fuck. He put on a big show.
I was hanging back with John Mayer, and I was talking to him about how he should tune his guitar, and I was telling him about his how he could have a better sex life and stuff, and we get along really good, me and John Mayer.
That's a friend of mine's cousin.
Hang around, design guitars together, and hold hands sometimes.
Are you friends with John?
Non gay though.
Are you friends with John for real, Dick?
I mean, he looks at me like a brother, but doesn't really know me. So.
Oh fuck! I was gonna my best friends.
Honestly, I did have a few interactions with John Mayer in a previous work capacity.
Never met him.
He once wrote in a magazine that had his picture in it with the guitar and said, "Sell, sell, sell," noting that I was his sales slave because I was one of the best sellers of his signature model instrument that he had with Fender. In any case, interesting dude if we're name dropping.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
nice.
I'm living vicariously through John Mayer when I play my guitar. And
John Mayer got me laid in college.
He really had some songs there, yeah, that got the women excited. That's for sure. If you could
No,
even
Body
get
is
close to playing it on
Wonderland.
the acoustic, you were in. You know.
I told a chick that I was open. He was doing a show in town the next night, and I told a chick that I was in town just visiting, opening for him the next day. And so if you talk to John, tell him thanks.
I got him on speed dial here.
I don't know if she believed me or not, but she went along with it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, was it true or not?
Fuck no.
Oh, well, there.
No, I don't play guitar. I taught myself 3 songs of guitar because I figured if you can't get laid after 3 songs, you're not going to get it at all.
You only need
Flow
to learn
State
3
wondering
chords.
why he can't find a trusted partner in this life to build something with as he starts out the foundation of every relationship on a lie. That's can all learn from
Somehow
that.
I've managed to find him.
Doing all right, huh?
Do you show up at the bar saying I'm with the band?
I don't go to the bar at all anymore.
What's that? What's a bar?
That's the place. That's the place where you go and you pay way too much for beer and you don't even get to change the channel and there's a bunch of noisy fucking people around you don't care about.
It's because it's funny.
I heard
man.
the creature from the lagoon failed the bar multiple times.
There you go.
I heard that she did recently pass it, though.
Bars in Quebec don't
Well,
exist.
congrats to you, Miss De Laguna.
What is this show? I just found her through you guys. I haven't, but then
She's the whore of Babylon, Dick.
What is this?
Jezebel
Law and
harlot.
Order. Law and Order. She's got a new show, Law and Order, instead of Law and Order. What the fuck is that?
Yeah,
That's gotta be
that's
funny.
where she does these mock trials. It's awesome comedy. I watched the one and she doesn't know the first thing what she's talking about. Again, people in those colleges for lawyers, they teach them a process. They don't teach them the law. They teach them a civil administrative process. That's it.
How old school is.
Just like sounds like medical school.
Come on, that was a very smart idea that she had. Lore and order.
Yeah, but it would be a smart idea if she had the smarts.
Yeah, but she's so smart. Come on, like
That's a clever name.
play on words.
It's a cute play.
Very extremely clever woman. I mean, she knows just
Oh,
where.
knock it the fuck off.
You got to be fucking kidding me.
Maybe she should go and take
You
a
like
few
to
hours
think
in.
too much, brother.
No, I just
Holy
came
cow.
up because I saw Timmy here. I wanted to relate a story to him. A few months ago, I was out.
What you talking about, Willis?
And there was a giraffe there.
Yeah,
His
there's
audio
another
fucked
one
things
with
up.
his audio issue. Fuck. Lou,
Great job, Lou.
great job, Lou.
Internet's
Tremendous
fucking
work.
Lou, stuff
Yeah,
the router up
using
your ass. You may get a better reception.
Yeah, using a phone on the internet instead of Wi-Fi.
His fucking.
Yeah, what kind of
Go
douchebag does that?
Go hug the
yeah, he's
5G
consistent.
tower, Lou.
The fucking guy, he stole my giraffe, right? And he kept it for like
Now he's a
5
victim.
days.
Keeps going.
5 days he kept it, but
Lou, we
the
can't hear you.
fucking
Shut up.
Here's the victim, Lou.
hold on.
See,
The guy's
this is
a
why
fucking
Lou
idiot.
comes here. I'll tell you.
Bro, we
what.
missed like the whole
He hasn't.
Now that was the perfect
Shit
moment.
fucking
for
audio.
that.
That was
Put that up.
perfect,
Nice
yes.
work.
Fuck! I walked away too far from my internet service.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, you
Okay,
did.
so what?
Canadian.
All right, let me go over it again. I got.
No,
please, no.
It came in clear. It was perfect, dude. It was like everybody heard it.
And then he
we all laughed.
freezes.
and,
great, man.
and then my neighbor stole it from me, right? And he kept it for like 5 days. But
What you talking about, Willis?
see the fucking head popping out the top because it was too tall, right? So I fucking go over to my neighbors. I'm not gonna tell you what I did, right? I'm not gonna tell you what I did to get my giraffe back.
Oh, there he went again.
Hey,
Just
To
act
the
like
part
he's
where he
Die.
tells us he's the superhero.
Stop fucking walking, man. What are you doing?
Just act like you heard him so he doesn't tell it again.
Stay still.
Yeah, exactly, Timmy.
Wow, it's really
Right on point,
interesting.
dude.
Lou
That was
Bass,
great, Lou.
Get
Wow.
the
Hilarious.
fucking
Got the giraffe back.
Wow.
Get the sun out of my eye.
Riveting.
Did you get it back? Did you get the giraffe back?
Well, I'm not going to tell you how I got it back, but yes, I did get it back, right? I just want you guys
please
to,
leave us
I
in
just want
suspense.
Who
you
asked
guys,
that question? Who asked that question?
I want you guys to believe. I want you guys to believe
Fucking
in your
Rob
mind
was
and create
following
stories.
him, man. Holy
create
shit.
stories in your mind that I went with my chopsticks and I fucking tackled. But I don't want to say that, right? I just
Old
want
Lou
you
and
to
his
think.
chopsticks.
I want you to think I went with chopsticks, right? You know.
We can
So
only
I just
imagine
thought-
what you did with him.
I thought I wanted to share that.
He'd
story
love you a long
because
time.
I wanted you guys to know how much of a wonderful man I am, that wherever I go, giraffes appear to me because they know how good of a man I am.
Okay, now there's only Christos missing on the stream with his giraffe in the background, and we're all set, guys.
I yield. I yield.
Thank
Lou
God.
always
Great
bringing
story,
the
man.
consistently solid and reliable good content. Thank you, Lou.
Yeah, thank you, Lou. You're awesome, man. Thank you for your.
That's
your
all we'll need from you,
contribution.
sir.
Have a
That was
great
You're
day.
yielding like your
That's
video
enough
stream.
for
No,
now.
I was just relating.
Anybody
I
else?
was just
Oh,
relating.
I got
to
somebody's.
Timmy.
Okay, I thought somebody was trying
I
to
just
get
wanted to relate to Timmy because I feel a kinship with him, right? He has little kittens that just appear to him. It's not like they were lost or anything, and they happen to find some place where they can get a bite to eat. They just appear to him because he's such a wonderful man, like me. But I'm a little bit better because for me it's giraffes, right? Just
Lou, I'm
wanted
gonna
to
ask
get that kinship.
ChatGPT to make a picture of you riding a giraffe.
Amen, brother.
Hey, Lou.
Well, that's why I love Christos.
Maybe we should have it the other way around. Maybe we should have the giraffe riding you, man.
Yeah, because Lou would break the giraffe's neck and instantly kill it.
I know. I'd be a little
Right.
too heavy. I'd be
What
a
was
little
I
too
thinking?
heavy. Okay,
Hey,
but
Lou.
you know what? I could let
Are you-
Christos ride my giraffe.
Lou, you know what the number one ailment for giraffes
That's
is?
up to you.
What?
You know what their number one illness is? Sore throat.
Oh, really? Actually, the number one ailment for male giraffes is being beaten to death by other higher ranking male giraffes. That's the number one death of
The
male.
neck whips are fucking vicious. When they whip each other with their necks, it's fucking brutal.
The older males usually stomp to death the younger males with their heads, swinging them on their neck like it's a fucking like people used to put a fucking bike lock in a sock, and they beat them to death.
It's brutal.
I don't know if you guys remember
Lou,
a few
please.
years back. Sorry, am I going too far from my internet?
Yes.
Yeah.
You need to go back and sit down and pose again.
Go
Sorry.
hug the 5G tower.
Yeah, Lou,
Okay.
let's do a test. Let's do a test on your internet
see how
range here
far-
right now.
how
It's a good
far I
time to
can
do
go.
it. OTW doesn't mind.
Yeah, fuck everybody.
None of us
here, right?
are
Let's-
trying
so
to
you wanna
communicate
see-
here.
You want to see how far I can go till?
Yeah, we'll
I don't have
circumvent
any
everything
sound.
we were doing to
And so-
focus on you and make you the center of attention and
Right,
figure out your
right,
signal for you.
That
Told
was
y'all
the
you're
plan.
hero.
Because everybody's going to love that content.
Anyways, I just felt the need to come up and relate to Timmy because Timmy's such an amazing man that animals appear to him, and I wanted him to know that he has kinship. That's all.
I would just
I
love
yield
to
them-
hear a fucking story from Lou that doesn't involve killing animals or like animals killing each other. Or,
Bro, I never
or
killed
your
my
dick.
giraffe. I love my
Killing
giraffe.
animals and dicks is all I've heard from you from fucking the past week, man.
Hey,
Come on.
I love my giraffe. I love my giraffe, and I love my dick.
Killing and dicks. It's like a
I like
gorilla.
killing-
Basically, I have no reason to
Killing
consult
dicks?
you for anything ever in this existence.
Other than killing dick.
Killing dick. There you go. Two birds with one proverbial stone.
So, Timmy, thank you. I was really appreciated your story. I felt alone prior
Fucking
to that.
comedians.
I thought I was the only one that had animals appear to me.
I got nowhere else to go.
No, bad timing, OTW. You're overusing it now.
Don't listen to him. He's doing fantastic. Use it some more.
You're just kissing ass, Scott. I see how you work.
Hey, Lou, look at my avatar, dummy.
Oh, I saw you changed it. Yeah, that's good. That's better. But why don't you got to put Paul in there? He could be the gorilla.
It
You don't need a
doesn't fit.
monkey in. Take the monkey out. It's perfect.
No,
'cause
the
he
monkey
is a
has
white
to be there.
gorilla. Why? Why?
Because there's no other way around it.
Oh, okay. You can't crop him out and put Paul in.
No. No, I don't make these images.
All right. Oh, okay. Somebody else made it for you. Cool.
No, this was a thumbnail from the Driving Miss Davy stream.
Ah, right. Yeah, and as for poor Scott, I mean, Scott, I know you're really fucking. I know that you've been traumatized a little bit, that you had somebody finally talk to you truthfully, and it scared you, and you haven't felt right ever since. But don't you think that in this world that might be necessary, Scott? In this world, people don't fucking hear a damn thing. And believe me, brother, I struggle in fucking wanting to grab Paul by the fucking head and smash him against the brick wall sometimes. But the other side is it's fucking needed, and the Spirit sent him.
Well, sometimes, Lou, sometimes when you have a messenger, but his message is good, but it comes with no actual substance behind it that proves it and no actions that follow it, then you start going, okay, is this his message or is it something he's stolen from someone else? Is he just parroting someone else's
Yeah, man, he might have stole it. Who do you think he stole it from? Maybe like the sacred text, the good book. It's been the same message that's been told in times past by so many different, influential spiritual
And that
type of people that, and he's acknowledged that it's not a new message.
There you go. There you go. Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. He's ingrained this into his heart. But now, if you want to shove it down people's throats, there's okay, you'll get some people that'll respond to that. If you want to approach people with your intelligence and your intellect and win friends and influence people, as Dale Carnegie would say, you'd have a much different approach. But now, if you're trying to just gain followers, you'll go ahead and go to Jack Talcott and make him look like a lunatic. I mean, it just depends what your desire is. And
He is a lunatic. What are you saying?
Well, we're all lunatics in some sense of the word. If you want to be honest, do you really know who you are, what you're doing on this rock spinning around the sun, fucking hurling through space?
Hey, Scott, do you realize that this is probably why you've been put in front of Paul at this point? Do you really ever stop and listen to the words you're saying in your mind before you say them? Because
which
no, really, no, seriously, do you ever do that?
You got a big heart on for Paul, and you really want to be with Daddy, and you want his comfort and his love.
No, I
want
love
him to
Paul's
stick his
message.
arm around you
I'm
and
afraid.
tell you it's okay, but then give you that hard, tough love you need.
Yeah, but I got to get with Daddy, I think. I think eventually I'll probably come over to the fold of the cult of Daddy.
Exactly.
But, but
I encourage you to do that. You should.
It's going to take a while. And I mean, I just don't do well on all fours. I just don't do well bending over and fucking putting my ass high in the air.
See what I mean?
The colonoscopy.
See what I mean?
What?
Like, what the fuck does that mean?
Well, no, I'm not gonna sit here and think that somebody needs to go in.
But he might want that, so maybe he wants to go over and have Daddy mount him.
Well, no,
ride him around a little bit.
Yeah, hey,
like a pony or something.
It's happened, maybe or not. You never know. Would I be game for it? You never know. Probably not. But hey, listen, this world's full of a lot of misfits. Me being one, and the truth is, I don't think anything's wrong with Paul or his message, but I do think if he wants it to go further, then I think maybe if I were him, and I'm not, so I can't make that determination for him, I might change my approach. That's all I've expressed. If anybody wants to listen to that, they can hear it. If they don't want to listen to it, they can go on with all the fucking bullshit and chaos they want. That's fine. If Paul keeps calling people out as an agent of chaos and not looking in the mirror as himself, he's the agent of chaos in some situations, if not most. When he goes outside of the realm, he's fucking just an agent of chaos. When he goes to Jack, is he trying to help Jack or hurt him?
You're saying it ad nauseum at this point.
Why?
So you want to make that the focus of the entire conversation. You don't want to just say it and allow your opinion to be heard. You want to drive it home to where you get some kind of action out of it. So what are you trying to accomplish with what
Oh,
you're saying?
I don't care about anything at this point. Lou just called it out. I mean, I wasn't going to talk about Paul. I'm not fucking caring about that at all. If I get addressed, I'll respond. It's not something that's front fucking cortex in my mind.
Can I ask you a question, though? Why is it Paul's responsibility to have his message go further?
He doesn't want it to. It's not his responsibility. He doesn't need it to.
How do you know what he wants?
He said that.
Say things.
He said it. He said it.
Hold on. I've never.
No, you said something. He said it. Don't ask me. Go ask him.
I've never heard him say that he doesn't want his message to reach more people. I've heard him say other things that some people might misinterpret as that idea.
Well, Lou, have you listened to everything he's done?
What, Paul?
He streams like 12 hours a day.
I've pretty well been on Paul's stream every day for the last fucking I don't know how many months. It's not
You
on
need to do something with yourself.
Listening to it at least. Sorry?
You need a job or something.
A job? Okay, I'll do that. Thanks. Currently I'm looking into breeding giraffes. I think there's a market for it.
I think there is a market for it, especially after hearing what they do with their heads. Like, I'm in the market now.
Yeah.
Totally opposite of midget wrestling, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, if you was near me with his construction background, I'd hire him in a minute. He's got skills.
With this big bull, get a big bull giraffe, and we just carry him down, walk him down to the street. He walks fast because they got long legs. Walk him down to the city, and we just get him to fucking smash all the fucking slaves with his head. Like
maybe we can breed him with like a deer, so it's a manageable sized giraffe.
No, bro, go big or go home. Fuck that.
Okay, good point.
Rob, I share your sentiments.
Timmy can do the kitten side of it. All the kittens that appear to him that are starving and lost.
Sorry.
All right, guys.
Yeah, Scott.
Great show, guys.
Great stuff.
Keep it rolling. Keep it rolling.
Yeah, Scott. I mean, I think the bottom line, in my opinion, is.
Tell me the bottom line, Lou. Let's go.
In my opinion.
Think like the Mayflower. Come across. Let's hear the bottom line.
Make it succinct, Lou. Please make it succinct, Lou.
In my opinion, I personally believe that the spirit captures some people when like the spirit uses people, right? Obvious. And the spirit will capture who it needs to capture when it needs to capture them and use it for their particular skills or abilities or whatever. And I believe that Paul at this point is a captured person by the spirit. Person is the wrong word, obviously. You know.
You're literally in the cult.
I am in the cult. Yes, damn right, I'm in the cult. Yes, I damn well.
I guess I just thought everybody was playing kind of a game, but
even though I want.
What does the word cult mean to you?
I want to murder the leader sometimes. I'm still in the damn cult.
Yeah, what does it mean to you?
It is a closed religious organization.
No.
Are you a part of the United States or Canada?
I see where you're going. I'm not playing the game.
Do you have a job? Do you work for that mechanic shop, or is this a one-man thing?
This is my driveway.
Okay. Do you have a job where you work with others?
I'm not I don't have W-2 income, if that's what you're asking.
Do you do work with good? See, I'm testing you. Do you have work that is with others?
Do I do things in exchange for money? Is that what you're asking?
I'm just saying, do you do anything with other folks, with other people?
Yes.
Okay. So in those groups where you have a common idea, is it or is it not a group?
It's not a cult.
Is there not a hierarchy of the most senior being that maybe it's like has the most skill in that thing?
I see that you're trying to dissolve the understanding of cult as used in common parlance, and I'm just not going to play the game.
So
Working is not a cult.
You're not going to spray any PB blaster before you try to crack that caliper bolt there?
Oh, I'm tightening them.
Oh, okay. Good stuff.
So what differentiates a cult from any organization? I'm just curious what you think it's supposed to say.
I would say religious isn't the right word, but it's the one I'm going to use because I don't have a better one. Sort of religious belief systems. If I frame a house with somebody or pour a concrete slab, that doesn't say anything about what we believe on a deeper level.
Right, so you're just choosing to leave it out at that point then, right?
It doesn't have anything to do to the objective. We're not there for that reason. We're there to build a fucking house. So it doesn't matter if he believes in Buddha or Krishna or Jesus or, the great spaghetti monster. None of that matters because that's not what brought us together. The association is task-oriented.
Right, but what if he's an extremist Muslim, one of the folks that's like the caliphate type, and that sees you as an infidel and wants you to die? What about
Well,
that?
then we're not going to be working together very long, are we?
There you go.
That's not gonna work
That's the
out.
point. So it does matter, right?
Right. Okay. I guess it matters to the extent that if he's trying to kill me, it matters.
Won't be too constructive.
Wait. There's a difference. Oh, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, but there's a difference between wanting to kill you and actually doing the act, right? So he could be in your presence, believing something completely different that you're not even aware that guy wants your species to be extinct, but he can stand
And as
there in your
long as he
presence.
keeps it in his head, that's his business.
And his knife in his pocket, of course.
Right, but the minute he tries to act on it, then the nature of the relationship has changed.
You take out the hammer, and we have a fucking showdown. But
My only point is that
go ahead. Let's think about where you go with this in a different direction, and you start talking about somebody saying, "Why am I talking about poly or anything?" I have things to add. Value added would be contributions that I might think other people would consider. Now, over here, Flow State's working. He's working right in front of you, and people are going, well, I just sit here, do this, do that. I got plenty of shit to do myself. Move forward is the game. And if we're talking about anybody, they want a property first. That's what you need before you can build the house. Before you build the house and lay the foundation and all that, then you build footers and you go up from there. I've built houses from the ground up. I've rebuilt them from the top down. And what I'm trying to say is any one of you on this panel could get a piece of property as soon as the next month or two, even without money, if you knew what you were doing. And everybody goes, oh, don't contract. But earlier we were talking about persons. As soon as you make a contract, it becomes its own person. You just need to know what to do with it. If you go to Wizard here in the middle, cult member number 1, he'll tell you a little bit about it. If you go to Paulie understands trust. I've heard him talk about it. I've listened to some of his stuff. And that's the value-added content that I'm talking about. If y'all want to talk about fucking bullshit, and you want to talk about whether or not fucking Loctite's going to move that fucking wrench and that fucking bolt off of there, or you want to talk about if some infidel's going to come and fucking cut his throat instead of build a house, then we're never going to make this a better world. It's a shit world to begin with because shitty thoughts are being fucking thrown around. And that's the bottom line.
Loctite is an important
that was a
topic,
low
though.
blow on the PB blaster there, Scott. You really came at me with that. But hey, you have Talcottianism in your blood, and that's cool, and it's fun to see play out. But the last part of what you said, I completely agree with. Like, people don't realize if they apply themselves what they can accomplish. So, here to that, and we do have common ground with that respect.
In every instant where you're dealing with any kind of public contract, whether it will be with a government entity or another corporation of any sort, it's a public contract, and that proves that it's operating in a trust. So you must determine whether you're in the contract, and if you're not, then what is your position in the trust? Contracts are done between trustees.
Isn't that kind of lead, follow, or get the fuck out of the way mentality?
Yeah, the grantor.
That's where you're at in that position.
The grantor develops the trust and assigns a trustee for the contracts. So the grantor is not involved in the contract, but yet he is an obligated party to the contract. So when you're the benefactor that places the facts in that record for the beneficiary of that record, you're in the same position as the grantor. The trustees contract with other trustees. If you're involved in a contract in person, then you're operating as a person in that contract. He's a respecter of no persons. The simple form of a trust is a gift to a beneficiary. It needs no trustee. So again, when you get involved in the contracts, you become a trustee that is not required, and that's your choice.
You see, everybody, we always get great information like this. It's just one of the reasons why I love doing these shows.
He could have just made all that shit up, and I wouldn't know enough to call him out on it.
Right. A trust
A trust does not fail for want of trustee. A contract does. If there's no trustee, a contract can't be evident. If there's an evidence of a contract, then all parties must be identified. And if there's no trustee, then my goodness, the contract is a little too public. You have to express the trustee in order to hide
void ab initio, would it be?
Yeah, well, that's what I use in all cases, and that ab initio goes to the scriptures again. Every word of God is pure. Provo wanted to talk about clean earlier. It means to purify, and every word is pure. Or excuse me, every word of God is pure. It is a shield unto he who puts their trust in God. God being the source of life. So if you put your trust in the source of life, now you're talking about something different. See, every trust they write down on paper, those are comments. That proves that that trust is fiction, fabrication, invention. It really is that simple, people.
Are you saying simply that the trust is really between the two or more men by their faith and good faith, and then the paper is simply like a representation of the dead past, or like the evidence?
Yes, and it's also supportive why we don't shake another man's hand and we don't trust another man.
Why don't we shake hands? I missed that.
You're not supposed to shake hands with another man because that's a personage. That's the contract of person. This is why I find it hard when I walk up to a fellow man and I want to give him a hug.
That's just because you're gay.
Yeah, I'm gay.
I'm kidding.
I know.
The first trust was unum sanctum, and you were talking about that yesterday a little bit, and that's Pope Boniface VI in 1302 when he decided with, was it King James? Who was the King of England at the time? They decided between them that they were going to put everything in trust because the Pope says, I'm Jesus's heir to the throne. I'm here to protect all his shit till Jesus returns, so therefore everything belongs to me.
Right, and he made a claim not only to everything, but every man, woman, and child, all living souls. Now again, Isaiah 43:1 says, fear not, for I am the Lord. Or excuse me, fear not, for I have redeemed thee. I have called thee by thy name. Thou art mine. That's the trust. It takes nothing else. So what is the Pope doing? That's blasphemy at the highest level.
Isn't this kind of goes along with the point with the whole cult concept, is that it's any agreement. Let's say, Wizard, me and you make an agreement, right? It's really, the agreement is really between I and our shared vision of the Creator, however you want to call it, and your your agreement with the Creator, right? And then it's not really between me and you. It's between I and God and you and God, and then it's like, right? So isn't that the same thing with the quote unquote cult? It's like, that's why I kind of reject what Flow State was saying about him and the other man working on the house. It's like, well, if that man in his heart is like, well, fuck this guy, like, and he's, having ill intent or bad faith at some point in that community down the line, like, that's not going to work out long term, right? You might be able to like put a few bricks together, but long term, if he has the intent in his heart and you guys don't have the same ethics, morals, and virtues, that probably won't work out long term.
You never really had a job, have you?
Yeah, I don't do jobs anymore. I don't do jobs anymore, but I'm talking about long term, man. Like long term communities
again
and societies.
In the example, though, you can work with somebody to achieve the common goal without needing to bond on that sort of level.
Or just bring it up. Look at. Hold on, Scott. Look at China right now. Every day, another building collapses because they build the fucking buildings with tofu. What do you think all those folks like? What do you think?
Do you think that the
they have
reason
any
for
spiritual
that?
practice?
Do you think the reason for that is that the workers didn't like each other?
I told you tofu was no good for you.
Look, man, I'm saying they don't like themselves. They don't like each other. They don't have any spiritual practice. They don't give a fuck about the people that are gonna die in the future. And everybody's culpable. The guys that are literally laying that bullshit foundation, the bullshit bricks that go up that you can literally crush with your hand. Like, everybody's culpable, right? And that's my point.
It's not that deep of a situation. What happens is you have over incentive for rapid expansion and under incentive for quality control.
So it's the government's fault? It's not every man involved?
The government and the companies, correct.
It's the men involved. It's every man involved in this, in the whole.
Everything goes
chain.
by a.
I mean, do you think the poor schluck?
Everything goes by supply and demand, and if you don't demand it, they won't supply it. If they supply it, then it's not enough, and you demand more. That's the problem: the greed and gluttony of the material things that everybody else wants to provide that you want, but you don't.
But the guy shoveling shit for a bowl of rice a day on the job site, he's not culpable.
Bro, do you remember Nuremberg? What are you talking about?
No, I hold on.
Shouldn't he be shoveling shit for his own cows? Or wait a minute, shouldn't we not be shoveling shit by herding the cows like we're told in the scripture, and not fencing them in and destroying the land because the hooves are meant to tender the soil?
Okay, but that's a different
tender of
thing.
the earth.
Wizard,
We've
what he
become
said.
too industrialized for this to work.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks. Just go ahead. What Flow State was saying, though, he may be correct in that, because the guy shoveling, concrete at the bottom of the totem pole may not understand how a building is built.
That's the point. Look,
but hold on,
no,
I agree with you at the same time, Timmy, that the people building the buildings in the end are the true culpable ones, because they know what the building is supposed to be like, but they're cutting corners, they're saving money, so they're showing their dishonor. And gluttony.
Cavemans, before they went running into caves for shelter and shit, they had to check it out first. This is the same thing in modern times. If you don't check out the building first to make sure that it's up to your code and it's safe, then you're the one. You are.
But Wizard,
in everything you do, you are culpable, because you were supposed to observe.
You're culpable for what is under your control. If you can't have any control over something,
your choice to go work for them is under your control.
But my point, Flo, is constantly that if you contract with some organization and just go like this and go, I hope these guys are trustworthy, then you fucked up. That's my point.
So let me ask you this.
The military slaves, when the military slaves go, I was 18. I didn't know that the American government were terrorists all over the world. I didn't know I was going to go up to kill people.
Hey,
I'm like,
so Timmy, what about Caterpillar? If somebody works at Caterpillar, are they responsible for every accident on a job site that happens on their equipment?
That's really broad. What do you mean? Like the guys that are
Caterpillar, the equipment company,
right?
Who
in what situation?
Timmy in accounting. Let's say the dude in accounting, is he responsible for something that happens with Caterpillar equipment?
Listen, you're both right. Okay,
On
Timmy's
some
advocating.
level, yeah.
Timmy's advocating.
Well, then
if
you're willing to get that convoluted with things, everybody's responsible for everything, and there's no point in even trying to divide it out.
We are.
This is the point I made. This is the point I made several times now. In my search for freedom, once I found that so-called freedom, what I truly found was more responsibility. This is why I get pissed, because you people want to sit there and say you're responsible, and you're not. You're culpable. You're culpable to the same shit. On every level, there's a responsibility that relates to culpability.
But look, there's also value in recognizing and limiting the sphere of your responsibility. If I'm responsible for everything, then I can't be responsible for fucking anything, because it's more than I can have the capacity to handle. So
therefore, we're responsible for our own protection. So again,
I'm not sure if I agree with Wizard or not, but I know that I disagree with Timmy.
Well, we're supposed to go forth with a mindset of protection. As these intellectual beings, we know inherently, the dangers that exist. What happens is when we get involved in this societal thing that has all these technologies, then all of a sudden we're no longer aware of the technical difficulties that Flow State's talking about when it comes to that liability. Is Caterpillar liable? Yes. Why? Because they're holding the records. The reason the guy that walks in and shovels the shit isn't liable is because he's not reliable. Okay, that's why he's being paid per diem, per hour. Okay, otherwise, if he's held liable, the record stands, and if he ain't got a record, then he has no standing. So if you're not going to use the scripture as your record for the superior standing, then you're going to fall. Case means to fall. So every time you end up in an administrative court and they present that case, they're saying you fell. Really? It looks like you're asking me to stand, and I stood, right? See, I use their
Well,
language.
everything you said just went straight past me. Like, I don't understand what the fuck.
Because people are sitting there babbling. Okay? If you get back to the origins of the words and terms and conditions that you're using, you'll realize you're not using God's words.
I believe that.
Actions speak louder than words. So simply by the guy going into that building and shoveling shit for somebody else shows that his words are no good, because his actions show he's willing to shake the hand of another man and contract in person.
Okay, thanks.
Hey Flo, maybe you're because I believe personally what Timmy's saying is absolutely correct, that each man has culpability and responsibility to do what's true and what's right. Now, he may be espousing it more radically, and that might be putting you off because you're seeing it as some poor starving fuck in China needs a job, and he don't give a fuck where he gets it, because he's got to feed 4 kids at home, so he's going to get it somehow, some way before they die of starvation. I could see that. I get that. And also the fact that when Timmy talks, he has this, I don't know, this air of self-righteousness.
No, it's what he's saying is absurd on its face. Only in abstraction does it work at all.
When does culpability end and begin then, in your mind?
Things that you have direct control and responsibility for. So, like, if under your model, nobody would be allowed to work at an airline unless they can build an airplane.
No.
Why not?
I'm taking it too far.
I mean, if the dude shoveling shit on a job site is responsible for the integrity of the building, then surely a stewardess is responsible for the integrity of the airplane and the pre-flight checks.
To some degree, she is, right?
No, she's fucking not. She's responsible for putting pop in a cup.
Well, okay. So wait, Lou. If the plane goes down because she decided to work for some dumbass company and the plane goes down and crashes, is she not culpable for her death? Because she went and worked for a shitty company?
To some degree, she is. If I can just get
to some degree.
To some degree, she is culpable, because
you can't just say it's zero culpability.
Even though she may not have direct power over how the plane is built and all of that shit,
right? Of course,
but she does have the ability to seek out information.
She has a
about
brain. She has mental acuity and intelligence.
This particular company, and see how many planes have fallen, and make a concerted judgment on whether they're safe or not, and then make a decision. Do I want to move forward and take a job with this company that
so
has
if you
this
think that the people who
record?
worked in the Twin Towers were culpable for their death because they didn't what? How would you underwrite that job?
I think that's a little different. That's sort of.
Well, are we going by the official
Are you
picture?
understanding what's going on in this world? Are you? This is a corporate construct where
And
BlackRock
every last
and
one of them contracted and shook a hand in verse by signing in signature cursive.
I don't know if I even understand the conversation anymore. Are we talking about like ethical responsibility or a legal one?
Yes, ethical.
Oh, okay.
Ethical, moral. Because again, nobody understands the moral simplicity of shaking another man's hand and making a contract in person. That displaces their own responsibility. It's a convenience to say, okay, well, you're responsible for this and I'll be responsible for this. When in the end, we're talking about Caterpillar's the one that's really liable, right? Think about it.
Can I speak for a minute, guys? I got to get out of the fucking way and go take care of some stuff for Mom. But I want to tell you, this whole world is run by money. It's a corporatocracy, if you will. And the corporations are literally being bought up by biggest corporations. So the money stake in government and putting freaking forward the will of the profit. I mean, it's profit and loss. Means that what you were talking about with buildings, the buildings are going to cut corners. They're going to be cheaper. In fact, with the Twin Towers, there's arguments to be had that they were going to need to be demolished because of asbestos and a bunch of bullshit in them to begin with. Forget about the Twin Towers. Let's look about what's going on forward. Is we've lost our ability to control ourselves because everything's been contracted away from we, the people. And all of our contracts have been contracted away because we keep contracting with acquiescing, like you like to say, Timmy, with these hidden contracts. Okay, we acquiesce to these hidden contracts and they're holding us liable. But the way out of this hidden contract is to understand that disclosure is one of the key fundamentals of a contract. The other is consideration. Is there consideration? But there also has to be another consideration besides disclosure and consideration. There has to be a party. And most of these contracts that people are thinking are contracts, they're literally unilateral contracts. Find the other signature on it. It doesn't exist because nobody wants to take the fucking responsibility for what they're doing to you. It's you doing it to you. Always you doing it to you. And when Flow State, he says you need to go get a job, that's fucking right. You need to take responsibility because responsibility means you are an able body. You have ability. And that means you're fulfilling the scripture. That means you're showing your talents. That means you're doing fucking something rather than blowing your blowhole hot air throughout the universe to leave nothing behind but that hot air.
Okay, breathe now.
Go work, do something. I've got shit to do. And that's my point is, yes, there is a fucking world out there full of misfits and miscreants. And you have a lot of people that don't think that they need to be honorable and get something done. But this world wasn't built by people doing nothing. It was built by people fucking busting their asses, busting their knuckles, losing fucking digits, breaking their arms. And then they had faith at the end of the day that things were done for the right purpose. Now, we have a lot of people that have been led by that faith, the masses, in fact. And if there's 20 people that want to get together and change that overnight, I don't think you're going to do it by telling them they're all wrong because they're not going to fucking believe you. Not a chance. But showing them they're wrong, that's a different story. How do you show them they're wrong? Well, a little bit at a time, doing the right thing, coming together, not pushing apart. That's exactly the divisiveness that this whole corporation has been put to pull you apart. They're building cheaper homes so they can make more money, so they can steal what belongs to you in the first place. All right? They're not trying to take care of you, and that's the fundamental responsibility of government if they exist at all.
No, it's not. Government's not responsible for taking care of you. Fuck that.
They're supposed to take care of the disputes between fucking...
Government's supposed to be there just as an administrative tool for busy to do the...
Read the Constitution. Read the Constitution.
Fuck the Constitution.
Whatever.
Fuck the Constitution.
Fuck the
Go
Constitution.
back to the Articles of Confederation, the original fucking
Fuck the
document.
Articles of Confederation. A government is only one fucking purpose is to secure rights, and the first of those being property. That's it. So
We're
men
not
get together
following,
and create
we're not
a fucking
following those
structure
documents,
that
Timmy.
handles that.
The reason we're not
Those
fucking
documents
securing
don't
those
fucking
rights
mean
is
anything,
nobody's
Scott.
following those documents.
Those documents don't mean anything, Scott. What makes you think that those things matter?
Because it's the supremacy law creates that fucking that reality that you don't want to admit to.
Scott, okay, Scott, how does how do you claim that the Constitution, I'm subject to it? Please explain how that works.
You were born in the U.S.
I was not born in the U.S.
You were born in
Okay,
well,
do they consider you a citizen?
I don't give a fuck what they consider.
Well,
So,
they're the ones who make the decision whether or not you have to follow the laws. Like it or not, that's the way it is.
No, see, you're mistaken. I'm a non-citizen national. They don't have jurisdiction over me. Neither does the Constitution.
Have you put everybody on notice? Have you put everybody on notice?
Again, so how is the Constitution applicable to me? Somebody explain that.
So this is you're having the same. I had the same issue with this argument that you had with the last one, which is that what you're saying is only correct in theory.
No, you live in fear.
No,
I live in faith.
It's not in theory because I've thrown off the government and I don't apply them laws to me at all. I guarantee that.
Okay, so go smoke some crack in front of a cop.
Yeah, I would. I'll write the motherfucker up. Yes.
Now, once you step away from the state, okay, and it's not the state you're stepping away from, it's the state of states, because Florida state, the de jure state exists, beneath the overlay that is basically your postal fucking
Okay, but
overlay.
don't go on for an hour though. Don't
And
go on
You
for
don't
an
want to
hour.
learn
Please,
anything.
And here's one basic simple
I do,
thing,
but
guys.
you go on too fucking long about it.
And here's one basic simple thing, guys. I can't prove anything in my life to you guys. You have to be here when those cops try to attack someone, and I interject myself to defend them or to fend for them. And the cop sits there and says, go back in your apartment and mind your own business. Really? Are you trying to tamper with the
trying to
witness?
tamper with the witness?
Father! Yeah, they think I'm a lunatic and they leave me the fuck alone.
I bet they do. I would
Can
too.
I ask Flow State? Can I ask Flow State a question?
They run.
Hey, Flow State.
Yes.
Can I ask Flow State a question? Sorry, Wizard, if I cut you off. I apologize. Do you think it should be my right to smoke crack in front of a cop?
For sure.
Okay, I just wanted to know that. That's all.
As long as you don't hurt anybody.
That's cool.
So Scott, I'm still waiting. How
I'm
is the
hurting-
Constitution
I'm
applicable
hurting
to me, man?
myself.
Well, I mean, listen, your parents signed a contract and put your birth
No, they
certificate
didn't.
into that. Well, if they
Okay,
didn't,
so the birth
if
certificate.
they didn't, I'm just telling you how this land, the law of the land that is supposed to be the law, but it's legalese and mumbo jumbo, but people acquiesce to it. And because they acquiesce to it, you have a bunch of fucking stormtroopers running around with fucking guns, acting like you are the infidel, you are the misfit, you are the miscreant, and you are the one that should be caged like a fucking gorilla. So they will
I
do
get
that
that,
to you. And I
but
suggest
you're
you
not-
not test them. I suggest you not test them. If you don't know what you're doing, you're on a failed
Scott,
mission.
stop giving me advice. I don't want your advice, Scott.
I'm just saying, I'm not going to give you advice other than that. That's the
If
fucking.
you do encounter them, like he's saying, be sure to film it because I would love to see how well you defend yourself with that snotty fucking attitude against a SWAT team.
I got a snotty attitude because I'm asking him to actually give his proof and evidence of why the Constitution applies to us. Why does the state constitution apply to us? Why does the local laws, quote unquote laws, codes, and regulations apply to us? I got a snotty attitude, right? Yeah, because there's fucking genocide and slavery everywhere, Flow State. And I don't think it should be like that. And I don't think man is a fucking worm. So I don't go, oh, we're so weak. Man is a fucking powerful being, and everybody just wants to point at all the things outside of them.
Why
and
does
they
it
don't just
apply
stand.
to you, Timmy? Why does it apply to you? Because you don't understand your rights, and if you don't know your rights, you have no rights.
Dude, were
I
you not
understand
listening
my
to what
rights
the
a
fuck you
lot
just
more than
said?
You, Scott. You don't even understand the fucking concepts that the rights are from God, right? And if you can't express your rights, you have none. We are the fucking law, Scott. The juror government is you and me and all the fucking man that are here right now. It's not the de facto. The de facto doesn't fucking matter, Scott. The 12 million codes, acts, and statutes do not fucking apply to you. It even says it in the U.S. code, individual person. If you don't fucking voluntarily say, I am an individual, I am a person, it says it right there in the first fucking code that you won't even
the
read.
consent of the governed is
Yes,
But none of this
consent.
matters if there's an army of Gestapo who don't have a fucking clue about it.
Right.
I've been in it 93 times. 93 times. Are you not listening?
What did you do 93 times?
I've been in and out of those courts for 93 cases. Not all of them I've lost. Not all of them I've been in there through handcuffs. But I guarantee you, 93 cases I've learned. And I'm telling you, those laws do not apply unless you apply for them. And you did so through your mother in her indoctrination when she applied for enumeration at birth at the hospital when you yourself were born in a spell of illness. And they tell you this. They have a definition for spell of illness in their code. What is that telling you? Is that sick or what?
You have to write yourself out of these contracts or you're a part of it. And if you're a part of it,
dude, you have to be a man. It doesn't the fucking
you don't have to
papers
write
don't
yourself
matter,
out because the
Scott.
writing in never happened appropriately. It was never given valuable consideration ever.
there's a difference of opinion. I'm not going to get into it. I don't have the time right now. My mom just stepped in the room here, so I need to sign off.
If one creates a U.S. security and the U.S. doesn't know about it, that is known as no consideration by the U.S. That is the problem. It is treason. It is fraud. It is insurrection. The whole 9 yards. RICO.
Full state, what do you think of the traveling without a license idea? Do you think it's nonsense? Do you think it's
no? I think it's got. I don't know. I'm kind of new to all this other level, this deeper level of law.
Let me ask it this way.
No, let me answer your question.
Yeah, but hold on though. Let me
answer it
to it. Okay, go ahead.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Well, let me add. Forget about what you know about it. I'll ask it this way. Do you believe it's your right to take whatever property you have, say it be a couch, and put wheels on it and roll it down the road and take it from your house to your brother's house down the street? Is that your right?
Yes.
Okay, what's the difference with a vehicle?
I believe that it's my right to drive a vehicle without a license too. But okay. I don't think that it will be. I don't see how you could actually live that way in today's society.
Well, definitely. Obviously, nobody said that doing the right thing is going to be easy. People die for the right thing.
And you don't see how you can do that because you've not done it. Again,
that's a fair point. I haven't done it.
Yeah, and I've done it, and I'm doing it.
You have no license plate?
I have no identification.
Yeah, so I actually do plan on definitely trying some of that stuff out. Right now I'm a registered drug offender, so I can't not have that stuff.
Sure you
There's
can.
another felony
Why
charge.
not?
Sure you can. Let me explain
something.
Let me explain something. Did they put you on probation?
They did.
Okay. Probate. No,
it's corrections technically.
Yeah, and it's probation, and it's done through a probate court stating that you never stated your will.
It was done through the DOC.
It doesn't matter. It's still a probate court. They're saying you never placed a will on the record, and you're not supposed
he signed everything
on the record. The will is already on the record. His will.
I believe that what you guys are saying probably is true. I've got a year and a half till I can get it expunged. I'm not gonna mess with it. That's the truth.
No, that's not the truth. But
that's my truth. I'm not going to take the risk right now.
There you go. That's the difference. It is true. You're just not willing to take the risk because there are responsibilities you're not capable of yet. And I comprehend that. Again, you have to learn this stuff before you can pose it. So just keep listening, keep learning. I'm telling you, one of these days I will have the available remedy for myself from top or from bottom up to show you how to develop that trust and express it appropriately so they can't violate it. The public trust, they violate it all the time because none of them know how it operates.
You mentioned you have over 600 videos. What's your channel called? I didn't even know you had a channel.
El Perro.
Huh?
El Perro. E-L-P-E-R-O.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I've been doing this for 7 years, 600 videos. And I tell you what, every last one of them, you can sit there and do your research and see the same things I saw. And that's why I tell you, don't believe me. Don't believe your neighbor. Don't believe the government. And for hell, do not believe
your mother.
Do your research so you know. Again, you don't know it because you haven't seen it in your life because you haven't done it. This is the whole premise with Jack. He's an intelligent man. He's done a lot of things, but what he's done is not affection. It doesn't affect anything.
Let's get real, Wizard. Jack hasn't done anything. Like, what did he do? He had a job. He had a kid.
Yeah, he learned a lot of things in that. But those things that he learned are all personal things that are not effectual in your spirit.
I'm just saying, what did he do? He had a job. He got fired. He had a wife, a child. Could possibly very well, 50.
And I was no different.
I mean, you could.
It's his.
Until I was 50, and
you could reduce everybody's life to that.
And I understand what you're saying, Flow State, about, when you said, I can't take the risk. There was a time when I think I said the exact words when I was talking to Paul on his channel, and I said that, well, I want to fight the battles that I can win. And, despite the fact that I had fought many battles in my life to exit myself out of the system by stopping using banks, by not taking credit, gives the system or is credit and debt, and because we run on that. And I did a lot of things to take myself out of the system, not holding fiat. Anytime I got fiat, I put it into something that had hard value. And I did all those things, but I still had the driver's license. I knew it was not, but I saw it as fight the battles I can win. And I'm currently in a state where my plates, my vehicle's not, I didn't re-register my vehicle. So I just left it the way it is.
I can do that. That is the one thing that I can say that I'm doing is I'm driving around on, actually, I never registered the truck I'm driving around in. I just swapped the plates off a different car I have.
Well, I chose that. It's not something that just happened. I chose to not register because I want to break free in that department too. Because if I'm constantly looking to fight the battles I can win, then I'm not going to, I may win some battles, but I'm definitely not going to win the war.
No, me too. I can afford to register it. But I can also afford to take the hit if it goes totally wrong.
Right. Yeah. And it's what more fundamental right? Like people laugh at it sometimes. Oh, right to travel. Well, what's your fucking problem? Who cares? It's just a license. They don't think about it in a deeper sense. I mean, I think it's more fundamental than the First Amendment. Let's say in America, we have a Bill of Rights as well, and it's very similar. But I think it's the right to travel is more fundamental almost than the right to speak, the right to bear arms, all of that. It's like if you can't travel, you barely have the right to speak if you don't have the right to travel, if you don't have the right to move from point A to point B with whatever property you see fit. That's what more fundamental is there than that?
As I expressed to Kizumi earlier, express. When you're standing in one place and your feet are pressed into the ground, you have the right to express. Okay? So your freedom of expression stands a lot stronger in action speaking louder than words. Once again, you are correct.
It's a crazy world.
No, it isn't. It's fine. Everything's normal. Just sit back, grab a coffee, enjoy the ride.
Listen to OTW Stern.
At least it's not boring.
Like, subscribe, share, and donate.
Yeah, that's a great promo. Thanks a lot, man. You're very
hey, why not? You're consistent. You're here. You've made a choice. We've seen you do this a couple of times already. You said you were going to take your 30-day challenge. You stuck to it. You showed it. You did it. You finished it. And I think you're continuing on to some degree. I'm not sure, but and now you've decided that you're going to run this broadcast, and you're doing it. You're being faithful with it. You're consistent, and I think you're going to have success. OTW.
You're here. You're queer, and we're used to it.
Despite the fact that you're a fucking Quebecer who fucking can't fucking add one.
Fuck
plus
off,
one,
you and you
You're
Ontarian.
still gonna fucking
Ontarian
make it.
garbage.
Heads.
Fucking Ontario garbage, ladies and gentlemen. This is what it's come to, you know. How dare you diss us Quebecers, man? How dare you?
Tabarnak.
Look how mild Canadian fights are.
All their swear words, the Quebecers swear words, they're all about something to do with the church.
The church.
Like tabarnak.
Yeah.
Tabarnak is a big
Calice
swear
de
word.
tabarnak de Saint-Cyboire de Sacrament Calice.
Tabernacle, that's what they're using as a swear word, the tabernacle.
For real?
Colius is the chalice. Yes, the chalice. When they say colius, tabarnak, the colius is the chalice, the cup that you drink the wine from.
So they're calling you vagina?
In French,
and they're using those as slurs.
Swear
those
words.
are slurs. Yeah. Those are swear words.
We don't say
What's
fuck.
the other one? Tabernacolius.
Sacrament.
Sacrament. There you go. Church.
Like,
again.
how would you use sacrament as a cuss word in a sentence?
That's what I'm telling
watch.
you. The
I'll show you.
are
Like,
retarded.
if Lou would fucking shut up, I'll show you. Asti de sacrament calice de tabarnak. Asti de Saint-Cyboire. Okay, that's how we do it.
No, but I mean, like just like say a sentence in English.
Asti de sacrament calice, tu comprends rien.
Oui, but say a sentence in English, but then just swap in tabernacle where it would be appropriate.
Yeah, say that all in
that.
English. It makes no sense.
Shut the fuck up, Lou, tabarnak.
You have to say it in English.
Oh, I have to say tabarnak in English? Holy fuck.
So it's a name you call somebody.
So I'm going to piss you off, and you're going to go at me in English, but using the swear words that...
Okay, hold on, let me try this. Fuck you, Lou, tabernac. That doesn't sound right.
So is it like an explanation or an exclamation, or is it like a name you'd call somebody?
It's an exclamation and a name, both. I think
it's almost like an adjective too, kind of.
And so it's like fuck. It's versatile.
Yes, it's very versatile. It's like fuck.
But
yes.
It's not a verb.
No, they're objects most likely, or terms in the Bible.
It's a stupid cuss word.
Yeah, I told you, fucking Quebecers are retarded.
Well, even the French,
even the
French, even the French from France think that we they don't understand when we swear like
The French hate the fucking Quebecois.
It's not hard. It's not hard. Yeah, the Quebecois are like the hillbilly of France, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. We're the hillbillies of France. We're all like the. It's all the gypsies and all that. They were cast out of France and colonized Quebec, and that's what that's how that happened.
Take those fucking hillbillies, send them over to the fucking New World, and let the natives eat them or something, and you survived. Fuck.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure the European royalty ate the natives.
Well, no, eat the fucking natives.
Just drank their blood.
No, they did not. They fucking ended up worshiping them because they saw the power that they had. They
got to get that adrenochrome from somewhere.
They literally named their weapons after them. Tomahawk missile, Apache helicopter. They saw the power that these people had, and they were awe-inspired by it. They never saw people that were willing to die for what they believed in, like when they met the natives.
You got some blood in you, don't you?
What?
You've got some native blood in you, don't you?
No, I don't. I'm a pure wop. I'm a pure wop.
Well, that was a very impassionate narrative you just did there for somebody who's not related.
I love the natives, and I've always been close to natives, and I have a lot of native friends, and so it's always been. As a little kid, I remember I walked around, and one day I got to find a book like that. I don't know where it ended up. I used to walk around under my arm with this book called back then when they called them Indians, Indian Crafts and Lore. And I used to make all the things that was in this book. It showed you how to make a war bonnet. It showed you how to make all these different headdresses and all, breastplate made out of bone. And I made all these things, and no one saw me anywhere without that book in my arm. So it's always
You're
been.
just a Dago fanboy.
I'm a fanboy. Yes, I am.
I am too, because it's a disgrace. It's a disgrace that the English people, the white people, the Caucasians, whatever you want to call them, came over and emaciated them or destroyed the entire population. One of the populations that's closest to the Mother Earth than any other nation, and they come over and destroyed them. I hope they build back better than they've ever been before, because we miss that kind of instruction. You
can't place it on white men. You can't place it on the white or the European or anything like that.
Well, that's why I did so many different things, because I don't know who did it, but I know it was done.
I think there was a lot of people here. I mean, there's even evidence now, possibly, that the Chinese were here at some point, and that their blood is left in the natives. It's obvious, it's visible in the Inuit and some of the native tribes that there's Chinese blood there. So then there's the Viking blood in the the more central and eastern natives. So there's been a lot of people tried to conquer them, and they were never conquered for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, until the advent of gunpowder and the broader usage of gunpowder. That's the only thing that could beat them. And even then, with gunpowder, they almost did not defeat them. They literally had to starve them out. They couldn't attack them anymore because they would, they were killing so many fucking of their soldiers. So they just started let's destroy their food source, right?
Yep, and that's where the trappers
the only way they
destroyed it. Beavers, you don't have beavers around much anymore. Beavers are so
buffalo hunters.
Yep, beavers are so inherently important in the watersheds, and people don't comprehend that. They obliterate the beavers in the American continent, and now we have all these places that are drying up because of that. Period. That one thing alone.
Well, America's done a real big program. I don't know if anybody knows about it, but they've done a lot of work at reintroducing beavers into places that they had been wiped out, and coming to Canada and taking them and relocating and moving them around. And there's a lot.
And they're very specific about it, just like the grizzly bear. You go down in certain parts of Arizona, those forests down there are cut off from all the rest of the forests in the North American continent. So those bears are non-existent anymore. They're extinct in that area because bears can't survive the desert.
Well, California was literally it was like flies, like flies. The grizzly bears, when they came to California, people were afraid because there was so many of them that and now they're completely wiped out. They're gone from the whole west coast basically of America, except for the very north, Washington, and maybe there's a few up there.
Yeah, and they can still migrate down south.
Yeah.
But whereas you got the forest area in the middle of that desert in south of North America, there they can't migrate through the desert to get there.
They don't.
What was their range? What is grizzly bear range? I didn't realize they would ever go that far south.
Well, yeah, they were there before and they got wiped out. And then mankind created the desert, of course, and that's why they don't migrate back down there, because they migrated down there long before there was a desert there.
Fascinating.
I don't know about that, Wizard. I'm not sure about that. I think desert's always been there, but I could be wrong. But the
Sahara Desert was a sea. Sahara Desert was known to be a sea at one time. Remember the earth flooded?
Yeah, I don't know how much power we have over that. I really don't believe we have that much power. I think that it's in the hands of the creator, whatever happens there. But they can't go through a desert, definitely. They're not a desert animal. They can't survive in a desert. But they were all the way up, pretty much up and down the West Coast, and even some pockets in the East Coast, but very few and far between. And I think they just died out on their own on the East Coast. And possibly, obviously, humans had a hand in it on the East Coast as well. But they're pretty prevalent down the whole West Coast of America and up through Canada into Alaska. They're still there, obviously.
Oh, you know what? I'm full of shit. I went on a backpacking trip in New Mexico when I was younger, and we had to do bear bags for those fuckers. I totally forgot about that. I guess I did know that, and then I forgot.
Sorry, you had to do what?
Bear bags every night. We'd have to put our food in a bag and string it up in a tree away from the campsite.
Well, there's a shit ton of black bears now where they were much less originally, because
maybe that was it.
Yeah, it was probably because of black bears. But the black bears were much less of a population when the grizzlies were there, because the grizzlies ate them. Right? They were a food source for the grizzlies. So
that would be crazy to see.
Yeah. Oh, bro, you want to see bears are, people only place their human emotions onto animals. Animals are extremely cruel. More so than anyone ever believes. Like, I wanted to say something because Paul yesterday, he was mentioning about the hummingbirds, or the other day, I don't remember when it was, about a hummingbird came to his fingers and ate from his hand. And as if that's an extraordinary thing, that they see him as who he is. Really, the fact of the matter is,
did he make that claim?
No, he didn't make that claim, but the connotation, the insinuation is there, obviously, right? And the fact of the matter is, hummingbirds, during the time of when their food source is very low, especially during hot times in the summer when things start to die off and the flowers are dying off, they will fucking come to anything that is brightly colored, red, yellow, because they're looking for a food source. And you could just hang a red, those red hummingbird feeders that people have.
Mm-hmm.
You just, and then on top of it, they know that humans like to feed them. So they've been habituated to humans. They understand during low periods of food production, they move into populated areas because they know they can find those feeders and they recognize them. So you hang a feeder out the window, they don't give a fuck if there's a hand attached to it. If they're starving to death, they're coming to that feeder, right? And if they have to land on your hand to eat from that feeder, they damn well will. But an interesting side note about fucking hummingbirds is they are the most rapiest motherfuckers and the most violent little bird that almost exists. They're extremely violent.
You haven't seen me on a good day.
Yeah, they are fucking rapey little bastards. They're constantly raping, and they're fucking fight.
I've raped 3 times since I've been on the stream.
Practically kill each other. I would be careful saying those things on the internet. You say you add the metaverse, of course.
Well, I guess I'll take the risk. I normally have a rule for myself that like don't say anything in public or on YouTube that I wouldn't want to hear played back to me in court. But with this one, I think that's a really uphill prosecution.
I don't think you're gonna get prosecuted, but it's
Andy glitched.
People can, dumb people especially can put a connotation over your head, right? But yeah, animals are much more. They're not what people overlay onto them. They're just not. Like the whole giraffe thing, I was going to say a few years back, remember there was a woman that got totally crucified because she put a picture of her and she killed this big bull giraffe, right? And they fucking crucified that woman. I don't think she's ever been seen on the, she's taken everything off the internet. People were attacking her at her house. They were fucking, she seriously had problems that people were going to fucking kill her. The vegans were going to kill her. But they didn't understand what the whole story was. The story was in this particular region where
a lot of those environmentalists are anti-human more than they are.
Yeah, they definitely are. But they didn't understand the fact of what was happening with that bull. See, that bull was in a particular area where they had this huge program where they were rehabilitating the giraffe population. This was a massive, extremely large bull, much larger than normal freak of nature because he was so big and so dominant that he was killing every male that was born. Everyone. He was killing them all. And he started killing females so that he was becoming detrimental to the program of rehabilitating the giraffe population. So they basically, they auctioned him off to any hunter that was willing to come in, take him, and they were going to use that money to help propagate the giraffe population. So
they do that regularly in Africa.
Yes,
they cull the herd that way.
But it's important. People don't understand the importance of hunting. Like polar bears were saved in Ontario because of hunting, right? Wild turkeys are here in Ontario because of hunting and hunters, because hunters will pay to protect and support wildlife. The vegans don't. They don't they give their money to the WWF, which is just a New World Order fucking cash cow. Right. And the fucking WWF is just going around buying prime property and then eventually developing on it. So they give their $20 a year and think they're doing something. Hunters actually do things. They go and involve themselves in bringing the wild turkeys, right? In bringing the polar bear back, to where they were almost extinct. And now they're so fucking populated. It's insane. I don't want to talk about this again. Fuck. It always ends up there.
Go on the rants about the turkeys quite a bit.
No, it's just, I understand it, and I understand how I've been involved with animals since a tiny, tiny little baby, probably 3 years old, 4 years old. So I am very in tune with animals. Not only
do hummingbirds ever land on your fingers?
Bro, I can go get you right now. There's a lot of flowers starting, so they're not going to come. And I don't think they're here yet. I think they'll be here in another couple of weeks. But the hummingbirds are just all over the place when when the flowers die out, they'll land on anybody's hand.
You're like a Disney princess. You got little Tweety birds fluttering all over.
No. I just feed the animals that are wild, that are around here, that I can help. I help them, whatever. But no, I just understand the animal kingdom a lot more than the average slave. Let's just put it that way. Okay.
Seems like you do.
I could probably name you. You give me a picture of an animal, I could tell you what it is. I don't care if it's African, East Asian, whatever. I probably know 90% of all the animals on the earth and what their name is and how they look, because it's been my interest my entire life. Right. It's been part of me my entire life. Animals and nature has been my entire life. So when it comes up, I have information, so I like to put it out. But I know it bores people, so I don't want to fuck OTW stream up.
OTW
you're not
fuck shit up.
I can fuck this stream up very, very well myself. It's not very hard, man. Believe me. You just have to put up a dumb video and everybody leaves. It's that easy. We got 59 people watching right now, so please make sure to hit that like button, share this out to the world. And click the bell to get all the notifications. Leave a comment. And also everybody here on the panel, please make sure to go show some sub love over there, over to Pineal Powers panel, over to Mr. Flow State's channel, and Mr. Wizard, and screw Lou. Okay, that fucking Ontarian that, fucking.
Does Lou have a channel? Lou doesn't have a channel, do you?
No,
I
don't
so.
have a channel.
No,
I don't know.
I
always thought I might do one, but I don't know. My daughter has one that's doing pretty well, and I see
So
how
what
much.
I'm hearing is that you just overthought it instead of just doing it.
No. I realized it's gonna be. I don't have enough tech savviness or understanding to do it, and I watch my daughter and the amount of time she puts into just editing a video
You
is
can lose a lot of
fucking
time to editing.
insane. It's insane. Like she'll spend. Forget about even the editing. It's also doing the videoing. Like
What's her channel called?
Itself. It's called Juliana Baston, just her name. And just the video, taking the video is huge on its own. Like if you do a panel or you do like live streams, anybody can pretty well do that because you just turn it on and go. And even if you're not very good at, doing graphics and whatever, like you could still get through and do it fairly easily because it's just a question of turning the system on. And once you learn how to turn the system on, you're live and you just go, right? Let people up if you want, or you just rant if you want. But doing videos, structured videos, fuck, man, it's a lot of work. Like, she'll take fucking 5 shots of one little segment and that didn't come out right. I better move the camera here. You can't see that. And she spent 4 hours just taking 3 minutes of video, just setting up the correct shot because she likes.
Well, her shit's probably better than any of ours then.
Her what?
Her-
She does very nice videos. She does put a lot of effort into them, and they're almost I don't know, they have like almost a professional feeling to them, right? She overlays the music, she does the walking towards the camera thing if she's going somewhere, and then showing walking away. She does all that shit, and she puts some editing quality and some production value into it. So, and she went crazy, like pretty much right from the beginning. She went crazy. So obviously it helps. She's a good looking girl, so that might help because YouTube is 90% male. So obviously I would imagine that has, but she doesn't do anything that overtly, that way.
Where in the world are you getting the idea that YouTube is 90% men? Where are you coming up with that there, Lou?
I don't know. That's what I heard. I heard that YouTube is 90%.
It is largely male. I've heard that too.
Or 80%. Maybe the numbers are wrong, but it's very high percentage of males over females, from what I understand, that watch and interact with YouTube. I mean, you could see it on the panels. How often does a woman come
Man, Lou, stop talking and drop your daughter's link in the chat so I can find it.
This is a man's channel. If you go to a woman's channel, maybe the same would be true, where it's predominantly women.
That's not true.
From what I found, that's true.
I mean, I refuse to be in any place that's called that designates itself a man's channel because that sounds.
What I mean is that Patrick is a biological male, for lack of a better whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Prove it.
True. I yield.
What you talking about, Willis?
And put her.
Let's see those Y chromosomes.
OTW, can you do it? I don't know how to put her thing in the chat.
What do you want me to do?
I don't know. He asked for Juliana.
I want Lou's daughter's channel.
I don't know how to do it.
I don't even know her channel. I didn't even know.
It's Juliana Baston at youtube.com, I guess. I guess I could write that. I don't know.
It's at Jewel BM. Michelle, Colt 88.
Somebody take care of that. Some mod. Yeah, there you go. Somebody will drop it.
It's in the chat.
The mods are awesome.
Mucho gracias, mod.
Yeah, I was watching a few minutes of her last upload too, and I noticed, one thing that she's got is that she has her friend, like she was sitting in her car.
That was Patricia. She was with Patricia.
Oh, okay. Well, it was Patricia.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I'm assuming she had Trisha pinning the comments on the screen. So,
yes.
she has that help. So it's like she doesn't have to handle everything at once, which You know, I'd be more than willing to help OTW out with things like that, like just pinning comments and stuff. And I would give someone the same ability on my channel if they're interested in helping me out on future streams, because it does take a lot of the attention, a lot of the energy that I could place elsewhere in doing things behind the scenes other than looking at comments and pinning them. I tend to pin almost all the comments because they take away a lot of them for whatever reason, even ones that are completely innocent and lacking in any type of fringe, you know, any type of controversial anything. They still delete them. It's really weird. And so
who deletes
people when they replay the stream, or for people who didn't catch it live, they can see all the comments, whether I pin it on the screen or pin it in the chat.
Who takes them away, Pineal? Who takes them away?
Whoever, the YouTube, whatever you want to call them, Google. I don't know. They take away at least 10% of the comments that aren't there. If you note it, I'll notice upon replaying that a lot of them are gone. So it's really weird. It's just it's just meddling, big tech meddling bullshit. So.
Oh, she's got way more people than I do.
How many people you got?
Like 1,500.
Oh,
numbers.
No, she's got I think almost.
She's
50,
like 47 and change.
Yeah, she got almost 50,000. She had 500 people or 600 people at one point, almost 600 people on a live the other day, and they're all fucking like trying to, not all, but a lot of them, chipping in cash, right?
Chimping.
You ever hear that ding, ding?
What does that mean?
Just kidding. Never mind. Nothing. I don't know.
Come on, now you can't leave me.
Why
hanging.
you say that, Daniel Power? It's not funny.
It's not funny?
What did I say? I didn't say anything. I'm muted.
Allegedly. That's not what Lou was just saying.
Nah, but yeah, I definitely envy. I don't want to say envy, but the nomad life is definitely something I've tried it before, and yeah, I love it, and I did it like practically like bum status. Like I was like practically homeless, you know what I mean? A freaking dumpster diving and all the, again, I was dumpster diving at like organic farmers markets, and nutrition stores and stuff. So, but I wasn't going to, but still, it's a very interesting life to just see how well you can really do on little to nothing. Not saying she's on little to nothing, but she's definitely.
Yeah,
again, admittedly, I haven't watched a lot of her stuff, but I can see the gist of, the, what do you call it, repurposing old vans and like that whole deal.
Yes.
I love that, man. That's very crafty, and it's cool, man. It's cool that she's doing that, and more men should be doing that, right? Myself included. So.
And it's it's really doable, and she, people, even there's channels out there, and I've seen them, of guys that literally go out and they're videoing their living basically homeless. Like they'll go and do like a camping video where they're camping in a little bush that's behind the police station, and they'll show that, look, I'm camping and there's the cops, they're parking in here, and I could see the cops there, and they're literally in this bush camping, and they get millions of views. It's crazy. Some of the stuff that you look for it on YouTube, you'll see what I mean. Pineal, that's a big thing. Like that nomad lifestyle, van life, bus life.
Oh, for sure, man.
Life thing attached to it. Juliana went kind of viral at one point with a Kia, just camping in a Kia. She had a fucking Kia and she went camping, and she fucking went viral. All her videos were like fucking getting millions of views because she was camping in a Kia, and people love it, And then she just took it and ran with it and grew and made it expanded it and made it basically about her life, because she's not always camping in a Kia. She lives in a house, but she'll do a lot of that car camping stuff, and she likes to do, buy this trailer she's working on now. She bought an older trailer and she paid real cheap for it, and she's completely renovating it, and it looks amazing, beautiful. And her brother helps her out a lot, and I help her too. And now she's going to sell it. She's going to probably 5x her money when she sells
Yeah, I was
them.
going to ask you if you guys flip them. So okay, that's brilliant, man. Brilliant.
She says it. She says it right up on her channel. Like, she doesn't say, "Oh, I flip stuff," but she'll say, "Look, I want to make some money because I like to do this with the money," and she'll, and people are fine with it. If you're honest with the people, that I think they accept pretty much anything if you're straight with them, and if they don't like it, they just move on. But people move on anyway, right?
And that's where a lot of the viewership comes from, of course, because people obviously want to know how to create income, So
yeah.
For lack of a better term.
And you, from what I understand, Pineal, you've got a couple of fairly decent talents. Number one, you're a trained chef, from what I understand. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
And you even have a decent singing voice. So there's no reason for you not to have a channel, let's say, on cooking. And you do some recipes and you put them up. Cooking is huge on YouTube.
The singing chef, is that what you're trying to get at? The singing chef?
Whatever. The conspiracy chef.
My side channel.
Yeah.
The conspiracy singing chef. We can talk conspiracies, we can sing, and we can cook it up. Yeah, that's
dude. You could be making pizza. Listen, Lou. Hey, my turn to
sorry.
You could be making pizza and singing when the moon hits your eyes like a big pizza. You get millions of views. Did you go viral for sure?
Bro, we had a chef back in the day here in Canada. I don't know if you remember, OTW. You might remember because it was broadcast pretty much all over Canada. And he was an Italian chef, and he was probably, 3'1" high. He was this little guy. I met him a few times. I built one of his kitchens. And he was called un cuoco cantarino, which in Italian means the singing chef. And so he would cook, and in the middle of cooking, he'd break out into a fucking opera. Oh, salami, and he'd be cooking. And people loved it, man. He was huge.
Wow.
So why not? You bring on the singing chef. That's beautiful, Pineal.
Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea.
Yeah, now just got to do it and stop hiding on these panels. There, I said it.
Me and my friends.
Stop doing.
They say we stand for nothing. There's no way we ever could. Where's Dick Grower? Come back to it.
I got nowhere else to go. Years old. I'm about to go into old age pension. So, and I'm thinking about starting a new business at my age. But you got no excuse. You can start something and do well. You're young, you're good looking, you're smart, you have talent. What the fuck are you doing hiding on these panels?
Yeah, I've been very allergic to fiat for quite some time.
Fuck it, you need it. There's no choice. As soon as you get it, do what I do, put it into something hard assets. And I'm not talking about dick. I'm talking about if you like gold, buy gold. If you like property, buy property. If you like whatever, or like Juliana, she'll buy a trailer, put her money into that, and then renovate it, put it on YouTube, make money off it in the end, right? Instead of holding that fiat in the bank. I don't even have a bank account. I actually went to go get a bank account because now Patricia's leaving, so I have to have a bank account to pay my taxes. I don't have to, but my property taxes, because I haven't found a way out of that yet. I'm hoping to eventually, but they wouldn't give me a bank account because there's no record of a financial. I have no record of any financial anything for the last 15 years because I've broken completely out of the system. They wouldn't give me a bank account. When the guy looked and he saw my thing, it said 0.
Yeah, that's why you need to set up a trust account. And you set that trust account up with the Postal Service. It's a worldwide trust account. You're the one that funds it.
And then I could pay my bills with that trust account. Where does the money stay?
You don't pay. Okay, listen, you don't pay the bills. You do full acquittance and discharge. That way, everything that comes into your account stays in the account as an asset. And it's what funds the payment system and gives the directive through the automatic pay to do the full acquittance and discharge.
Okay, that's a little bit of it's a little bit of Chinese to me, but I slightly understand what you're saying. Okay, but let me ask you this: whatever I do out in the world, it's generally done with a straight exchange of fiat.
Correct.
Right. What
and
do
what
I
is
do
fiat?
with
What is
that?
fiat? First, before we go, what is fiat?
It's a debt. Obviously, it's debt.
No, in physical form. What is fiat?
Paper.
It's a piece of paper.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you write negotiations on?
Paper.
A piece of paper.
So when we're talking about that fiat, what is it? It's your word versus their word. Your word versus their word.
Oh, okay. I understand that, but I'm thinking more practically here. The actual paper note that is passed to me for whatever service I provide, that particular note itself, like someone gives me a $5 note. What do I do with that?
Promissory note.
Okay, so how do I install that note onto the trust or into the trust? How do I, because when I open up a bank account, right, to discharge my debts or pay my debts, I don't like the word pay, or it doesn't work. But I can use those notes. I take them, I give them to this person who calls themselves a bank, or they're a trust company. Actually, they're not a bank, because I would never open up a bank account with these large beast banks.
Okay, a note is a promise, and a draft is an order. So when they give you a promise, you have to attach it to a draft and give them an order to extend the credits as they are obligated to according to the directive of this special deposit made under 50 USC 4305 for full acquittance and discharge, and in accordance with 12 CFR 202.4.
Okay,
definition
so
of deposit. In
what's
every
the draft?
Where do I send
Lou, wait a
the
minute.
note?
Wait a minute, Lou.
Sorry.
Wait a minute. I want to ask him a question. What's the draft? Because
Your
you said
own,
you have to
your word versus their word. So they gave you a note with their words on it. You have to draw up a draft with your words on it. That draft is in a form of a directive to redirect the transfer, because you can't make a payment. It's an if then go to program, just like a computer. And what they're doing is they're entering it into a payment system that's not supposed to happen. That creates a debt. What you do is you give full acquittance and discharge, where under that directive, no person shall be held liable in any court. So therefore, there remains no debt, and it's all cleared. It's all cleaned. It's all purified, and you no longer have to deal with that financial record. Now, when you do another incident, it creates another person and another financial record. So again, you give them the directive, full acquittance and discharge. You do this for your public education, your medical, all of it. Selective service, all of it. You give them a new directive, because everything's been done under a presumption of an old directive. And now you're going to merge under a new name and resurrect that evil bastard. And he's now going to.
But Wizard, I hear all of what you're saying, and to some degree that makes sense. But still, it doesn't really answer my question. Physically,
when you take that note to the house, that's a note
to my house.
Right. So you put a directive.
So now I have $5 from this guy that I gave him $5 of value, and he gave me $5 of fiat, and I have this $5 note in my pocket. I take it home.
Right.
And I want to pay my property taxes with that note, but I need to do it through a trust company or a bank or
No, you're not getting it. Again, you still want to pay those taxes. First of all, again, the law is clear, grammar is clear, and the grammar of their code says taxes are duly paid by stamp. Okay?
By stamp?
By stamp.
Okay.
That note you have on there has stamps and seals. So you're making a payment as a agent of that trust corporation, as if though you are another trustee of that corporation. That's why you want to keep paying. Okay. If you're not a trustee, then you don't pay because you're not part of that system. So you gladly take that $5 note, you deposit it in your trust account. It becomes an asset and is not converted to anything but the credits in your trust account. Now, the taxes, that's a directive that you attach to that billing statement that says you're making a payment by a directive. That payment is for full acquittance and discharge, so that no person shall be held liable in any court. Why? Because the credits cannot be extended. If you're going to charge me, and I'm the one that funded this account, and it's a trust account now, remember that. You're no longer dealing with that bank account at administrative level. You're dealing with your trust account. And this is why I say you got to get that trust account set up with the Postal Service. Set that account up, and you deposit everything in that account as your trust. Okay? That all gets converted to credits that you can use in that system. So all those $5 notes that you deposit in there, that's their money. You can convert those to credit for their system. Your true assets, like the note to your house, that gets deposited in the same account. It's a copy with an attachment of, again, your directive that this is not a military address. This is not a dwelling. This is not a resident. This is where I live. This is where we live.
What would I call it? Like, would I call it like my domicile? Would there be a good word?
It's his house. This is his house.
His house, not even my house.
Right. This is his house. And I use it as my temple in worshiping him and protecting me from his wife, Mother Nature. See, the man in dominant role is always supposed to protect, even if he has to protect his children from his wife.
Fuck, I got to get more serious about this because
damn right, everybody does.
This is like, I believe that, I believe I've done a lot in my life in terms of breaking free and standing up for my rights and my freedoms by breaking free from the, not using the predatory banks and all of that stuff, and not dealing with the tax department and all of that stuff, and trying to work with man and as a man with other men. And I've done all that. And now that I've made the decision that I'm not going to beg them to allow me to move freely on the land that I choose to move on, I've made that decision, and I really believe that if I can find a way to understand, because I'll be honest with you, Rizard, I'm not totally understanding everything you're saying, and maybe it's just I'm a dummy, or maybe it's just I'm not listening properly, or I don't know what, but something is blocking it from getting into my head to truly see it. So I need to do more work on it. I do have people that I can use, but lately I haven't been going to see them. I got to get more serious. I have a friend, especially John, that who he's like right on the money. He's totally changed the whole system for himself and broken out. He even has his original birth certificate. He went and got it off of them. He actually holds
called
it in
the
his
act
hand.
of birth.
Yeah. Is that the one with the footprints on it?
I believe so. He's got like
right.
all
that's the one you want.
Yeah,
the one with the footprints. That's called a memorial birth certificate. That's the one they're willing to give out. The one you have to buy, you have to get from the state.
So what's the difference between that and the certificate of live birth?
Certificate of live birth. It's a birth record. It's a birth record. The other one is a birth memorial.
Sorry, Wizard, I got a phone call. I didn't hear some of the things you just said. Sorry.
Right. The one with the footprints is known as a birth memorial. You get that from the hospital.
Right.
Okay? The one with the live certificate of live birth, you get that from the state and you have to pay for it.
Yes.
Now, if you go to the hospital, you might have to pay like 50 cents for the copy because that's what they're going to give you. Right.
But you need the original.
You're not going to get the original. They're going to give you a copy.
Oh, okay.
And it's still going to be on a certificate form. Okay. That's still the hospital creating a certified statement. It is never perfected until you hold it and you make your certified statement. Without that, there is nothing in that system that is perfect, and it cannot be perfect even when you perfect the instrument, because in perfecting the instrument, what you're doing is superseding the instrument with your own statement, your verse versus their verse, your words versus their words. Again, it's synonymous with the entire system.
My buddy did. That's one thing I do remember about making the statement and changing the the way I remember it is, it's changing the whole meaning of that particular instrument by putting your statement on top of it, or over.
Right.
Yeah, I remember him. We discussed that.
Birth. Somebody just mentioned in the comments, and it's a good reminder. Birth means to dock something. Okay.
Right. Yeah,
and
it's all shipping terms.
And that's what the administrative docket is. Whereas if you go by the postal docket, and you've got a vessel that is no longer a vessel of the United States, but has been resurrected and renamed in a merger with a foreign entity, and now goes by the Keith Thornton Little FBU and has a trust account established as the Keith Thornton Little FBU trust account. Now you have the one that's funding it, and the beneficiary is the Postal Service. A trust does not fail for want of trustee. Therefore, their administration cannot step in and violate that trust, because both the grantor, myself, and the Postal Service, as the beneficiary of the funds that I provide in silver, will never violate that trust. Beneficiary cannot violate the trust. He can collapse it, but he cannot violate it.
Oh, yeah. Now, that's the kind of information we like hearing, ladies and gentlemen. And you can.
I did throw off the administration. I am a minister of the Word of God, known as a chaplain, the little cloak of the full armor. I don't need no salvage operations under their commercial terms for resurrections and repentance. I do that all on my own. That's my responsibility, and that's what everybody fails.
Yeah, and in my mind, I believe I have become unslaved in my mind. And physically, I probably, to some degree, I would say maybe 75%, because I think what you're talking about now is probably a good 25% of what needs to be done, maybe more, because setting up that trust and working from that trust, which is the one thing I haven't done yet, is probably, I don't know, a percentage of what needs to be done in order to completely enslave mentally and physically. So,
and I'm telling you guys, I've been doing this for 7 years, well over 20,000 hours of research. It's not all scriptural. Most of what you see is from their codes, but you see that I back it with scripture. How do you suppose that is if my research isn't in scripture? It's because I've already lived my life in scripture. And now I realize the difference between the two verses. And that's what I'm trying to point out, guys. That's it.
Yeah. Hey, before I got to get going, because I got to go down to this house.
Me too, guys. I got to go.
But I wanted to say before I leave to Pineal, if you're still here. Are you still here, Pineal? Pineal's dealing with some other chat.
I'm here, man. I'm here.
No, he's there.
No, about making that fucking step to I just wanted to reinforce that idea of you taking that step to actually fucking do it, because you're young now, Pineal, and you're not going to stay young forever, my brother. And I really I care about you, and I'm saying it because of my care for you to move, like I was saying, like I'm considering starting a new business at fucking 60. So for sure you gotta be, and definitely don't go fucking work for somebody. Just fucking
I don't plan to, man.
Timmy that's the one thing I feel I succeeded most at with my children. The biggest thing I did well with my children, in my opinion, was convince them not to get jobs. Just all of them have their own business. They whatever it may be, they find a way to make money for themselves. Because I always rung it into their head to say, like, look, if you go become a fucking carpenter somewhere, right, and the carpenter boss, the leader of the crew, whoever he is, the boss, pays you $25 an hour, it means he's making another fucking $25 on top of you. So why not, instead of taking $25 and let this guy make $25 on top of you, you go do it yourself and make $50, right? Now, you can't do that with all things, but I think if you look in your life and work with the talents you have, you can find that thing where you can make and support yourself in the physical world, which in the end is going to boost your mental world and how you feel about yourself. Right. Because you can't be feeling good about yourself with what you're doing right now, Pineal. You can't be. And there's got to be some struggle.
I don't know about that. I wouldn't go that far. I mean, I But when you say what you're doing with yourself,
Well,
what
I
do you
don't
mean?
know you. I don't know you 100%, so I don't know what you do really in your life every day, all
Right.
day, 24 hours. I'm not with you, obviously. I only see you when you're on the metaverse, right? So I
Right.
can't really say that for sure, but
Which is
I have a
often. I
set.
get that. It's often.
Yeah. So my sense would be, you know, I mean, I'm spending more time than I want to on this metaverse, and I don't think
Yeah, I
it's
hear
good
you.
for me either. So I can't. You got to be feeling the same thing at your age, probably much more, right?
I mean, in a
Unless you're
way, I am here because I'm not working. I am trying to pursue this as a
right,
means of
right.
income. With that being said,
Okay,
I haven't made a penny yet
I
with
see what
hundreds
you're
of
saying.
hours invested, really in reality, literally hundreds of hours invested. But I realized that just like when I was graduating Le Cordon Bleu, Culinary Arts College, I did an externship. I didn't get paid for that. So
Yeah,
what's
but at
really
the same, but hold on, Pineal. You
yeah,
just said thousands and thousands of hours. You're not doing
hundreds, but
thousands and thousands of
hundreds of hours.
hours at an apprenticeship. You may do, hundreds of hours, but okay,
Yeah,
maybe. But you know what I'm saying. And then at the same time, if you're in control of it because you want to make money on this metaverse, I get that. That can be done too if you want to work at that. Like I'm saying, do something.
if I'm providing
Obvious.
value, I mean, I want it knowing that I'm providing value. I don't necessarily want to grift or so. Not saying that I haven't provided value. I feel I have. However, I guess I just, for one, I haven't figured out how to monetize. I guess in a way that I feel comfortable with. But um, at the same time, I shouldn't say that because I've put forward an option for people to contribute, and I just see the fact that I haven't gotten any as a sign that there's still some things I need to improve on, like my equipment and my, the tech that I have at hand. That being said, I have other things going on in my life that are more important and financially are requiring of me, that I've been admittedly not really adding to my savings. I've kind of just been neglecting some things in my life because of the fact that there's such a big investment, things related to my health and etc. That the technology aspect and stuff, my equipment is kind of like on the back burner until I can figure out how to fund this health stuff and
What's wrong with your health? What the fuck? You're young. What the fuck's
I don't
wrong?
want to get into it, but
Okay,
I'm okay.
but
I mean, my health is okay for the most part. I'm all right. It's just it kind of ties into more than my health. It's a physical health that actually affects my mental health. I could talk to you about it behind the scenes. I've already talked to OTW about it, but
okay, all
it's
right.
nothing super major. But unfortunately, in the world we live in, it's something that requires a good amount of money that I just haven't put forward yet. But anyway, I don't want to.
Yeah, okay. No, I don't want to. I don't want you to say anything that you don't want to say on the metaverse. I'm sorry.
So yeah,
No,
but
but
I mean, I realized that the way I could look at it, right, is like if I were to step up my equipment game, and then if I were to, like, for instance, disclose this specific thing I'm talking about, then most likely, like what happened with Wizard, where a bunch of good faith people came forward and helped him out so that he could afford his frequency generator machine, his Rife Tech thing there, which I think is really cool, and some other expenses, herbal and whatnot. We're not giving any medical advice here, of course, but maybe something like that would happen with me, But again, I've just been very allergic to fiat in a lot of ways. I've led a very Gandhi-like, I guess, existence for quite a while here. And, I just think of money and I automatically think of, the Twin Tower symbolism on it and the fucking.
yeah, I know. But I mean,
so.
Hey, well,
It's
since
something
we're talking about, donating money and everything, make sure to hit that donation link right at the top of live chat there or in the description down below, guys, because it would really help support the channel and keep this great show going. The Grand Rising Show number 17 today. We are Thursday, April 27th. It is 2:03 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. It is 12
oh my
degrees
God, already.
Celsius over here, and it is cloudy. So thanks everybody for being here. Much love and respect to everyone who's watching right now over on Pineal Power. So we have 60 people watching right now. Make sure to hit that like button. And don't forget, don't hesitate, don't be shy. Go ahead and click that donation button. And in the description down below, for people who don't want to go with the third party thing, we have the interact option where you can send it by email. So thank you very much, and much love to you all, much respect. That being said, back to you guys on the panel, sirs and
Well,
gentlemen.
okay, when we think of money, I want everybody to pay attention again. Money, in terms of contracts and stuff. Money is a matter of banking. What is banking? Banking is storing things. You put things in a drawer. Money, you put it in a cash register, a drawer. If you have special deposits, you put it in a different drawer. Everything you take to a bank, it's a storage facility. It's a warehouse. So what they're doing is warehousing the paper with all the comments on it. And that is what money is. Money, Senate document number 4, or excuse me, Senate document number 43, history of money banking, referring to contracts payable in gold, which I refer to as contracts payable in like kind, as in mankind and not person kind. So when we think of man, the man that goes out and does things, and not the person, which is the record of the man doing the things, we can comprehend the differences between like kind and not of like kind. That paper is not of like kind. It's not a true thing that I can use direct, but rather through a trustee. I'm not supposed to be meddling with the trustee. A trust shall not fail for want of trustee. Therefore, the trust I have in our Father in heaven, I can use the story of Christ as a trustee and embody him as a living being, a living soul, Christ in Eucharist, by following that same path. And that's why I say I don't see any other path. It's the only path I see. I don't know about this thing that you call hard or harder or whatever. I see it as the only path. Always have.
So taking that fiat and putting it into, or putting it, I don't know what even word to use, but taking that and converting it into something that has value, like, say, for example, my daughter buys a trailer and she takes X amount of fiat to converts that fiat into this trailer.
Right.
That's I mean, you could take it directly from your hand to another man's hand, and that's still without putting it, let's say, in a trust or converting it in. You could still do that, and that would work.
And to complete it, and I'll remind everybody, many men named their cars. Okay, I got a bike out there I just built. I named it. It's not going to have the name on it. It's going to have a unique identifier that I've already created for the trust as an express trust, an absolute now time security note, which when you punch that number into your search engine, it's going to come to my site. You're going to see the express trust. And in that express trust, I've got a trust account, and I'm going to put paperwork in there that's going to have the name on it with the number. The bike itself, it's only going to have a number, and it's going to supersede the serial number. Same with your car. Let them have that DOT-VIN, vehicle identification number. But you clarify it's not a vehicle. I customized it myself. You see them wheels? I took them off and put different wheels on them when it came back.
It's funny. Sorry, Wizard, for cutting you off. It's funny that you're mentioning this right now, because this, for me, has been a very thought that I've been keeping on the forefront of my brain, because I'm in the process. I'm considering selling my truck because it's a little bit too big for what I need. And I was considering not purchasing another truck that is like whatever, a smaller truck. I was actually considering building one and taking, and buying a frame of a a product that was an older product. Like I like the early or late 70s, late 80s, or mid to late 80s years, and building a truck that does not have any VIN numbers, serial numbers, and any that I could find, I would remove and replace them with my own, and build a truck that is brand new, that has no ability, no registration, no numbers to registrate.
And its use isn't commercial, it's agricultural.
Right. I've already done something where I gave notice that my property is solely an agricultural property. It does not.
Yeah, this thing you see as a vehicle, and this man that you see as a person, I'm sorry,
But this man that you see as a person is, by your definitions of the codes you follow, is an animal. That's agricultural. And I'm not transporting persons. I'm traveling myself as an animal in this temple. That which protects me from his wife, Mother Nature.
I got away because I did what I did by noticing them on the fact that this is agricultural land and solely agricultural land, because right now the city has basically crept up onto my land. It's become rural residential and
urban development.
Urban development, exactly.
You're
something like that.
You're
and I changed
banned.
it. And I did this prior to building my barn because they wanted to charge me like almost $50,000 as a development charge just for building my barn on the place where my old barn burned down. And because of the notice that I gave them and everything, it ended up that all I had to do, and I probably shouldn't have done that, but I did, is I gave them a registration fee. So I let them put it in their books that there is a barn there, basically.
Yeah, and that registration fee, again, that's administration. You're
Yeah,
not
it was
supposed
like
to be doing that. What you're supposed to be doing, listen.
Yeah,
what you're supposed to be doing in my research says that, again, you're supposed to develop that trust account with the post office, because the urban development uses addresses. When you develop that land and it's developed as trust property, it no longer reserves the address. Okay, the address may be allonged, but now it stems from the trust account. And in order for the Postal Service to benefit, they have to use that address. And that relates to the conservation easement. So what the municipality is doing is violating the Postal Service's right to maintain that conservation easement on their side of that trust account. Again, this is why I say the failure of a trust cannot be had by want of a trustee. The Postal Service is operating as a beneficiary because you're funding it through that land. You're allowing them to attach that address because they know you, and that's the conversion for them to be able to transfer any property that you collect from that commercial entity. So if you say make a custom order of a truck from a manufacturer and have it drop shipped, you're allowed to use a widely recognized commercially identifiable number in lieu of the name and address. So now you use the number, which is in accordance with the Customer Identification Program's exemption program, allowing you again to use a number. And now nobody knows the name. The name is hidden in all cases. And that number is related to the Postal Service. And I guarantee you they will protect their benefits. Guaranteed.
It's funny. That's another thing. It's funny. You touch things now that I look back that really relate in my life, that my particular property, it's on a corner, and the very, very back, small, like maybe half an acre or so of my land touches onto a big swamp. And the neighbor behind me, his whole land is basically a swamp. And because the back little portion of my land touches onto that swamp, the Conservation Authority for years was sending me every year a payment that they put on this paper saying that if I accept this payment, because I read the whole fucking thing. And when I saw it, I says, wait a minute, they're basically offering to pay me to agree that my land is conservation land and giving them complete authority over my land. And if I take and cash this check, I'm agreeing to it. So
you become a steward to the land.
Right.
And they're the grantor. And you're the beneficiary.
And what I did since I've had this land is I've always sent those checks back. I've never sent those checks. I've never taken those checks. And then when the new government came in, they created this whole area called I'm forgetting what it's called now, but basically like a wildlife area thing, whatever.
Reserve.
But it's called, they call it something different. Anyways, whatever. And you look at the map of this reserve and you see my land over it. All the other land basically throughout this whole section, because there's a section of swamp and bush that goes all the way to the lake, Lake Simcoe up here, and basically all the way down to the city pretty much. And my land is not included in it. you could see there's like, it's literally a
Ask-
square.
Yeah,
It's
ask
not-
them. Ask them if the reason it's not included is because there's a military survey. See, that's what the government is. It's a military operation in all cases. Okay, Admiralty Maritime, martial law, and they're projecting civilian codes, but they have an inherent right or inherent duty, and this is the same in America, in floodplains. Fannie Mae and Fannie Mac cannot sell property that is insured unless it does not exist in a floodplain. You cannot buy property in America and have it insured through Fannie Mae and Fannie Mac in a floodplain.
Sally Mae, you talking about? Sally Mae?
Whatever it is nowadays, the government.
Yeah, well, now they call it, well, I don't know if it's the same thing, but Navient. My student loans with Navient, and there was a multi-billion
We're
dollar.
not talking student loans. We're talking land and real estate in floodplains.
Okay, my fault.
And that goes, again, the ultimate jurisdiction on all land, no matter what codes they're following, is always going to go to the martial law, law of nations, okay? Peace treaties and stuff. But those are always going to protect the conservation easements. Why? Because those are
Yes, that's what they call it, a conservation easement. That's what they call it. The Oak Ridges conservation easement, they call it. And it's literally like my land. And I believe because I didn't take that money right from the beginning, and this whole program started like a couple of years after I bought the property, because they never offered me these checks after a couple of years. They've been here already, and they started this program, I think, basically to capture all this land, because it's a real corridor that bypasses a huge, I don't know, if you look at it on a map, you could see it's like a real corridor out of the city and bypasses any sort of cities or stuff like that. And I think if I would have taken those checks, like a lot of people did, most everybody, and cashed them, my property would be on that fucking survey just like everybody else's. And it's like a little dot that's excluded from the survey.
And what you could have done, again, if you had that trust account set up, is say thanks and deposit it in the trust account. With the directive that you're not a civilian, that you're accepting the payments as a steward in commission with that same mission that they have to protect the land and all of its wildlife. And I guarantee you, when they walk up on you and see you with the gun and telling them to get off your fucking land, they know you're wild as fuck.
Yeah, and now I'm looking at, because I'm getting older, obviously, I'm looking at taking this and with the trust and putting it in trust. I'm making my children the beneficiaries or the whatever of the trust. Is it the beneficiaries or the administrators of the trust? Because I want to pass the land on to my children. But my idea is
it would be executors of the living will.
The executors, whatever, yes, and make it that somehow, because I have this idea, I don't know, maybe it's crazy, but in Italy, there's a lot of people that have land or houses or whatever, and they've been in their family for 1,000 years, like literally 1,000 years, and they just pass from member to member, and they're never sold. And sometimes they sit vacant for X amount of years because there's nobody that wants to occupy it. But then
the most personal contract is the passing of land from your legacy to your heirs. This is the heir chain of title. So when we think of the term contract, again, I tell people it's not to do with the size of the land, as in a tract of land. It has to do with the time of ownership. With time. Tract means time. It does not mean a space. It means time. How long did that tract of land exist in that family name before it was sold? The land shall not be sold forever, for it is mine. So who has the right to sell it? So anytime you see them saying that contract or anything, that name, that land belongs to this, no, it doesn't. It belongs to our Father which art in heaven. Hallowed be thy name. Fear not, for I have redeemed thee. I have called thee by thy name. Thou art mine. Just as the land. And in Leviticus 25, verses 23 through 25, it tells us the same thing. He redeemed us and gave us the power to redeem. What did he redeem? The land and the people. The Spirit of God. moves upon the face of the waters. That's already there. That's what redeems everything, is the water. That's where the energy comes from. If you don't get up and do anything, then you don't have the energy to do what's right. I sat on that couch and I did everything I could that was right. But as soon as I was able to get up off that couch, I got up and started doing things again.
Yeah, and I better fucking take that as a cue because I got shit to do right now.
Yep, me too. I got a bike I got to go ride.
All right, guys. So thank you, OTW.
Yeah, well,
having
thanks
me.
a lot, you guys, man, for being here and contributing to the show, man. It's always a pleasure to have you on. Great information, great conversations. Thank you very much, sirs, for being here, gentlemen. I
Real
guess
quick.
we'll see you. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Real quick. Kissing me down in the chat. Do not misconstrue it. I never claim the land as mine. Never. Read the scripture that says the land shall not be sold forever, for it is mine, and ye are strangers and sojourners with me. The scripture says it's his. And everybody in this world believes in those scriptures. So I use it against them. I don't have to believe in the scriptures. I don't believe in the scriptures. I don't listen to the messengers. I listen to the message, and it's a moral message of how to conduct your life. And when it says the land shall not be sold forever, you have to ask, what are they truly selling? Are they selling the land? And they'll tell you no. They don't have a right to sell the land. They're selling the premises, pre-mises, pre as in prior bets, mises, bet, pro-mises, future bet, premise and promise. They mean the same thing. It means not now.
Greetings, Nubs.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna screw off. Thanks again, OTW. Thanks, Wizard.
Yeah, get the hell out of here, Lou.
Okay.
Thank you, Wizard.
Nubs.
What's up, brother?
Do you want to play with one of my balls?
No, I'm good on that.
What a radical change of subject.
Right. I guess he's all about the balls.
I really wanted to ask Wizard a question too, but he ran. But if he comes back up, I had a question.
What balls are you talking about? I'm talking this. Look, it's a tennis ball. What are you thinking? What the fuck?
I was thinking baseballs. It's the American pastime.
Tennis, man, tennis. Italians play tennis.
Yeah, that's for you fucking Italians.
No, they don't play tennis. Are you kidding? They don't even know what it is. Okay.
Hey, it was good seeing you, Lou.
See you guys.
But in the meantime, get the fucking work, you lazy bastard.
Lou Bass.
I gotta wait for him to get off of the panel. That way I can really talk shit, you know?
Let's talk about how pigs were genetically engineered to be humans/boars.
Well, we just had one. Come on, Lou is a prime example.
Oh man,
I love that. I love that fucking nasty Italian bastard up there in Canada. I'll tell you, if shit hits the fan, I'm headed to lose. I'll tell you that.
I got a great clip, man. I got a great clip that OTW could play here if I could find it. Yeah, let's see if I could find it. Perfect for Lou leaving and you know, kind of talking behind his back, kind of a deal. You know?
Yes, always stab him in the back. You know, that's the way of men.
That's what I was taught. Nah, I'm kidding. But here we go. Let me see if I could drop this in the private chat.
Always a pleasure, Kizum. You're always welcome, sir. All right. So it looks like things are chiming. What are you guys up to? What are you up to, Nubs?
Just working on the investment property.
All right.
We're getting some tenants in here at the end of the week. So just finishing up painting and new sink install, you know, all the little shit. How about you, gentlemen?
The video is not available.
What do you mean?
I don't know. It's not available. I don't know why.
Let me try again.
Oh, never try, man. Always do. You get more done.
Anyway, guys, I'm about to shut the show down in about 7 minutes. So do you guys have any like kind of final words you'd like to say to the audience, or maybe even promote the channel or your channel or whatever? The floor is yours. Got a few minutes.
Well, I don't have much to say, seeing I just jumped on, but nevertheless, It's a pleasure speaking with you, gentlemen, always.
I might be going live later on today. I'll see how things progress during the afternoon, but yeah, it could be a possibility.
All right, I dropped it again. I don't know. I don't know if it'll work, but whatever.
Hold on, let me go
You guys
check.
want to see some beautiful old world woodworking?
Sure. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. That's beautiful.
Wow.
If it weren't a rental, I would definitely restore it to original.
Wow.
However, being a rental and all, tenants are not necessarily as careful as, say, a homeowner per se. So,
right.
But it's the only part in the house that has the original working. Everything else has been updated with new trim when we bought it and everything. So,
right. Actually, that's a very nice place. It looks pretty big.
it's a full duplex. What is it? 2 bedrooms down here, 3 bedrooms upstairs plus the attic.
And how much is that going for in your area?
Well, the way it's set up with the mortgage or with how we have it doing, technically it's 17 on the books for the lower level, but that's not the actual price. It's more like 15.
Right.
Yeah, so
and
you're looking
at how many bedrooms?
For down here, it's 2 bedrooms, and then you also have full access to the basement.
Right. So that means like downstairs would be more expensive than upstairs?
The upstairs, we have it separated into specific rooms, and it's communal living up there.
Oh, okay.
So we rent the room as opposed to the unit.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah. So, and then my business partner lives up in the attic. And basically the way it works out is after everything is said and done, the mortgage is paid and we make just a little profit, and he is able to live at no charge. So he literally gets paid to live here.
Cool. Awesome trade-off. Pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the greatest of neighborhoods, but it's one of those quote unquote up and coming neighborhoods.
Right.
They just like to burn things down across the highway though. So have riots, rip up the neighborhoods and everything like that. It's great. We get deliveries of, pallets of bricks all the time, just randomly.
Wow. That's awesome. Dude, but you have to show up earlier in the show so we could talk about all that health stuff, and because you have a lot of knowledge on that stuff, man, and I would really like to get into that, man, with you.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're at the end of the show, and I'm gonna pop up the end song soon. There, I was gonna wait to hear from Pineal before we go. So Pineal, please, sir, thank you. Yeah, get up off your ass, man.
Hey, I was actually just about to ask you on that topic. You telling me to get up off my ass. I just sat down for the first time in this whole stream. This whole stream I've been standing. That's why you see me like this. So I was going to ask you, do you ever do the same? Do you ever stand during the broadcast?
Yes, I do. I have to go pee once in a while.
Well, I would challenge you, sir. I am challenging you, sir. Since you did a 30-day challenge, I don't see why you couldn't do this. Try to see if you could spend every moment you're on camera standing, or a variation of that, like maybe 50% of the broadcast standing, or something, and see if it's any more challenging.
Something. Okay, wait. You got to define your challenge.
It is a challenge. It is kind of a challenge. I will admit, my feet get kind of tired, and because I do this thing where I kind of lean on one. And then once I take up my lean off that, I could feel the, in my ankle and shit. So I shift to the other. It's best to just stand neutral. But yeah, I'm challenging you, sir. I'm challenging you, sir. Let me see that bong, bro.
That what? Oh, the bong.
Wow, that's just ridiculous. That looks like the one. What's his name had yesterday?
It looks
Maddie,
like a trumpet, man, or a saxophone or something. Yeah,
I gotta.
Awesome.
I have a lot of trauma, if that's the right word. Memory in my memory, a lot of trauma in my memory with past glass. I am a glass head, but I'm a glass head currently with no glass. I have no bongs or anything, and it's unfortunate, but I will get one day again. It's been a while. But they do
Well,
break.
it's better to
That's
be-
the bad thing. They are, you can break them. That's where the trauma comes from. But yeah, beautiful.
There's a couple breaks in this one.
Wow.
But she
Wow.
holds. I mean, you're throwing that much wax through it, it just smooths out the inside. And
You got a reclaim? I mean, a nectar collector or whatever?
Yeah, he does.
So how do you get that out? You just get like a
pop
tool?
off the top.
Where is
Torch
it broken?
the-
It doesn't look broken at all.
It's broken in the glass itself, like deep inside, because it's actually not even mine. It's my business partner's. But the way that we put the little dabber thingy in there, it breaks the insides. Not to mention that, I mean, it's used.
So you just lodge the dabber in there to temporarily fix it, kind of thing? Wow. That's clutch, bro.
All right, guys. So you know what I want to do to end the show. I would like to thank everybody for being here today, and at the same time, I wanted to bring a little homage to Mr. Jerry Springer himself, ladies and gentlemen. So we're gonna end the show with a great song. It's called "Crown." Here is the king of this crazy type of broadcasting.
Yeah, you gave me a great idea. Not to interrupt, but I'm going to play a commercial from when I was younger. I was actually on a spot with Jerry Springer because my grandma was friends with Jerry, and because she had a talk show. And I was actually, one year I made the show, and right after his commercial spot where he comes and says hi to and the audience and stuff, I come on with my commercial where I'm advertising fucking baklava or something. But yeah, I'm going to play that today in homage to Mr. Jerry. So R.I.P. Jerry.
Yeah, we'll go with. I was gonna say Crown, but I changed my mind. I'm gonna go with Grateful. We were grateful for you, Jerry. Great show you had. Here you go.
Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Keep my head up when I act, head up, that's a fact. Never looking back, I'ma keep myself on track. Keep my head up, staying strong, always moving on. Feel I don't belong, tell my thoughts to move along. Push myself to be the best, die with no regrets. Live with every breath, see my message start to spread. And I had so many dreams, then you hit your teens. Life ain't really what it seems, try to find out what it means. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a past, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to I don't want no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad. I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooters gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I won, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a past, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win.
So I guess nobody heard me, right?
My apologies. I'm working on something, and give me a second. All right. Catch you
I
guys
didn't hear
later.
what you said.
It's okay. I was gonna say, like, everybody, peace out, everyone. Much love. And then yeah, that's it. Whatever. Anyway, thanks for being here. See you tomorrow morning, guys.
R.I.P.
Peace
Jerry.
out.